Fate, Souls and Singularities by Mundatorem Chapter 271-275. Garden of Order, 13. Ritska caught himself at Mordred's words, turning his head quickly and snapping to attention at the sight which was so impossibly close. It was strange to see it under the light where before it had almost been absorbed in shadow. All the details about it were laid bare without hiding a single thing. There was just something that made looking at it make him feel some strange sense of nausea. He could not put it into words and he had truly seen worse. But it was just something in the back of his throat that made him feel mildly ill, some further sense of something wrong which had him form an unconscious grimace on his lips. Something he did not even realize he was doing until his face started to ache after a couple of seconds, yet he could not find himself able to make any other expression. Skin that was like oil, he could see it writhing around like the surface of water and yet not a single drop touched the ground. It did not leak or drip as though it was in defiance of gravity. The serpentine creature adjusted itself on long twisted limbs that looked like a mixture between dried branch and bone. A pair of those mangled legs and nothing else, pulled from under the ocean it called a body and with 3 hooked claws on each foot or hand. There was no sign of any thumb on those limbs or anything used for grabbing. They curled around into the vague shape of a fist and pressed down on the carpet floor to hoist itself upwards. But he felt more of that odd feeling. As though just looking at it was like he was seeing something unbearably sad, something almost tragic. There was no word that sprang to mind, only a series of images which he hadn't even considered before. Like the feeling of looking down at a wounded animal struggling along the ground. He was vaguely aware of everyone starting to ready themselves. The sight of the creature and the sheer size of it was lost on him until he double-talked and realized that it took up the entire space of the hallway ahead of them, one which had been easily large enough to fit most of their group in shoulder to shoulder. Ritska clenched his jaw and rolled it from side to side, burying that feeling and staring at the monster, looking it right in the eyes. Or if they could be called eyes, he was left only to assume as they looked more like streaks of red painted across the inky black skin. Neither of the scarlet brush strokes held any pupils, nothing more than a raw color that just tapered away and blended back into the oil. It made it nearly impossible to tell where it was actually looking. But Ritska watched its posture with squinted eyes. It just stood there, menacingly to be sure, but nothing more than that. It did not advance on them, it did not show any sign of aggression beyond just standing there and staring at them. Watching them, he could not assume it had only just arrived because the posture just looked too relaxed. Or so it looked, but for the life of him, he could barely focus on anything beyond that sick feeling in his gut, like he just wanted to turn away from it because it was too terrible to look at. Something was different here. There was something else it was doing. Masked. Wait a second. The words slipped out of his mouth at the same time someone else spoke up. He didn't pay much attention to who, and he raised his hand in the direction of the speaker and waved them down. Stepping forwards and kept his eyes solely locked onto the serpent and watched every move it made. Or rather, watched as it barely so much as reacted to him. Senpai. That is. He couldn't quite explain how he knew, but he just did. I don't think that it's here to fight us. Nothing more than a gut feeling on his part, despite how menacing it looked. That's a hell of a gambit there, Master. Mordred, naturally, sounded as though she did not much agree with his words. He could hardly blame her for how it had been acting throughout their entire time here. Didn't that guy say it was same sort of demon or whatever? Last I checked, they're hardly the friendly sort. Apparently it depends on the mood you catch them in. He could feel the eyes of Shaki on the back of his head as she made the comment, and he could not let it pass without a tight smile forming on his lips. But that wasn't like those times. The communicator flashed up without any preamble, Romani's face right in the middle of the screen with the director all but hanging over his shoulder. It was a movement in the corner of his eye. Fujimaru-kun, I know you like to speak with things, but this is... Romani barely managed to get half his sentence out before the director's hand silenced him. She moved in and shoved him away from the screen and leaned over the desk, her eyes wide and expression tight. He had rarely seen her look quite so panicked as right now. This is not some heroic spirit or stray servant. Not even a dragon with wit. This is a demon. These are the same monsters that can infringe upon the texture of the world just by breathing. The same things that Solomon summoned. It is only a level of power above the average servant. Any sort of misstep you make will spell certain death. He gambled the end of the sentence but did not try to sound as cheeky about it as he ended up doing. He found that most things he was doing could spell certain death if he made a careless mistake, and he wasn't one to often gamble his life if he didn't think there was a chance that it could pay off. Right now, at this moment, it felt like one of those times. This is no laughing. Can you understand me? Cutting the director short, he called out to the thing, the demon, and stared at it. Being met only with silence, but the way its head lingered on him, the way he just felt it stare across his skin like 100 little bugs walking all over him. It made him suppress a shudder. You can't you? It just kept staring, but it felt as though the answer was a certain yes. He was not quite sure how he knew that, he wasn't sure he wasn't imagining things either, but it just felt as though the answer clicked in place for him. As though he was right to assume as much just from the way it looked back at him. Straightening out, Ritska took a deep breath. You've been waiting for us, right? It moved, but only slightly. A twitch of the head and a slight turn as though it was being addressed by someone else. The crimson slits slithered along the skin and turned about as though to look right towards him. Then it shifted and turned about, dragging its bony limbs along the ground and hooking them down. With a wet squelch and a crackle like dry pasta, it moved away from them and vanished around the corner. Ritska dropped a breath he did not realize he had been holding in. I'll take that as a yes. He glanced down at the communicator and noted that it was not just Romani and the director, but now Da Vinci was right behind the pair of them, her head in between the pair and all three looking at him in a mixture of worry, bewilderment and definite anger. Ritska shrugged. I think that went well. Da Vinci was the first to respond, hands dropping to her hips and a brow raising. I would say you were extraordinarily lucky. Certainly far more so than anyone would have any right to be after speaking with a demon of any type. In the future, perhaps it would be best to exercise some caution. The smile she gave was more than a little strained. He winced a bit and nodded his head. Right, yeah. Turning his head, he looked to the space it had wandered off to. Guess the only thing left to do now is follow it. A long and pained sigh was his response, capped off with the director grumbling some curses under her breath. Some of which were probably aimed at him and also towards the situation in general. Though Ritska did not doubt he would be in for an earful when they got back. Glancing over his shoulder, he met a sea of faces that looked more than a little strained themselves. Shaki just shrugged. I could see its lines, if you're worried. Despite himself, he snorted. Glad to know we have the fighting angle covered then. But behind and above them, he could see the face of Priscilla warped into something rather sickly. As though she had just eaten something foul and was barely holding herself back from being sick. The way her hands had stopped just shy of reaching her mouth further fed into that belief. He frowned at that. Did she feel the same thing he had felt? Had everyone else? So did everyone feel that when it stood there? Mash was one of the first to bob her head up and down, her own expression rather pained. It was very unpleasant, senpai. I didn't think it was because of how it looked, but just seeing it made me feel really sad and upset for some reason. Yeah, that was the same for him too. Kind of pathetic, really. Mordred grunted, but there was a noticeable edge in her voice. Yay, gonna make fighting that think a pain in the ass if we do come to blows. Just felt like turning my head the second it showed up. Like some sort of kicked dog or whatever. But there was something else he recalled. Ash. He turned to the blonde. Did it look like the thing you talked about? Ash was slow to respond. It did, but it was different to how I remember. I do not recall it evoking such feelings in the past. The pus of man is nothing more than a collection of human dregs sent into a frenzy and given form. Twisted and mutated, they are corruptions of the abyss itself. But this was different. It looked similar, but it had feeling. He saw something in Mash's eye twinkle for a moment. She perked up a second later. What if this place is changing it somehow? It's a place made up of all the grudges. What if all the spirits and ghouls are somehow feeling into it because of that? Which is why it is so different. Right, Ritska inclined his head. But where does the demon bit come from? He sent that question to the communicator. The trio on the screen glanced between each other before both Olga and Romani turned to the caster behind them. Da Vinci cupped her chin and hummed for a moment, tapping her finger up and down before she stopped. Though, oddly enough, Romani was the one who leaned forwards and replied to him. Demons operate a little differently depending on their summoning. They all have different strengths to them, but they are answered in accordance with some desire of mankind. When they get summoned, they don't really have a body as much as a spiritual existence. So they imprint themselves on their summoner or nearest available host, most of the time. The doctor paused, then shook his head and glanced away. If the abyss is the soul of mankind gone mad, then I guess it could be used as a catalyst to summon a demon. Especially if it can be shaped to serve as a body unto itself, then it would count as a human body. Normally demons in human hosts are just these grotesque monsters, but if the abyss can be shaped, then, or maybe the shape was just there from the start and the demon filled it. That was a lot. Ritska had to take a second to remind himself that this was Romani talking and not someone like Da Vinci. His eyes slid towards the other two and he immediately noticed that the director was looking at the doctor like he had grown a second head, all while Da Vinci was giving him some weird little smile. Without warning, the caster leaned forwards and ran her hand through Romani's hair, fuzzling him like a dog. Ah, so you really have been paying attention to all those little notes I leave behind. I'm so proud. Gay. Leo. What on earth are you? I'm not a kid, get your hand out of my hair. The director rolled her eyes and turned to him. I suppose that is as good an answer as you are going to get. It means that someone brought this thing forth and has managed to tame it as such, or shape it. A concerning feat and showing a rather powerful level of summoning. He nodded his head, turning and looking back to where it had wandered off. How smart are they? Depends on the stage of progression. Da Vinci answered as she pulled her hand away from Romani. Early stage and you're looking at nothing more than wild and uncontrollable emotions. Middle stages and you might see semblance of sanity, but it varies between the host and the demon. Late stage and you're looking at something very smart and very powerful, but there is no way of knowing what stage it is at right now. Her voice turned grave as she raised a finger. And it gets much worse if it has been designated a name. That comes with all sorts of problems of its own, so, do your usual thing, applica il tuo fascino, as it were. He just blinked slowly. She told you to apply charm, senpai. Mash dutifully called from somewhere behind him. Meanwhile, he just furrowed his brows deeper. Apply my charm. Yeah, sure. I'll try and woo it. He muttered and shrugged his shoulders. What am I, a bard? We could find you a liar. Ritska blinked and stared at the stone-faced director, who gave no hint that she had said anything in the first place. At least she was enjoying this enough to make jokes at his expense, or she was trying to bring the calm back. I didn't know you could play an instrument, senpai. And now Mash sounded so excited at the prospect of hearing his imagined skill. He turned and slowly looked at her blankly over his shoulder, giving a lopsided smile. That depends on what you classify as an instrument, because I can play the triangle with such incredible power that I was personally praised by my elementary school teacher. Mash's excitement started to whittle away before coming back stronger than ever, her hand clenched to a fist and a single sharp nod of the head later and she was throwing out some sort of praise. Don't worry, senpai. I've never played an instrument before, so you're definitely better than I am. Ritska wasn't sure how to respond to that. Then he thought of something, catching a glance of Romani out of the corner of his eye. You know, I think David owns a harp. No. The denial was so swift that Romani didn't even let him finish his sentence, all the better with the voice utterly devoid of emotion. Ritska suppressed his grin and looked down at the doctor with faux confusion. But no. The denial came just as swiftly as last time, perhaps even faster, and the stone-faced expression of the man was actually a little more intimidating than he had originally been led to believe it was. The way the eyes just stared at him without a shred of emotion was rather eerie and made him look like a completely different person. Okay. And like that, the light returned to Romani's eyes and he smiled. I'm glad we're all in agreement because trust me, I can tell it would be more trouble than it is worth, Fujimaru-kun. He did not miss the sight of Da Vinci chortling in the background. Hast thee frolicked enough with thy allies yet? Lancer's voice contained no hint of judgment, but he could feel the stares on the back of his neck and a guilty wince shot through him. He did not turn around to face the servant, but he did rub the back of his neck while a nervous chuckle rippled through him. Yeah, that was probably right. Clearing his throat, he raised his head and looked straight ahead. Right, let's go. Talk to a demon and its summoner. How hard could that be? Wait, he just jinxed himself. Ritsuka felt his eye twitch. Of all the people he had ever campaigned with through those long years, he could not quite recall a group that was as diverse as this one. Perhaps not so much diverse in origin as they were in personalities, as when Boudica had spun the tales of their exploits to him, he had imagined something rather different greeting him. To be sure, the master was as young as he had been told and certainly showed a measure of experience. But it was fleeting and replaced with something else. Either moments of brevity or moments of tortured silence. As though the boy could not decide which mood he would come to focus on, an attitude that would switch between clinical coldness in combat to being struck silent as though he was a fresh-faced recruit under the first taste of battle. There was a past he was not aware of and, if he were to be honest, he felt no obligation to pry further into it. Whatever concerns assailed Chaldea and their followers, they were not his problems and this was not his crusade to fight with. His business lay with the one who had tried to summon and command him, trying to unshackle the serpent as though he was ever permitted to do such a thing. Thinking of it now made the seal itch. He fought the urge to reach up and pick at the embedded grace within his skull. But it was hers. She had placed it there. Yet he had removed it once before in the thought it would free him and a hot shudder surged through his body under his skin, nestling itself right behind the seal and pulsing rather violently. He suppressed his twitch to give no indication anything was amiss and his serpents saw for him, how none of the others seemed to notice that there was a single thing wrong. Fortunate that it was. They did not trust him and, in turn, he barely trusted them. But they were united in common cause at least, so he could rely on that and that alone. No, he would drag his mind to the present and as far from thoughts of the seal or his mother as possible. Lingering sensations of them brought only hot flushes of pain and fury, the likes this place had been specially designed to drag out of its victims. He could imagine such a terrible fate befalling him had he not been informed prior. Even the seal, despite his declarations, was only proving a mere stopgap measure. The spite was strong indeed. The urge to just pluck it from his skull. Before he knew it, his serpents had set their sights upon the dragon woman. He presumed she felt much the same with her cursed form, hence her lack of sight. It had been made obvious as such from the arrival of the divine being who was, a painful reminder of his own past. She clearly held some troubled relation with her own offspring. He could see something in the one called Ash. Something that was all too familiar. If his internal bitterness had ever worn itself upon his face, he had no doubt it would be the same expression as this Ash. But Lancer kept his thoughts to himself. He was here for a single purpose. Getting to know these people in any capacity was pointless. It was not as though they would be around one another for long. Hey, Lancer. The boy spoke from up ahead, a brief turn of the head to face him. Lancer responded only with a hum to show he acknowledged the words. Have you ever done something like this before? Was it not obvious by now that he had? Perhaps it showed on his face because the expression of the boy flicked through various emotions from embarrassment before settling onto something more awkward. Sorry, not like the fighting, I mean, I'm hesitant to call this an adventure. And thee wouldst beest wise to dith so. He responded with a flat tone of voice. The boy sighed, rubbing the back of his neck once more. Sorry, just not wording this right. I guess I mean going out and seeing a place like this. He jerked his head to the direction of the cityscape beyond the tower they walked in. The serpents turned purely on their own and cast their gaze upon it, their eyes feeding back into his own, and he remained silent for some brief moments after that. Thy people hast a most wondrous loveth of Towethers, it seemeth. Huh. Oh, the skyscrapers. The boy shrugged. I guess we do build a lot of those, but they're not really all that big compared to some of the ones in Tokyo. Those can get really massive as well. I think those ones over there are mostly just office blocks. How big were buildings like where you came from? Inane but harmless questioning. The curiosity of youth, he supposed. Is yon truly what thee wisheth to asketh of me? With a raised brow, the boy nodded his head. Yeah, guess I'm just curious about where you're from is all. Occurred to me that we haven't really spoken all that much. Didst thee consider there might beest a reasoneth for mine own silence? The reason being he did not care much for conversation when there was work to be done. And he did not see the point in telling them. Oddly enough, the boy looked far from disheartened by the rejection and instead just shrugged his shoulders, turning away from him and seemingly accepting his refusal without argument. Fair enough. The boy continued. Still, I'll say it before we go further, but I'm glad you're at least willing to help us out. He could feel the genuine gratitude in the words of the boy. To thanketh me for fighting is to thanketh the traveling lamp for raising. The traveling you mean the sun. With a loud scoff, the knight of the horned helm turned and jerked her head slightly. He means don't bother thanking him for doing the obvious, master. He's the sort of guy who shows up to do a job and doesn't ask too many questions about it. Ah, so there were some who understood. Good. Frowning and shaking his head, the boy looked to him once more. Maybe, but I'll still thank you. Even if you feel obligated to do so, it means a lot to me that you're helping out, even if we probably don't all trust one another completely. Lancer cocked his head. Thou art bold to admiteth as such to mine own visage. The boy turned away. Maybe, but I guess I feel like telling you because you seem like a reliable guy, Lancer. Even if we can't really trust one another completely at the moment well, whatever else happens. Thanks for helping us get this far. The horned knight grunted. We'd have made it. Lancer did not doubt it. The girl of the Greek shield leaned towards the horned knight and muttered under her breath. It is still polite to thank them for their help, Sir Mordred. And with that, she then turned to face him and smiled. I agree with Senpei. Thank you for helping us, Lancer-san. We're really grateful for your assistance. He turned his head away from the girl, including that of the snakes as well. Being thanked like that wasn't something he was wholly used to. From either the girl or the boy. It was. The Knight of Horns speaks sooth. Lancer replied after finding his composure. Mine own efforts didst nothing more than shorten thy journey. Sparing a glance, he could see that neither of them looked wholly convinced by his words. The woman with odd eyes was the next to speak up, addressed directly to him. You should probably just take the thanks. He's probably really stubborn enough to keep on doing it. He suspected she might have been right. Curious humans that they were, he found himself rather affronted with the idea that their standards were so terribly low that he would not even have ranked among the worst creatures they had met in their lives. Perhaps that was why they viewed him no differently, or they disguised their feelings better than he assumed. Yet the confidence with which they all spoke left him rather troubled. It seemed as though he was left with little choice, either to accept the thanks for something that required none of it, or to argue the matter further and waste both time and air. He opted for the former. If the humans were so determined, then he would begrudgingly accept their words, even if he did not believe in them. Have you given any thought to what you're going to do after this? Lancer hummed for a moment, turning the eyes of the serpent upon the young man for a brief moment and saw the plea for aid for what it was. The boy probably knew he was transparent, on account of the rather sheepish smile he wore upon his face as the length of time he stared them down increased. Eventually, the boy turned his head and chuckled. I can't be blamed for trying, right? Nay. Lancer replied after a moment of thought. I suppose that thee cannot. Joining them at Chaldea was not something he had plans for. His existence would end after this affair and he would return to the place where he belonged. Nothing. That thought came to him just as something tickled his senses. He stopped walking as his serpents twisted away from his body and tasted the air. He held out a long hand and beckoned those behind and beside him to stop their movements. His focus remained solely on what lay before them, down the narrow stretch of passage and to the door which was ajar. Cold winds crept from the entrance before them, he could feel it in the air and there was a tangible aura of melancholy about it. He felt such emotions place themselves upon him like stamps, printing the pattern of sorrow upon him with such feelings that he was familiar with. Seems inviting. The young man mused quietly before speaking again. Anyone else feel that again? Rumbles of affirmation echoed out not but a moment later. Guess this is our stop, huh? The horned knight grunted with an edge in her voice as she marched forwards, showing little in the way of concern as she pushed past the others and right to the vanguard. A role that suited her well, he thought. She carried herself as a battering ram with thought, than by any other knight he would have supposed. Gaius would have found her company pleasing. He banished the stray thought as quickly as it came and stepped up to move in line with the knight as they approached the door with measured steps. The knight stopped first and then pointedly sent a look to the snake across his shoulder before jerking her head to the door in a silent motion. Lancer nodded in silence and the snake moved forwards, reaching the edge of the door and turning its body around to grant him sight into the interior. It was, strikingly enough, rather well lit and yet not a drop of that light had reached the outside world, as though it were all trapped. Caged, even. But that was not alone what caught his eye, for he could see it clear as day in the center of the room. And with a shadow that was much too massive. A figure cloaked in a mourner's attire, veil stretched over their face. He tasted the air once more and felt his heart stop. Another god. He could not say for certain whether this was weaker or stronger than the last one he had encountered, perhaps the former rather than the latter. But contests of strength were rarely so straightforward with those of godly heritage. He held little doubt that a fight between the two of them would not go one way or the other without assistance. But this was something he did not expect. The god was seated upon a chair, wooden and old, rocking back and forth while holding something in their hands. It was some obsidian shape which drank in whatever light fell upon it and left it as a black mark upon light itself. He made to pull his eyes back when the veil rose up and stared towards him. From behind the darkened fabric, twin lights of gold locked onto him. The door is unbarred. It was a voice as gentle as the wind, and yet as cold as winter's breath. Soft and terrifying. He felt it across his skin like needles. As though there was some terrible plague that came with every soft syllable uttered. But there was yet more. The tone revealed the speaker as a woman, and they were not yet finished. This cemetery is welcome to all those whom would pay respects. He drew the eyes back and twisted his body around to the small audience that remained behind him. They heard the words, just as he did. The young man was the first to step forwards, waving a hand towards the door and turning to face his greatshield companion. Well, that sounds about as welcoming as someone can get, right? The blonde, Ash, was quick to interject. It is a goddess. ... You think she might have anything to do with the demon? ... I think there are few lordkin who would interact with anything related to the dark, and those who would do so are either foolish, or worryingly clever. Which category this one belongs to is not one I can answer without seeing her. Lancer chose to speak at that moment. The lady is draped in the veil of a mourner. Ash was silent once more as his eyes twisted into something ponderous, though his expression remained like stone. The others, it seemed, were much less patient. Are we going in or are we going to stand out here? The robed woman shrugged and pulled a hand from her scarlet coat. Because it's either speaking to her and then finding out what she knows or continuing onwards, though I get the feeling you want to speak to her, don't you? The question aimed for the young man was rewarded with a swift nod of the head. You can't say you wouldn't be curious as well. This is probably the person that Avenger was talking about and, well, like Ash said, gods don't normally mess with the abyss and I'm rather sure they wouldn't summon demons or something, so this person is up to something and I'd like to find out what. He jerked a thumb to the door. So we going in or what? The horned knight grunted. The young man nodded. We're going in. And just like that, he turned on his ankle and marched for the door. I'll go in first, senpai. All right, Mash. Swiftly being overtaken by the shielder girl as she turned at the door and disappeared beyond. Mash could feel something wrong in the air from the very first step she took forwards. It was an odd sense of cold, something frozen. A sense that she very much did not belong here, in this place. Running over her skin was a minute jolt that was almost like lighting. She stood rooted to the spot for a half-second as the sensation rolled over her so suddenly. Her jaw snapped shut and clenched, her eyes narrowed as she fixed the figure right at the center of the room ahead of her with a sharp look, watching for any sign of aggressive movement. Instead they raised a hand and made a beckoning motion with it before they returned to moving around whatever they held in their hands. Mash could not quite see what it was, some strange black lump, and she found herself off-put by the gesture in the first place. It was in ways she could not describe. More a string of feelings than any tangible reason. Despite all of that, however, she took her first step forwards and then another. Each one echoed loudly around her as she closed in on the goddess dressed in the dark veil. They truly did hold the description Lancer had assigned to them, and perhaps their appearance and their words owed to why she felt so out of place. Not that she had ever been to something like a cemetery or the like, but Mash distinctly felt out of place all the same. Her eyes dropped down to the shadow and caught herself at the next step, eyes widening as she watched it swim across the floor. There were few other words that could describe it beyond that. The shape pushed itself along the ground as though it was water and circled around the direction of the goddess, glimpses of red breaking through the surface of the darkness before they vanished back underneath. Mash swallowed a lump in her throat. It did answer the question that they had, even if the answer was always obvious. This person had summoned the demon. They mean no harm, if their presence is alarming thee. Mash stilled and whipped her head up to the speaker. She could not see her face beyond the veil and was unsure if the goddess was actually looking at her or not, but that wasn't half the problem. The problem was the voice. That aura of pure sorrow just pulsed from every word. Mash continued her steps, now fully conscious of the demon, and eventually emerged in the room itself. A question burning on her tongue and fully ready to make a call back to the others when she abruptly stopped as she noticed something else. Within moments, the shape of the room revealed itself to her in ways she had been ignorant of until now. No, it wasn't that she was ignorant. It was that she had been ignoring it, somehow. Like she had been purposefully suppressing what it looked like until she was right in the middle of it. Her head rose up and moved around, left and right. It was rows upon rows of shelves lining the walls, or perhaps it would be better to say that the walls were covered in small cutouts. They could not be taller than her own hand and fingers, yet they became more apparent in their design. Especially as she found her eyes darting to the ceiling and saw the exact same spaces carved into there as well. The room was dark. Had it always been this dark? And what were those things in the little alcoves? They were dark masses, almost like those held in the hands of the goddess, but different somehow. Just catching the sight of one of them was almost enough to make her skin crawl, but she could not help but look. Each time she did, she was quick to break contact and move on to the next, never lingering for more than a mere second, and each time it was revealing more and more. The shapes were distinct, refined. Then she stopped at one particular shape which caught her eye and she felt herself go rigid. That shape looked familiar. No, not just familiar, she knew what it was. She advanced without words and crossed the length of the room in no more than a few steps until she was right in front of it. The small little shape, carved out of what appeared to be smooth polished obsidian, held the image of someone she knew. Sitting as though slumped against something, their final image with closed eyes and lifeless features. Mash felt her breath shudder as she stared at it. It did not feel like a carving. It did not feel like just a statue. It was. Ah, that was thy friend, yes. Mash jumped and whipped around, having completely forgotten that there was someone else in the room entirely. Her eyes dropped upon the woman and then saw she was making something else, pulling away at the smooth shape, but now it looked cleaner than before. Taking on the appearance much like all the other little figures in the room. She was sculpting a person, head still leaned down and staring at her work. The woman hummed, "Thou may take all the time thou would, as might thy allies." She was a well-loved soul. 'Tis only right that her friends be hither to mourn her. Mash straightened out and stared, utterly at a loss for words. At least anything more than what slipped out. Senpei. The word barely left her lips before she heard a rather loud thunderous step approach, Her eyes swung to the small corner and found herself momentarily caught between relief and surprise at the speed at which he basically just appeared into the room, swinging himself about and staring all around. Then his eyes found her. "Mash, you all right?" She noticed how he immediately put himself on guard and shot a look towards the woman, a cautious stare as he leaned back and forth. Mash rapidly nodded her head, then stepped to the side and raised her hand to point at what she had discovered. "It's..." Ritska turned on her briefly, then looked past her and squinted. It was a brief flicker of confusion before he jumped and started to whip his head all about the room. "What is this?" The words were a barely raised whisper as he stepped inwards, drifting along the corner of the room and approaching her. Others filed in. "This is some freaky shit." Sir Mordred entered with a comment and a grunt, twisting her head about and then moving to one of the figures and leaning towards it. "What the hell?" Ritska was right next to her, his mouth opened to say something and then he stopped. His eyes caught what she was pointing at, his expression immediately turned blank as he stepped past her and towards the small window. Standing there with his arms by his side, he stared down at the figure in silence, saying nothing as Mash looked at him with mounting worry. Another thud from the entrance. Ash stalked into the room and immediately went stock still, almost like a statue. The head of the woman snapped up and looked straight towards him, neither one speaking a single word. Slowly, she turned her head back down to her work and resumed sculpting as though the interaction itself had never happened in the first place. Mash switched her vision to Ash as he remained dead focused on the goddess without even so much as blinking. Merely maintaining an intense stare, to which she showed no reaction. "You called this a gravesite?" Ritska's voice was quiet but almost demanding. "Whose gravesite is it?" The goddess hummed as she worked. "Thou would for me to state the obvious." Ritska exhaled. "I'd appreciate it being spoken so no one misinterprets. That much is a fair demand." The goddess nodded back in acceptance, turning her veil briefly towards them both. Her tone betraying the hint of a smile she had on her face, even if it could not be seen. "It is the gravesite of all, thou see only those whom hast perished in this place." Mash once more found her eyes wandering around, briefly shuddering at the sheer number of windows that surrounded them. Her eyes widening as she realized that each carving was a representative of someone who had perished here. But then she stopped and turned her head, catching Shiki standing near one of the windows and staring down towards it. The goddess leaned her head back and called out without turning. "Thou may speak a prayer for Enju if thou would." Shiki tensed. It was the only indication that Mash got as to who the goddess was speaking to. "I'm not that sort of person." If thou says so." The goddess turned her head, stopping briefly before she spoke again. "Thou all hast questions. Speak and I shall answer." Mash turned to Ritska and watched him. He turned around slowly and stared at the goddess with slightly narrowed eyes. "Who exactly are you, if you don't mind me asking? Wouldst thou not something bid would I be foe or ally? I get the feeling you're neither." Mash was sure that she was not alone in feeling confused with the certainty of the words, blinking and taking another look at the goddess trying to see what had given the impression in the least. Perhaps they had been welcoming to them and let them in, but Mash wouldn't go so far as to say they were on friendly terms. Especially if they could summon demons, and yet, even the room lent more to being unkind than anything else. The goddess stopped and turned her head towards Ritska. From behind the black cloth she could see the twin orbs of gold. "Thou are a sharp one, Fujimaru Ritska." It almost sounded like praise. "You now have me at a disadvantage." Ritska replied as he folded his arms, but there was a bare touch of a smile on his face. "I don't suppose you'd be willing to do the same now, would you?" With a turn of the head, she refocused on her work. "I am Kaitha, the goddess of tears." Ash jolted upright at the mention. "You, oh." She turned to Ash, almost as an afterthought. "His final thoughts were of you." Ash went utterly still. "As his friend, I feel as thou shouldst know." He took a half-step backwards, almost as though he'd been pushed. "I wished to pass along that message for some time." Mordred stepped up. "The fuck is with this vague cryptic shit? Who the hell are you and what the hell are you doing here?" Kytha tilted her head. What answer wouldst thou want to hark, Sir Mordred? Mash tried to fight back the frown on her face from the casual reveal of Mordred's true name. Even if there was a good chance that it had been overheard, there was little done to take away from the fact the goddess somehow knew of it. Then again, at least they knew her name as well. Not that it did Mash any good. She wasn't familiar with the full extent of this sort of thing. More pressingly was Ash's reaction. He still looked almost ill from whatever message was passed along. Some clear-cut answers, how about that? Mordred snapped back at the goddess. You ain't friends with that smoky bastard. That what you're trying to tell us? Kytha hummed. He and I are on friendly terms, he approves of mine role. She gestured with her hand. To mourn for the dead. Mash found the answer to be rather unsurprising. A pointed silence lingered across the room as the attention of everyone fell upon the goddess, but it was hardly long before the communicator on Ritzka's arm flashed upwards. The face of the doctor appeared and, oddly enough, he looked far more serious than she recalled seeing him in recent days. Then, Lady Goddess, might we ask how you came into a contract with a demon? Kytha shifted to the voice and then stepped. The eyes behind her veil glowed brighter still before they dimmed and she released a soft sound. Thou were so worried for grief, Romani Archaman. You assigned them a designation. I graced them a name upon which they found shape. She turned down and in that moment, Mash spotted the shadow swimming along the floor once more, closing in on the rocking chair and twisting around. Why did they look like that? Ash spoke for the first true time, sounding almost demanding. They hold the shape akin to abyss. Abyss is yet the soul of man gone mad. What is more maddening than grief? Is it any wonder it would bear a shape that had been so familiar? The topic of conversation was drifting away from what Ritzka had wanted to ask and he could see that rather plainly. Kytha had all but confirmed what he suspected about her, especially on account of the many times she could have probably killed them but didn't. He wasn't so hopeful to say she could help them, but he did not believe that she would try and stop them either. But that wasn't quite what he was after at the moment. You were having, what was their name, grief. He drew the conversation back towards himself as he waved a hand towards the shadow on the floor, stopping only briefly as the crimson slits emerged from the depths of the inky blackness and focused upon him. Holding that same sharpness which he had seen before and feeling much the same level of coldness. Ritzka quickly set it to one side, looking back to Kytha and frowning at her. You were having them consume servants as they die, why is that? Kytha was quick to respond. For their final moments. Mourning for the dead. A nod of the head. I gathered their final breaths and granted them shape. All the better so that they might be mourned over. Ritzka exhaled through his nose and nodded his head up and down. All right, I can understand something like that in principle, but why did you have to make them all look like that? He pointed towards Boudica, still in the position she had been in when she died. It was almost cruel and taunting. That's. Kytha tilted her head. Death is rarely so dignified. It comes for all, regardless of time, place or even age. It is a memento to all those that we all find equality within it. Those whom might be loved and those who are unloved. Ritzka lowered his arm and felt his frown start to vanish. Oh, so it was something like that then. Once again, he could understand the process behind it and her words made sense. But that didn't mean he enjoyed it put into practice. Especially from the rather painful memories it summoned. Lowering his shoulders, he rolled his jaw from side to side and then slowly nodded his head up and down. You say you're friends with Avenger. If we go up and stop him, are you really not going to do anything to try and stop us? Kytha shook her head. I am as I have always been. The one whom watches and sheds drops of sorrow. Whether thou or he perish. I shall weep for thou all the like. Yeah, she really was a neutral party then. He sent one more glance towards the demon along the ground before nodding his head up and down, glancing towards the others and then jerking his head towards the door. Yet there was one more thing he wanted to ask. Have you seen? The Knight of the Glass passed this way some minutes ere, marching unto the domain of Avenger. I suspect they might hast locked horns at this instant. Ritzka went stiff at the warning whipping around and immediately moving to the door. Thanks for letting me. Ere thou depart. Kaitha turned towards him and leaned out of her chair. Ritska stopped for a moment and turned his gaze onto her, raising a brow as she leaned forwards and raised a finger. Beckoning him closer, acutely aware of the lack of time, he didn't hesitate much in approaching the goddess. Despite the fact it might not have been one of his brightest ideas. But he was confident in everyone who was crowding around them. Reaching out, she took his right hand and flipped it over so his palm was facing upwards. "Thou might want these," she whispered, dropping whatever she had been sculpting into his palm and then slowly drawing her hand back, revealing what she had. Ritska looked down, catching a glimpse at first. His blood turned to ice in his veins. Kaitha started to push his fingers, curling them inwards until they covered what she had dropped into his palm. "I hast mine own, if thou shouldest fear mine collection incomplete." Ritska said nothing as he stared at his closed fist. Kaitha removed her hands from him and leaned back into her rocking chair, raising her hand and waving it towards the door in an almost shooing motion. "It would be best thou hurry along. I fear thy glass knight shall want aid, if thou hope to hast them spared becoming an addition to this gravesite once again." A sharp and cracked breath flowed into him, his eyes snapped upwards and bore into the dark veil. He went to speak only to find that his words turned to thick tar on his tongue, a lump in his throat formed and he quickly shut his mouth, settling for staring at her with a mounting feeling of cold dread. "Never worry. Thou may shed drops of sorrow whenever thou would." Ritska took a half-step backwards which quickly became another, never tearing his eyes from the goddess nor forgetting the weight in his hands. The one which seemed to grow heavier by the second, which was burning away into his skin. He dropped his arm down and backed up, ignoring the stares and the words. All while Kaitha just rocked back and forth, waving a hand and producing another smooth lump of obsidian from somewhere. Ritska was the first one out of the apartment. Ash watched him all but sprint out of the room with clear unease rolling off him in waves, so obvious that even he could see it clearly. His own frown deepened as he pushed aside the words which Kaitha had all but flung into his face and turned his eyes onto the goddess, though it seemed she had since moved on from the conversation and was immersing herself in yet another activity. He turned and moved off after the others who had since fled the room, making him one of the last to depart and glancing over his shoulder to watch whether she or her pet would make any sort of movements. Even without the name being spoken, he knew who she was as soon as he saw her. And with good reason. Kaitha, among the Lordkin, was something of an exception. He did not know whether she was fundamentally good or bad, rather it was the case that she did very little personally. As she had said herself, she was as she had always been. And what she had always been was a silent observer of them all, in death alone. Stepping back into the hallway he was greeted by the sounds of retching. He turned his head towards Ritska and saw the boy lean forwards, head pressed against the banister and gagging rather loudly in an effort to drag up whatever he had been eating, but it was impossible to not notice how tightly he was clenching his right hand. The skin had long since turned white around his knuckles. Priscilla and Mash fawned over him, trying to get him to calm himself while the boy seemingly ignored them both. Rather, the touch from Priscilla had him flinch away from her as though she was toxic to him. Mordred shuffled up beside him at some point, as did Shaki. "We should go back in there and wring her neck." Ash huffed. "To what end?" Mordred turned and sent him a dry look. "You mean to tell me that is normal?" "That is not the point." Ash replied with a shake of the head. "What is done is done. Kaitha is not without reputation and this is to be expected of an encounter with her. Regardless, there is still the matter of retrieving Vrindari and ending whatever Avenger is planning. Doing battle with Kaitha over emotional distress is pointless." Another huff from Mordred, but it was Shaki who responded this time and nodded his head. "Probably has a point, especially as he's the type to rescue his friends first and foremost. He gives off that impression." Ritska did, indeed, give off that impression. But Ash was far more concerned with the implication that he was given something that was affecting his health. He advanced towards Ritska and the other two, standing over them and glancing down to the clenched fist. "Ritska. Fine." It was a wet slur as the sound of him swallowing something down followed his words. Ash raised a brow but otherwise nodded his head. Mash, however, was far from taking the answer and accepting it. You are not fine, senpai. She argued in a low but stern voice, please do not say that you are fine when you are clearly not. What did she? And nothing, Ritsuka argued again, breathing in and out repeatedly. She gave me. Ash leaned over and glanced down as Ritsuka moved up his right hand and slowly uncurled his fingers, showing off what he held in his palm to both Mash and himself. Mash made a startled gasp. Meanwhile, he turned and looked over his shoulder towards Mordred before looking back to the palm of Ritsuka's hand. 3 small figures were found within. All of them in various states of either pain or visible death. The level of grotesque detail was rather alarming and, for a brief moment, he pondered how many failures he would go through to get something so detailed as that. But the moment was quickly lost as he straightened out and realized why there might have been an issue with what she had done. In his palm, Ritsuka held 3 figures. All of which were shaped into the remains of Mordred, Percival and Priscilla. Quick as lightning, Ritsuka clenched his fist once again and covered them up, dropping his hand down and pressing his forehead against the banister once more, sharply breathing and snapping his eyes shut. Mash stood beside him with an expression that was turning slowly hard. She turned and was clearly intending to march back into the domain of Kaitha once more. All right, Ritsuka stepped up, pushing away and turning back around. Skin slick with sweat and his eyes caught unfocused. Let's go, need to find Vrindari and. His words trailed off into a whisper. And he started walking away without finishing his sentence. Ash, meanwhile, memorized the face Ritsuka had made. He slowly started to frown, but not at what had been done, but rather at the reaction itself. Was this normal? Kaitha, goddess of tears. Servant, ruler. Strength, B. Endurance, D. Agility, C. Mana, A. Luck, B. Noble phantasm, X. Kaitha, the weeping demon, EX anti-army, max target, max range. To some, Kaitha is the goddess of tears who shows compassion to the unloved. To others, she was a demoness who led men astray and watched them fall. Both are true, to an extent. Kaitha is truly a goddess, and yet she is more, for within her is another being. Born of the legend of demonic abilities, she holds something within her. Something dark, a shadow that moves as she does with a mind of its own. Given form in the nature of the humans she watched over, this is a monster born of the abyss. The pus of humanity holds itself true to the nature of the goddess. It stands in remembrance of the final moments of a person, then draws those thoughts into itself. A living gravestone of humanity, so that all who perished are remembered. But it is no less of a fearsome beast. Class skills. Magic resistance, A. Divine core of the tearful goddess, X. True name discernment, A. Hers are the tears shed over all who perish. World and race mean nothing. She weeps for the departed, and she knows their names, even long since forgotten. Personal skills. Shadow of the demon, A. What resides within her is a demon, a being called forth and standing in opposition to the gods. Yet they form a pair united under a single goal, to watch over the world of man and to weep for the departed. They recall all who perish and act in such. It allows her the use of magical spells without the nature for catalysts, for the demon acts as her staff. Mourner's clairvoyance, X. What she sees is not their life, it is only their end. Her eyes behold the tragedy at the end of life wherever it might happen and to whomever it might befall. A narrow and yet expansive field, she can see only those at the moment of their deaths. Tears of red and blue, A. The goddess who wept for the souls of the dead, be they good or evil. They are the blessings of those who suffer grievous wounds, raising their strength and endurance with the more dire their injuries. Loyalty of the apostle, B. Allows for the summoning of shades on her behalf, but they always take the form of her first apostle. They lack sentience and are guided by her will, but sometimes through those shades, she is granted an inkling of strategy and wisdom. Enough that she can, at times, have a spark of inspiration during conflict. Summoning. Servant, ruler. My name is Kaitha, goddess of tears. Seemeth I shall stand vigil over thou, oh. How curious, thou are, never mind. A slip of the tongue. Dialogue 1. Hast thou ever granted thought to the art of sculpting? It is a charming way to spend time. Dialogue 2. Hast thou seen grief as of late? They hath departed mine shadow and gone for a walk, it seemeth. Dialogue 3. If you have avengers. All whom live deserve to be mourned. All who mourn deserve to be loved. To forget that fact is tragic. Iced little wonder I find their company so charming. Dialogue 4. If you have Aldrich. Oh, he whom bewitched mine faithful. 'Tis no import of mine what became of 'em. They didst as they were bid with the instructions left to 'em. Shouldest they find faith elsewhere, that is for 'em to decide. Dialogue 5. If you have Jeanne d'Arc. I do not believe in such a thing as salvation, merely that all those whom draw breath deserve to hast another with them in their final moments. Though she pursue such would she wishes. I shall weep for the departed all the like, saved or unsaved. Dialogue 6. If you have Jack the Ripper. Sweet child whom perished without love. I shall shed tears for each and every soul that exists within thou. Know this. I mourn for all of thou. Dialogue 7. If you have Queen of Sheba. Oh, thou speak of mine contract with grief. It is not more than understanding. We both watch humanity and understand the terrible nature of perishing. We find solace in recalling them all. Ah, thou hast experience with such matters, did thou not? Dialogue 8. If you have Ash, Avenger. Oh, I see. Thou are me and I am thou, yet there are no drops of sorrow in thy eyes for them. Merely cold tapestry of what they were upon death. I see. Fear not, I fill that void and shall weep for the souls thou bear in thou. Collect them as thou would, never worry for them further. Leave it all to me. Dialogue 9. Completed timeless temple. I wonder. Hast thou granted thought to such an existence as thy brother, grief? No, I see. Belike that is for the best, yet I canst not yet pity him. He truly cared too much. Likes. There is no need to import yourself with mine likes. They are few and far between. Ah, there is peace in sculpting. Hates. To say that there are those whom deserve no love is wrong. All deserve to be mourned, regardless of such titles they are afforded in life. Wish for the Holy Grail. I am a ruler, such things are not for me. Bond level 1. I notice thou forbear grief. Iced their nature that troubles thou so. I warrant thou, they are quite well behaved. Bond level 2. Are thou known of the delicacy of sculpting? It is an art that requires much patience and thought. Hence most like that of mourning. Bond level 3. Thou are known of mine eyes, yes. They see much and yet see so little when around thou, Bond level 4. I go into every adventure with thou and see little of the end. For in thy eyes, I can't see a fixed death for thou. Such a thing is troubling indeed and yet, haply it is cold of me to say, I am eager to see how thy end comes. Bond level 5. Haply this is the adventure of the unknown. For mortals to never be graced with the certainty. All the like, when thou doth perish. I shall weep for thou longer than most. Birthday. A day of birth, is it? Mine sincerest congratulations. During an event. Didst thou suppose there might be some want for mourning? First Ascension. I see, it is grief thou want. Worry not, I shall lose him at thy foes. Second Ascension. It is a new experience for me to be so involved in death. Yet haply it is swifter for me to mourn them. I had not considered before. Third Ascension. I am curious, surely grief is not yet so weak that thou require yet more strength for him. Fourth Ascension. Oh, was it for me just as it was for grief? I see. A thoughtful soul indeed. I believe there are drops of sorrow of crimson and azure in thy future. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author by link in description. Garden of Order. Ending. Stepping backwards, the blood splashed against the floor and she thrust her sword down. The tip pierced through concrete before stopping. Her weight shifted onto the blade and she panted heavily through her helmet, though by this point it was half exposed. Her left hand climbed to her chest, holding her curled fingers over the slash as crimson poured out at an alarming rate, having not stopped since she suffered the blow. Raising her head, she glared through blurred vision at the scarlet shapes which flanked around her, poised to strike the moment she dropped her guard. Something that was going to happen sooner, rather than later. She knew it would happen from the moment she came here of her own volition without trying to find the others. But perhaps it was for the best. She had spurned them when they came to her. Truly, a fool in life and in death. It was irritable. Her left hand moved from her breastplate and caught the top of her helmet, yanking it upwards and then throwing it aside. Hearing the distant clatter of it rolling across the roof, she pushed upwards and gripped her sword tight. A single tug wrenched it free. Wiping her forearm over her face, she cleaned off the blood and the sweat dripping down her brow. A shake of the neck and greater focus returned to her eyes, letting her pick out the many details of the figures that crowded around her now. The dark spirits and the wraiths, all of whom were at the forefront. Behind them all loomed the one responsible for this. The one who had been without words since she had burst to the rooftop and started fighting. She was unsure how long it had been. Verndari spat to the ground, blood painting the spot, and willed her shield into existence and hoisted it in her offhand. Assuming her stance once more and narrowing her eyes. Until she was well and truly dead, she would fight until she could no longer. That was the only way she could redeem herself. If she could not serve loyally and without problems, if she could not rid herself of these feelings, then she could at least ensure those who came after her had an easier time of it all. Her tongue darted out, wetting her lips and then retreating. Her gauntlets creaked as she tightened her hold further and shifted her heels. Glancing between the figures and waiting for the first one of them to make a move. She could see it in their posture, their tensed forms and the way their arms trembled. It was no fear that stayed them. It was anticipation. Like so many predators crowding around and all holding the same aspiration to be the one that would deal the killing blow, and yet it was always cornered prey that fought the hardest, and she was still strong enough to swing her sword. Sturdy enough to challenge a few more blows and skilled enough that it would take more than one to put her down. Come then, she breathed out, lips curling into a scowl. I do not have all day. They charged as soon as the words left her throat. Her shield swung to the forefront, a weight flew against it and a thud echoed out as a flash of light crashed into her. The twitch of darkened slashes breaking over her mirror, and she held her ground, pushing forwards and knocking the attack aside, but soon enough catching a glimpse of crimson flying upwards from the left. Verndari ducked her head, the scythe passed over the top of her scalp. She launched her body and slammed into the attacker and positioned herself to thrust into them, but she stopped at the warnings in the back of her mind. Whirling around instead and holding her sword up, her arm rattled as a greatsword fell down, inching close to her temple as her eyes nearly crossed as the blade loomed in on her. A grunt escaped. She pushed the blade aside and down, thrusting the pommel of her sword and missing the spirit by mere inches as they leaned their head back. She scowled at the miss and internally cursed her slowing speed, stepping backwards to put both of them in front of her. That was when the third jumped into the fray, and with them came another dozen slashes from the wraiths that circled them. The magical attacks rolled over her armor and rent chips from polished silver. She grunted and staggered once more. A shape slammed to her side and her knee jerked upwards into it, knocking the undead to the ground and holding her shield up in preparation. She did not see the blow, but she felt it. A rattle through her arm as the greatsword fell upon her like a hammer, holding firm and stepping forwards to push it backwards. Another slash from the right and she caught it with the sword. Pain lanced over her shoulder as a tearing sound filled the air. An awful grating of steel as something slashed over her back, or rather slashed into her back. It was a ripping noise and then a tightness in her muscles, a terrible jerking of something pulling away. Verndari twisted about, pulling with all her might and spinning on her heel, glancing over her shoulder as she did so. As expected, the scythe wielder had impaled her and gotten stuck in the process. With her swift turn she threw them into a stagger and pulled the scythe free of her in the process. Red-hot pain lanced across her, but she ignored it all and continued her offensive between the three of them. Now growing in number as more ghouls and wraiths joined the fray. The spirits launched at her again. Verndari dove forwards, a sword passed over her head as she charged into the next one, shield raised and battering them down. She pressed forwards and made certain to stomp down onto their face as she did. Whipping around and swinging out with her sword, the strike caught the flat of a greatsword and was rebuffed rather handily. A weight slammed into her back and clambered over her shoulders. A foul stench filled the air as vile graying skin filled her vision. A hand clawed at her face and she swung herself about to free herself of the undead, but she had little time. Dismissing her shield, she reached up and gripped the arm, yanking forwards and hurling it towards the spirit. Though it sidestepped the flying corpse, it was ample enough distraction for her to throw herself and clear the gap between the two of them. Lightning pulled across the barbed blade, dragged the tip along the ground and then swung it upwards, unleashing a sphere from the tip and hurling it towards the spirit. Braced against her attack, it growled as the orb slammed into it and spread across the body, coiling like a serpent and sending it into a brief spasm. Her eyes widened, she stepped back as a second greatsword passed above her head and into the ground. She glanced left and saw the other had recovered and come about to her once again. She scowled and brought her sword to bear. Swinging upwards into the guard and throwing a punch as well, it blocked the first and dodged the latter. A shoulder was driven into her chest and staggered her backwards. The spirit chased down with a half hand to the sword. She drew back her arm and thrust towards them. Hilt raised, it caught her thrust and parried it of course, then swung the sword about. She winced as it struck her upper thigh, not breaking armor but still stumbling her. Shield forming once more, she swung it down and into the blade itself, clattering it to the ground between them. She stepped forwards and pushed, pressing against the spirit as it clawed and fought to keep itself upright. She pulled, heaving the body up and over the top of herself before discarding them away and into the distance. Stepping off the ground, she skipped several steps and fell upon the next attacker, plowing through half a dozen undead as she did so, their bodies splattering over the front of her armor as she charged. It was a mad dash if nothing else and, against all odds, she made it before they had raised their guard. Yet she could see they were prepared for her, even if their guard was not quite raised. And yet, she was not out of moves. Something she would have thought utterly unthinkable had she not seen it done time and time again by her direct peer. A gamble at best, but at this point there would be no turning back given the number of her enemies. Her foot struck down hard enough to shatter concrete. She pivoted her body and twisted her shield arm about so that it was held with the mirror pointed to the sky. Her rotating frame whistled as she locked down and then, in the next moment, she loosened her hold on the grip of her shield and hurled it forth with all the strength she could muster. Verndari launched herself forwards in the next moment, giving chase although still slower than the shield. It reached her target first, the spirit ducked down and swung upwards, parrying the shield away from its body and high into the sky, but the movement that followed was sharp and jagged. A displacement of their weight which heavily favored one side, and she saw it all the same, the way they were leaning on their right. With sword in both hands, she roared and swung in on the left, seeing the great sword twist about and fall down towards her own head. She leaned an inch to the side, the sword fell down and she grunted as it cleaved off her right ear and slammed down into her shoulder. Armor rent and steel tore into her muscle, and yet she kept the swing moving, hammering it right into the ribs of the spirit and pushing forth. Lighting pulsed all across her body and through the barbs lining the blade. For a brief moment, there was a crackle like the distant pop of a fire. Then light exploded forth from between them. The armor of the spirit shattered as she pushed the sword through and dragged it across, cleaving open their torso and splattering motes of light into the air around them. With her cry still going, she pulled her arm back and thrust forwards, piercing through their head in a single motion. Her remaining ear was drowned with the heavy clang of footsteps rushing towards her from behind. Left hand shooting forwards, she caught the upper half of the body before it could vanish and turned herself about, pulling her sword free and throwing the half of a corpse towards the one flanking her. It splattered and vanished against the front of the spirit, scythe closing in on her neck. Her sword raised and she stepped into the guard. The hooked edge curled around her body as she moved just in range but felt it yank her forwards. Her raised arm barely kept the edge from slicing into her nape. She stepped forwards and followed through, swinging her forehead down like a hammer. Vision whited out as she smashed their temples together, unsure of which of the two of them were worse off, but she cared little in that moment. Instead she gambled it once again. Removing her hand from her nape and dropping her fingers onto the polearm, she dragged it forwards and upwards, feeling it carve a line over her crown. In the same moment, She reversed her sword and drove the pommel up and into the side of the spirit. It folded with the attack. She dropped the scythe between them and twisted in, first catching them with her elbow and then releasing the polearm to deliver another backhand across their head. The blow sent them reeling as she stumbled with her own swing. A fist countered, crashing into her cheek and throwing her backwards. She swept her arm upwards, knocking the next punch aside and retaliated with a kick to their knee, jerking them downwards and driving the same leg upwards into their chin. Her skull bounced, a dull crack echoed out through her sole ear as ringing flooded her senses, her vision blurred as she was launched off her feet and across the ground, sword slipping from her hand and striking something, bouncing far out of sight and her shield clattering away from her. Vrindari struck face first, her strength flooded her, hands pressing down and throwing herself back to her feet, turning about and swinging at the blur racing towards her. The punch struck with force enough to turn the head of the first corpse to past. It dropped as she grabbed the next by the shoulder and threw it overhead and behind her. But they came without end, smelling weakness, or presumed at the very least, and charging in ferociously. Without even the needed break to bring out her sword, she was reduced to just swinging her fists back and forth, hammering away at the bodies throwing themselves at her from all angles. Her eyes danced left and right. She knew none of these had struck her. Something else had. Bodies were thrown over her head from the left. She whirled around and held her arms up in a guard. A scream tore its way through her throat as a mass of steel dropped down onto her arms. Her eyes focused on the edge of the blade which was pressed right above her face, twisting her head at the last second. Her vision in her right turned crimson as the steel bit down into her brow and pushed further. She gazed beyond the sword to the wielder and clamped her jaw shut to end the scream. Undead after undead launched themselves upon her, hands clamored all over her arms and face, mangled fingers tore at whatever openings they could find, teeth bore down onto exposed skin, she could feel them tear away at the hair on her scalp. The sword dropped further, she could no longer see the spirit under the mass of bodies swarming her, the ghoulish faces leering down. It stank, it was hot and filthy. Her face was slick with sweat, blood and the breath of these foul creatures. She was just tired, really. Lighting pooled around her, arcs of white shot from her body and spread across the masses, throwing them from her 2 or 3 at a time and channeling up the length of the sword buried in her forearms. She pushed herself to her feet and drew her right arm across, tearing it away and forcing the full weight of the sword solely onto her left. The great sword was forced further into her gauntlet. She hissed through her nose and drew her arm back into a fist. Hands pulled at her coiling arm and she ignored them all, tearing her first free of the barrier and hurling it towards the head of the spirit. Red stopped it in its tracks. Her head whipped to the side and her eyes widened. A second spirit stood with arm outstretched, fingers curled around her fist and stopping it from reaching her target. It thrust its sword for her gut. She twisted her arm, dropping it like a pendulum and diverting the thrust just an inch. The great sword glided over her armor with a terrible shriek, sparks flying as she kicked off the ground and pushed herself bodily into the spirit before her. The swing in momentum meant the sword was pressed between the two of them. She parried the great sword in her forearm to the side, sweeping her left hand up and around the shoulders of the spirit before her and yanking them forwards into an embrace, or as much as one could manage. The sword between them pressed into their ribs both. Vrindari felt hot blood rush up her throat and fill her mouth. With a sharp jerk the sword was yanked out from between them, slashing open her armor which did not protect her this time. Blood splattered down between them and with her hand still around the shoulder of the spirit in front of her, she curled her fingers and pushed her weight into them, shoving them into their partner and pushing herself away. It was a stumbled retreat at best. She staggered back and let her arms hang down limply in front of her, blearily looking towards the pair as they freed themselves and turned back on her, great swords poised in their hands. Her fingers twitched. The barbed sword came into being in her right hand and she curled her fingers in a loose hold around it, not through choice but through sheer will. It was as tight as she could manage and she knew that wielding her shield would be nearly impossible for her to do with her left in such a sordid state. It was a mixture of ugly red flesh and bent steel pressing into the wound now. She could barely move her fingers. But she could still swing her arms, even if they would serve as little more than clubs. She pushed herself further up straight, no longer hunched over, but every shift in the angle of her spine brought a terrible cracking and creaking. Disjointed metal and folded steel pressed against her back and into her skin. She grimaced and forced down the lances of pain from showing on her face. The spirits in front of her watched in silence, perhaps taking on some strange custom and waiting for her to be ready to fight. Not that Verndari knew and not that she particularly cared at this moment either. You fight as though you have no allies. As if you were the lone member of Chaldea to challenge me. It was a sudden interjection that drew her eyes, twisting her head past the spirits and towards the shadow which had remained unmoved. Only now did the man bathed in darkness speak, red eyes glinting under the moonlight. Were you so motivated by your anger to strike me down that you would cast aside your allies? Did the pull of the darkness in your own heart serve as the only fuel you needed for this doomed venture of yours? As if you would understand. Verndari ground out a response. I am a knight. You are an enemy of my lord, that is all there is to it. The shadow was silent, then slowly nodded its head. I see. Then perhaps I underestimated your resolve, knight. A brief pause, then a laugh cut through the air. The shadow threw back his head and released a long and bellowing cackle that was almost mocking if it were not so genuine. Kuhahahaha. It seems as though even in your rage, you cling to your chivalry. Or perhaps it is your chivalry and your loyalty that brings you such strength and fury. A most righteous anger indeed. To witness such a display has been most splendid, O broken knight. She scowled. It was not for your entertainment. I am amused but not entertained. The correction came swiftly. I see you surrender if only in part to your anger from shame and little else. Such a thing is foolish. Anger is not shameful, it is human. To rage, to fight, to rebel, it is all human. Is there a point to this? Perhaps there is not. The shadow mused with a tilt of the head. I may only be wasting my breath and speaking in hollow tones. I await Chaldea and thought to see the quality of their allies firsthand. Your anger is understandable but you think of it as dirty. Even when given the chance to truly unleash your rage without concern, you refuse to embrace it naturally. Verndari dulled her eyes and huffed. I told you, I am a knight. Knights are but men in armor clothed in ideals, and such things are no more than promises yet to be broken. Come now, speak with some honesty, broken knight. With a flurry of movement, he waved an arm and pointed a finger towards her. The eyes burned brighter and his voice rose louder. Do you reject your own anger and rights to it because you think it a crime to be born as you were? Are you so ashamed of your achievements that even drawing breath in this body of yours is enough to bring about? Verndari snarled. You were honest before, you waste words and offer naught but hollow air instead. If you are to kill me then be done with it already. I have lost interest in enduring whatever prattle you think serves for good conversation. The shadow lowered his arm slowly until it was by his side. Your anger is well worn, but poorly aimed. Inwards instead of outwards. The shadow remarked with a shake of the head, his voice turned oddly somber. It is not you who was wronged, it was those who wronged you, but the blame falls forever on your shoulders. Yet I do not believe you will heed my words. He squared his shoulders. His hands started to steam, wisps of smoke rising from them which were not related to the darkness currently clothed around him. She could tell as much from the flicker of deep blue that swirled around his knuckles. Verndari tensed, the spirits before her did also. As did the dozen or so undead which were still flanking around her. In which case, let us test the measure of that anger of yours. Wield it openly or bury it in the depths of your soul. My flames shall find it all the. An explosion of sky blue tore through the words and through the line of undead. Verndari staggered as the shockwave reached her and everything shifted from eerie silence into a surge of noise and chaos. Blurs launched themselves past her eyes, shadows and light flashed across the battlefield and she felt her legs give way underneath her. She dropped down with a thud and struck hard on her knees, gasping and planting her sword down, leaning heavily upon the blade to stop herself from falling. Her eyes rose and gazed across to the shape throwing itself towards her. With great sword held aloft, the spirit launched themselves towards her and bore down upon her with such single-minded focus. They were to claim her head, if nothing else. Her grip on her sword tightened, but it would be for naught. Whatever had fueled her legs during her previous conversation was run dry. She remained on her knees with her left arm as little more than a worthless lump of numb flesh dangling from her torso. Even her right arm responded to her commands only with sharp jolts of pain along her muscles. She pulled all the same. The spirit was thrown down by another flash of light and heat. Her eyes widened as a smaller shape all but bowled them down with a thunderclap. She could scarcely hear a single sound after that, instead staring through ringing ears as the smaller finger ducked under a clumsy counter swing and thrust their weapon forwards. It pierced through the leg and exploded a moment later, tearing the limb away. A flash of steel, the attacker whipped out a second weapon in the blink of an eye and severed the hand away holding the sword. It flew through the air before the sword dropped back down, gliding across the neck of the spirit and removing the head. The body steamed away into dust before vanishing. The smaller sword was swiftly sheathed away on the hip of the newcomer as they hefted up the glowing jousting lance. In a moment Vrindari was staring up in silence at the face which had all but consumed her field of vision. Aware that they were speaking words but not quite understanding what was happening. "Wyr," she croaked back, truly confused as to when. A second shape appeared over the shoulder of the first. Her eyes switched to them as the blonde approached with no signs of stopping. With barely enough time to open her mouth, she released only a strained gasp as the newcomer ducked down and tackled her by the waist, only to heft her up and sling her over their shoulder before moving. She could feel no strength to protest the rough movement and it became nothing more than a blur. It was a journey lasting seconds and years alike. Then she was dropped back to the ground and propped up against something. A third person joined and pressed their hand against her forehead. A flash of light soon followed and there was some relief coursing through her body. The numbness gave way to pain and then to nothing as she felt her more apparent injuries heal up. Ritska crowded her person, flanked by Gareth. Not that Vrindari could understand how this was happening. "Ash, form a circle and keep Avenger from. Kuahahaha. You finally made it, my kindred. I feared you would arrive too slow." Vrindari heard no response to the taunt, not with words. She instead winced and jerked her head back, snapping her eyes briefly shut from the sudden blast of heat and brightness in her face before opening her eyes once more, looking past Ritska and Gareth both into what seemed to be a collision of many flames. Black, blue and brilliant orange. Comets of fire dancing across the rooftop and some climbing into the air. It was difficult to make sense of where one began and the other ended, a tangled mess of battle. "Tch." Ritska clicked his tongue and rose to his feet, standing with his back to her and raising his hand. "Mash, we're getting flanked. Mordred, keep with her and cut them down. Focus on the forlorn." She was not so dazed as to fail to hear the savage and almost gleeful bark of laughter. "Now we're talking." Crimson burst across the horizon as she turned and looked across to the one person who remained with her. Gareth looked back with a face that was bereft of emotion. Somehow that was worse. Vrindari looked down to her lap and held her gaze against her knees. "You held out pretty well, you know." A hand dropped to her shoulder and patted twice. "Glad we got here in time though. Master called me down because, well, he said he needed my help for freeing you and." Vrindari just closed her eyes and fell back against whatever she was leaning on. She blinked and cracked her eyes open when something rested atop her head. Looking up at the blinded face of a pale-skinned woman with long white hair, though Vrindari's eyes were drawn mostly towards the growths rising from her forehead, the sort that looked almost like horns. Jerking forwards and off what she was now realizing was some soft comfort, she looked back and frowned deeply. "I must. Stay right there is what you must do." Ritska snapped from in front of her, making another gesture and ordering through the mental link. He took a step back and looked down over his shoulder, something in his eyes that was rather difficult to process. He exhaled sharply and turned back around. "Next time, at least wait for us." "Next time," he said. "Next time." She wasn't sure if there would be a next time. He ducked left, a streak of blue flames launched over his shoulder and he retaliated with his own. Black fire coated his hand as he thrust back towards Avenger, launching an orb across the rooftop. Avenger laughed once more and took off to the sky like a shooting star, Ash whipped his head upwards and leapt backwards as the ground was glazed over with falling spears of flame, each one scorching black the asphalt and throwing up chunks of debris from the shots that landed. His feet touched the ground, he raised the sword in his grasp and dragged his hand across the blade, coating the length of the titanite with dark flames and sweeping it across, rushing to chase down the comet and swinging it to block whatever attack came close enough towards him. Fire sung as it flew above his head, Lancer throwing out his own orbs of flame which chased down the laughing Avenger through the skies above their head. Sliding to a halt, he raised his hand and snapped his fingers. The air in the path of Avenger fell inwards, surging at it coalesced into a ball before expanding outwards in a sudden blast. Avenger fell to the ground, but not from the impact. Ash tensed himself and raised his sword as within the same span of time it would take to blink, the cackling shadow was striking towards him. Both hands clawed and wreathed in those cursed flames of his. A hooked grip found its way onto the skin of his blade and struck it like a hammer. It was not that Avenger was stronger than he. But there was something that was amiss here, some force that was powering him beyond whatever shard of the Grail he had found. Ash met him blow for blow, then jerked backwards as a clawed swipe glanced across his ribs. He flung himself away on instinct and looked down to where the blow had landed, made only possible when Lancer charged down Avenger and vanished into a series of burning thrusts, each one coming faster and stronger than the last. He saw the finger marks dragged across his armor, the burning indentations that still felt hot to the touch even after their maker had scored nothing more than a glancing blow. Yet that was not it. That could not be it alone. Those flames were. His head snapped up as Avenger twisted about the swift movements of Lancer in a fighting retreat. Those flames were dangerous. He did not know how, he did not know why, but he knew that being struck by those flames was dangerous for him, far beyond what would normally be expected. Ash brought his eyes back to the fight, lunging forwards and directly into the duel between Lancer and Avenger. Mixed flames washed over him as he brought his sword down. Avenger launched himself up with a burst of fire. The sword dropped into concrete alone and splintered it, quickly twisting his grip into a reverse and pulling. He hurled slabs of debris from the rooftop towards the retreating servant, flames coating to them as the burning projectiles fell upon Avenger. Except they missed. Ash narrowed his eyes as Avenger exploded with speed, blitzing past the shower and sliding to a halt at the far end of the rooftop, red eyes glaring back at both him and Lancer. He straightened himself back out and narrowed his own gaze upon the servant and assumed a stance. Briefly, he glanced towards Lancer at his right and caught the gaze of the servant. There was a mere moment of understanding that passed silently between them, then Ash broke into a sprint and started flanking in from the left. Lancer charged right for the opposite movement, the pincer formation closing in on the stationary Avenger, who looked between the two of them. Then threw back his head and released his loudest laugh yet. Ash gripped his sword with both hands, fires exploding hotter and brighter across the sword as he drew back his arm and dropped the tip down to the ground, trailing a line of molten orange where he sprinted. It was a few steps at best. Then, all while laughing, Avenger kicked up into the air and flipped over, both hands coated in those strange bluish flames, and then swung them down, hammering his fists into the floor. An explosion of heat and darkness jumped upwards. Ash could not slow his advance as the wave of flame rose high above him and dropped down. Instead he brought his sword up and swung directly into the tsunami of fire. His sword pierced through it and kept moving, cleaving a clear line of sight through to the other end. Avenger's grinning face was suddenly in his line of sight, fist cocked back. The fist slammed into his head, right above his left eyebrow, and sent a wince across him as the flames burnt at the side of his temple. Another blow came in from the right. A deft raise of the elbow caught the knuckles against his armor. Avenger jumped up and kicked him square in the chest and vaulted into the air as though he were a springboard. But Ash sensed something else in that moment, right above the Avenger. Clearly they sensed it too, though Ash was more familiar. The activation of Ritzka's mystic code, and the specific one. Shiki manifested in the air right above Avenger with her knife poised to drop down. She fell like a comet and dropped onto the servant, thrusting. Ash could not see through the brief tangle of limbs, only hearing the snarl of Avenger before the pair of them became shrouded in fire. A short skirmish, one that ended when Shiki was launched into the ground, landing on her shoulder and swiftly rolling to her feet. He did not wait to see the state Avenger was in, charging forwards and thrusting for the cloud of smoke and flame. A gasp answered him as his sword vanished halfway into the fire, only to feel a jerk as the weapon was thrown off course. He looked beyond and saw the vague shape of Avenger knocking his sword to the side, then countering with another punch to the head. Ash ducked left, the fist just glanced past his cheek. Then he countered with a punch of his own, drawing his arm back as far as he could and throwing it forwards, twisting his shoulder with the blow. He struck Avenger square in the face. Time seemed to settle for a single breath. Then a thunderclap rang loud as the flames were snuffed by a shockwave. The concrete was upturned and Avenger was flung like a missile across the length of the roof, striking down and bouncing twice before thrusting his hand down into the concrete and catching himself before he could be launched over the edge of building. Panting hard, Avenger raised his head and spat something out of his mouth to the ground. It seems that hell shall always strike sinners greatest. There was a smirk in the comment, even if not upon Avenger's face. Just as I would expect from one who carries so much hatred. Yet what else is there? A blow with no feeling. No rage. Avenger shot to his feet and scowled. Will you collect their fury and keep it contained? Will you not release your feelings of? He cut himself short and launched himself away, perhaps the only thing that saved his life. Lancer plunged down where he had been standing, driving a burning hot spear into the ground before twisting it. Avenger gasped and dropped back to the ground. Ash could see clearly why. The surroundings of Lancer transformed. Spears akin to the one held in his hand sprouted from a burning ground, rising head and shoulders above their owner. Lancer deftly tore the spear and drew his arm back before hurling it forwards. The spear sailed and struck true as Avenger was carried away by the momentum. Then slid to a halt as the spear vanished from its place, buried in his forearm. Lancer was already upon him. Ash jumped forwards, only to stop and duck underneath a blow meant for his head, standing back up and turning to the side. Another of the forlorn. He frowned as he stepped back again and avoided another blow. A blur of silver slammed into it, ragdolling the body away from him. The silver, coated in scarlet, slowed to a halt with a snarl and a flick of a long blade. Mordred mounted the sword on her shoulder, horned helm glaring to the spot of the forlorn before turning towards him and snorting once. She said nothing as she charged off after the forlorn. Ash dismissed the brief interaction and moved off to chase down Avenger. But he stopped for a half-second and looked down at his own chest. Something felt like it rumbled under his skin. Something dark and twisted. He shuddered for a moment as he felt souls rouse ever so slightly. He clenched his teeth and forced them back into their slumber. He did not call them. But Avenger, he was making them stir, making them anxious. Avenger had to die before it got worse. Splitting his attention between so many different battles was starting to wear down on him. It was not that he had never done it before, but charging on without really resting properly was coming back to bite him, and Ritzka knew it. His eyes glancing between the different engagements happening, keeping most of his focus on Avenger and the others fighting while also having to pay attention to Mash and Mordred. To say nothing of ensuring that Priscilla was still fine. Mash, right side. Ha! Mash flung herself in with a cry, sending bodies flying as she dove in between the small gathering of undead who had been charging towards them. He took a half step forwards her and narrowed his eyes as she fought, glancing for any further sign of enemies from whichever direction they would be coming from, but that seemed to be the extent of it for now, at least. He did not doubt that the longer this went on, the more ghosts and darkwraiths would start showing up. Ritzka turned his focus to Avenger. That right there, that was the main concern. Even though little more than a chaotic blur, he was still trying his best to keep track of Avenger and how they were moving. Even without a weapon, he was fighting furiously and with an alarming level of skill. Ritzka could not tell if he was actually on par with any of their current servants, but he was faster and he was able to fly. Distance and height seemed to be his main advantages. And those strange fire beams he kept throwing out. They just needed a way to stop him getting some distance. Gareth, he called behind him. Sorry, I'm gonna have to bring in someone else. Don't worry about me, master. She called from behind him. I understand. He nodded to himself and then held out his hand, feeling the link and then tugging away. Archer. Independent action was really going to be quite useful here. Two forms sprung forth in front of him and Ritska was quick to raise his hand and point towards the direction of Avenger. He keeps jumping into the air, force him down to the ground. Arash and Archer said nothing before they were drawing out their bows and knocking arrows. It was clearly something Avenger had sensed given the way they hit the ground and whirled in his direction, a faint widening of the eyes before they narrowed. Then he vanished into a blue comet as arrows chased down after him, the servant leaping and weaving between each barrage and flinging themselves into close range with the other combat servants. There was something far too eager with the way he had closed the distance like that. Ritska frowned to himself and then pursed his lips. He hadn't misjudged, had he? No, he couldn't worry about that now. A flash of light and then Lancer was knocked backwards, Avenger launched himself and the pair vanished as Ash and Shaki dove in after him. A tangled mess of flailing limbs and jets of flame followed next. Ritska could not see beyond the vortex of mismatched fire and felt a frown crease his brows. Instead he pointed to the right, support Mash and Mordred, clear out the rest of the undead until it's just Avenger. Both archers were quick to follow through. Ritska took the brief interval to step backwards until he was beside both Priscilla and Verndari, dropping down to one knee and placing a hand atop the knight. Once more, he activated the healing mystic code. The wounds on Verndari knit themselves together slowly, his eyes met hers, she broke away and looked down. Shame across her face. He frowned but otherwise kept silent, knowing there would be plenty of time for them to speak after they had all. Gah! A shout of pain and a heavy thud. Ritska whipped his head about as Avenger was slammed into the ground, deftly launching himself back up before Shaki could plant a knife into his head. Only for his brief retreat to be blocked off by Mordred, forcing the servant to duck underneath Clarent before it took his head off. Avenger cartwheeled then struck the ground, slamming his palm into the floor. What happened next was barely perceivable for him. It was as though beams of light just erupted from the ground at every angle, spotlights broke apart the once clear battle and seemed uncaring as to who was caught in their path. It lasted for no more than a single second, perhaps less than that, before it vanished away, but the immediate result was clear to Ritska for a heart-stopping moment. Perhaps it was the sudden surprise of the move or perhaps something else, but he could see scorch marks across several of the servants caught in the midst of the battle. He could not tell how serious they looked, but it was clear that the flames were not easily departing from their bodies. His eyes focused onto Ash, who was rather furiously hammering away at the fire coating the right side of his body, just underneath his arm. Emergency evasion. Ash vanished just as a beam shot through the air, missing him completely as he reformed. Avenger whipped around and sent Ritska a sharp and measured look. Ritska met his glare without blinking and narrowed his eyes in turn. There was only a single beat before Shaki thrust her knife towards him once more, the pair of them retreating and chasing down one another across the length of the building, shortly followed by the others charging after him. Ritska was on his feet, a quick glance showed the progress of the two archers. It was enough. Archer, he called. The tanned man with silver hair inclined his head and faced him. Ritska pointed towards Avenger. A single nod of the head and Archer turned about and drew back his bow, unleashing a flurry of arrows. They were dodged and weaved or caught in a screen of flames. Ritska clenched his jaw. Avenger should have been on the back foot, and yet he was jumping between being on the ropes and suddenly fighting without worries. What was he missing here? They are all. It was a whisper from Priscilla behind him. He turned and looked over his shoulder towards her. She was silent, her head turned to the battle. She could see but she could not see. A trick of the mind, she had called it. Nothing more than the absence of the lines making her imagine them even as they were gone. But they remained clear as day even now. Not until there was battle, not until there was fighting, could she find herself gripped with that chilling realization. They would never leave her. The lines would stay even if she were to tear her eyes from her skull, smash them in her grasp and toss them away. She was well and truly cursed. And that was her world. Those bright lines burned into her mind. Them and the images they flooded her with. It was a sensation of the emotions and the way they pooled, the way they churned and the way they congregated. Priscilla could feel it clearly, like a whirlpool in the ocean. Avenger was soaking in the grudges and the anger all around them, the natural emotions during violence and the deep-seated pain of the spirits and ghosts who resided here, who perished here. Her hand came up and rested right above her head before her head turned down. It was the tugging sensation within even herself as those she cared for were starting to rouse, were starting to feel something more than peace. As they were being forced to remember their terrible lives before they embraced them. Priscilla clenched her hand into a fist. It was unacceptable. And her little brother, what would it be like for him? Surely he would have felt it more than her, felt it worse than her, as Avenger gorged himself on the anger buried in the soul for his own strength. As he twisted the minds of people and became nothing more than a creature that feasted on hatred and pain. It was tragic in its own way. How could such a man have come to exist? She took a deep breath and then shifted her focus elsewhere, turning her attention to the young man who had helped her so very much. Or perhaps he had helped himself and merely used her, but that was fine. It was easy to tell the relief it brought him when he was aiding her, thus she had no complaints regarding her treatment. But, young one, she called out, feeling his attention switch onto her. Thy hands carry the gift of physic, did they not? Priscilla knew such a thing already. But to ask it, for just a brief time she could pretend she was free of the curse, that she was a different person who was finally, at last, free to live as she wished without the worry of that biting curiosity to prick those lines. Except that was nothing more than fantasy. The lines never left her and she was exactly who she was now as she had always been. Restoring her sight would change nothing within her. She would remain forever cursed, with or without her eyes, except. It would be nice to use her eyes to aid, rather than to destroy. If that is the case, I would bid a favor of thou. Shiki could tell Avenger was plotting something, these sorts always did. Even when he was on the back foot, he was still doing something, plotting something. It was clear by the way he fought, the way he moved. He was fighting with a clear purpose in mind, but she could not quite see what it was. Ducking under a flame-coated hand, she slashed out to his side and almost clicked her tongue as she missed him, bringing her eyes up and meeting his gaze as he swung down towards her head. She rolled under the blow and towards the side of the roof, sliding across the concrete and placing her feet flat against the guardrail before kicking and throwing herself back towards him. Avenger leaned out of the way of her dive. She twisted about and watched him jump once more as Lancer flew in towards him. It was clear to her that he was starting to abandon the idea of fighting and was just countering where he could actually get a blow in. Both hands raised, Avenger slammed them down into the ground and pulled upwards. Shiki ducked low and charged through the curtain of debris the servant threw up towards them. Her head snapped left as a beam of light burned right over her shoulder and just about skimmed her ear. Eyes narrowed, she twisted her feet, drew back her arm, and hurled her knife forwards with all her might. It struck, impacting just below his knee. Ah! Avenger stumbled as he pressed weight on it. Then Mordred was upon him. Avenger blocked her sword with a burning hand only for a burst of red to knock him flying away from her. Shiki gave chase only to be outpaced by Ash, who jumped and stomped down. A twist of movement from Avenger saved his head from being crushed, back on his feet and thrusting out his burning palm. Ash whipped around and backhanded the outstretched hand away from him, casting the fires into the sky and thrusting his own sword towards the servant. It was parried. Shiki was close enough now. Avenger switched his eyes to her and scowled. It was a clear thing in the shadow. He wasn't doing a lot of that boisterous laughing anymore. Avenger gripped Ash's arm and tugged, throwing him into her path. Shiki slammed into his back and bounced off, blinking to herself out of the sheer shock value of it. Ash was launched over her head. She saw Avenger pull back from the uppercut he had launched and the man then threw himself towards her. She stepped back and raised her knife in preparation. She blinked, somewhat dazed, and staring in confusion as she was somehow looking down towards the ground. What? When did that? Fighting an Avenger with such hatred in your hearts. Shiki pressed her hands against the ground and pulled her head up, staring across to the shadow as he stood at the far end of the roof, blue light peeling away from him form and returning to a vague shadow once more. You do not understand despite having one of my kindred, such arrogance. Such incredible overconfidence and ignorance. Kuhahaha. Ah, he was laughing again. Do you truly not understand? Avenger swept out a hand, fires coating his fingers once more. I am the incarnation of vengeance. My fuel is righteous fury. So long as you project hatred to me, you shall only serve to fuel me. And in this place that is filled with such passionate rage, such deep-seated hatred, my flames are served the finest kindling. Shiki pressed off the ground back to her feet, it started to click into place for her. No wonder this guy was such a pain. And with another who serves the purpose but so much greater. Can you not feel their anger becoming focused, my kindred? A question aimed towards Ash, but she barely paid attention to it. Her eyes instead narrowed. He was getting strength from this place. That made sense to her. It seemed to be a running theme with this apartment complex that it would only serve to use people's pain for the benefit of the one who owned it. Really, she should have expected this from the beginning. Anger made him stronger. Then she just needed to cut away that fuel of his. Her eyes pulsed and she straightened herself. It felt like her heartbeat was slowing down in her chest, but there was no alarm within her. A slow exhale escaped her nose and she slowly rose up straight, closing her eyes and allowing the coldness to settle in. This was something different, she knew that. But it was acceptable. No, it felt more refined than before. As though everything was becoming simpler for her. Her eyes opened and Avenger was staring towards her, red eyes widened in some shocking sense of alarm as he whirled towards her, hands ablaze. Only to stumble and stagger as several explosions went off around him, a hiss burst from the shadow as arrows fell upon him one after another. Had that not been bad enough, that was the moment the other servants collectively launched themselves towards him as one, weapons ablaze with a multitude of colors as Avenger was forced to dodge, weave or counter all of them with some varying levels of success. Open corner bracket Shiki close corner bracket started to walk forwards. Everything was so clear to her, fingers curling around the grip of, no, it was not a knife. Not anymore. Now it was something more suited for the purpose she intended. Her eyes glistened, the sounds of combat fell to the void and she looked less towards the fighters and more for the invisible strands which flowed from the building and towards Avenger. The thin strings which gleamed a rather ugly red connected with the shadow, all of them owing one single purpose. To hasten his fuel of the hatred aimed his way. Without those strands. Open corner bracket Shiki close corner bracket held up her sword and looked at them all, tilting her head and then shifting her posture. Yes, all she really needed to do was cut them, and truly, that was perhaps the easiest thing in the world for her to do. With a swing of the blade, a mere lethargic movement, the katana was brought across in a wide movement. Something lurched, the building shuddered and Avenger stumbled right into a punch and then a kick, juggling between his attackers before another haymaker sent him flying into a barrage of arrows. Finally ended with a roundhouse kick to the back of the head which bounced him off the length of the building and finally slid him to a stop right at the edge. Watching him for a moment, she hummed and then shifted her gaze away and towards something a little more interesting. She caught the eye of Ritsuka. He stared back at her with some measure of surprise, but then there was something else. Confusion swept through his gaze and was soon followed by dawning recognition, gripping his temple with one hand and squinting hard at her as though he was putting things together. Her answer was a rather light smile and an incline of the head. It seems I'm the one appearing rather suddenly before you. This is something that makes us even now, does it not? Ritsuka rubbed his brows for a moment, opening and closing his mouth before pulling his hand away. At least this time I'll actually be able to do as you ask. You never introduced yourself last time. Did I not? She tilted her head and furrowed her brows. Oh, I had thought I already did that. My apologies, it becomes confusing to differentiate between time when you exist within nothing. My mistake. Ritsuka only huffed and straightened out. Well, nice to meet you, again. And you as well. Open corner bracket Shiki close corner bracket turned and glanced over her shoulder to where Avenger was coughing and slowly righting himself up. I will leave the rest to you and her. She announced. Truthfully, I'm not fond of becoming involved in situations such as these. That and I'm sure you can handle things from here, I've taken care of the more troublesome part of it. Ritska nodded. Thanks Shiki. She smiled at the use of her name, even if it likely wasn't in the context the boy was expecting, and if he had deduced that she was separate from Shiki, then he did not show it or did not care in the least. Who could say? Closing her eyes, she let herself slip back under. Shiki opened her eyes and then raised a brow. Why are you looking at me like that? What happened? She looked around, then stopped and stared at Avenger and noted his position was different the last time she recalled. Did she slip over and knock herself out or something? Gah, ha 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 ha. Avenger's laughter rang loud, placing his hands either side of himself and pushing back to his feet. I see, those eyes of yours can cut more than just life, they can slash through hatred itself. Indeed, there can be no more terrifying an opponent for the incarnation of vengeance, to think that there would be such a thing here. Shiki found herself rather confused as to why he was looking at her like that when she hadn't even laid a single finger on the guy yet. Weirdo. He stumbled once, then held up the burning hands once more. You're really going to keep pushing this, aren't you? Ritska called out. Avenger chuckled once more. Of course, so long as there is hatred there will always be one who carries it within them. Until such a time as you have bested me truly, then our battle will continue. All right. Shiki furrowed her brows. Wait. She looked back towards Ritska. Where was the giant lady from earlier? The invisibility was a blanket for her. One she had worn so often and so willingly that it came back to her as though it had never left in the first place. Her steps were gentle, the ease at which she tiptoed until she was behind the shadow was rather alarming. Though his mind was clearly elsewhere, thus it served as an excuse. But Priscilla could not shake the shame of what she was about to try and do. It lasted for only a moment before her heart resolved itself. Her hands brought her scythe upwards. Avenger tensed, clearly now realizing she was behind him, in some instinctive manner. He turned about to face her, hand alight with those toxic flames which were seeped in such terrible things. She was unsure that the others could quite sense what she could sense from them, that those were flames born of pure anger. Such terrible and dark things that they were, it was as if they were alive. But she knew that fire was linked to the soul of life, which made it alive, and if it was alive, it could be hunted. The invisibility peeled away from her, eyes aglow as she bore down upon Avenger and swung in the split second before he could unleash the cloud of flames. He ducked to avoid her, but still too slow from the initial attack. Her scythe struck his hand, the line cut perfectly, slicing the knuckles and fingers away from his palm and drawing a gasp of pain from him. He launched himself away from her. Priscilla gave chase, she could see them all upon him. Those little threads, all of which looked so simple. So easy to cut. In just this once, she would indulge the temptation. Flames roared around Avenger, he hurled bolts of fire towards her. She weaved the first, ducking low and feeling the heat pass atop her shoulder blades, not quite low enough as the burning licked at her fur, drawing a faint wince from her as she chased down and swiftly brought her scythe upwards. The next fire streak of flame was met with blade instead of flesh. Her scythe cut through it back to the source. Avenger hissed and yanked his arm backwards, hissing as blood poured from the slice across his other palm. His feet carried him into the sky. Priscilla slid to a halt and turned her gaze upwards, readying herself for the next assault that would doubtless fall upon her. Avenger was silent now, gone was the laughter from before. Instead there was only the whistle of arrows in the wind. He became a streaking star across the night sky, chased down by flashes of red and blue. She knew the archers that Ritska had brought forth were harrying the servant down. The lights danced in the sky, the explosions followed and the comet of blue twisted and ducked in such impossible movements that she could not help some sense of awe. Despite it all, the display was rather beautiful. It ended with a shout from Ritska and some sort of movement. Suddenly the comet was halted by a resounding clank of metal. Priscilla blinked and then squinted at the sudden burst of light which had preceded the strike, then blinked as she saw that Mash had somehow managed to appear right in the path, Avenger flying into the shield and bouncing clean off. Mash, for who else would it have been, followed through. In the next moment Avenger was sent hurtling back to the roof on account of a rather painful-sounding kick. She ducked left and allowed the servant to slam into the ground and roll beside her, only for him to sit up. The Horned Knight slashed into his side. Avenger snarled and countered with flames. Priscilla threw herself forwards this time, drawing the scythe down and snuffing the fires once more, twisting and swinging for his head this time. He avoided it by just dropping down, then kicking her in the toe. She gasped and drew her foot backwards from the pain, leaning away to avoid another kick. Lancer struck him with a flaming fist. The explosion knocked Avenger backwards. Her brother was right in the path of his flight. His arm held out and caught Avenger in the back of the head with a punch that flipped him over and onto his face, sweeping around and striking them with a kick which sent them flying a short distance. And right into the path of Mash, who delivered another painful shield back to his back, this time burying him into the building under a small indentation. That the roof did not collapse from under them was a surprise. Priscilla readied her scythe and drew closer, holding it up and preparing herself to. Blue fire surrounded Avenger and she stumbled back. There was a shout from somewhere and a blur of movement. She whirled around to the noises. He was stood at the edge of the building once more, panting heavily. It seems, Avenger spat blood out onto the ground. Seems as though I have been bested in this instance. This effort of making hell shall go on incomplete. I would offer congratulations to you, Chaldea, if it were not ultimately futile in the end, and yet, ha 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 ha. He stepped backwards onto the ledge and laughed. To think that all this time, hey. Perhaps that King of Mages underestimated you all as well. Though perhaps that is for the future. Ritska was stepping forwards, only to stop. You're going to try and run. Avenger nodded. Of course. I have been bested in this fight and shall accept that completely. There is little reason for me to remain. You ain't getting away that easily. The Horned Knight, Mordred, could not even finish her sentence before Avenger turned on his heel and jumped. The group charged forwards and looked over the edge to see him crossing the distance to the next building, which was a not insignificant distance from them. What the huh? Hey, Shiki, stop. A scuffle. Priscilla turned her head and looked across. Shiki had stopped just shy of throwing herself from the building. Avenger is faster than the lot of us and he'll be long gone by the time any of us get there. Ritska was quick to explain, turning his head and looking down. Chasing after him won't do us much good now that he's got a head start. Shiki was silent, then flipped her knife in her grasp, drew back her hand, and then loosened it forwards. Priscilla blinked. Then a distant cry of pain echoed across the city. Or you could do that. Ritska replied rather slowly, then turned his head. Did she get him? Priscilla turned as well. A pair of tanned-skinned men stood with arms folded and looking into the distance. The one with white hair spoke first. A superficial wound at best for a servant, but in his current state of injury, perhaps the effort could be made to chase them down, but they have yet to deploy a noble phantasm. The one with dark hair followed up. I'm fine with whatever choice you make, Master. But we've run him off and we've taken control of the problem building anyway. Unless there is a chance he could make it again. Ritska only shook his head. If what we've been told is true, then he doesn't have the backing of Solomon anymore. Which probably means he won't be able to do something like this again, and if he does, well. He shrugged. Well, we'll deal with that when the time comes. For now though, let's take this place apart and get something normal back in. Priscilla stepped backwards. Yes, that was fine. Hey. She stopped at the whisper, then turned her head down to Ritska as he looked up at her. You alright? Was she alright? Such a difficult question to answer. I am myself again. It was the only answer she could give. Ritska looked as though perhaps he had more to say, but his name being called drew his eyes away from her. She took it as the chance to withdraw before she let anything else slip away from her. She was herself again, and she tried not to focus on how his face and body were covered in those vulnerable little threads. The casters have been analyzing the spell since you started. The director informed him, then folded her arms. It seemed to have been linked with Avenger's presence on the building itself, rather than something imbued into the building itself. Ritska nodded his head. So now that he's gone and run off, the spell is going to vanish. Conveniently, that is indeed the case. The spirits that had already been drawn in will take some additional time to reset, but this distortion will soon be corrected. As with any other singularity, the world shall undo the damage done. Whatever Avenger did here will be resolved, regardless of his continued presence. Well, she did say it was convenient for them, and Ritska could not blame her. Nodding his head up and down, he relaxed a little bit. That's a relief. Humming, the director nodded her head. Yes, quite. I have already readied instructions for your retrieval back to Chaldea along with any tagalongs you have picked up along the way. The way she said that made him snort. Yeah, I'll get back to you on that. Still, I'm a little bit worried about Avenger. Olga raised a brow. How so? I mean, the guy got away and it just doesn't make sense to me. Surely he would know all of this as well, wouldn't he? His words were met with a short silence. The director frowned, then cupped her chin. I cannot deny that his retreat does imply that he could have an alternative method of escape, and it has been demonstrated that certain servants have the ability to travel between singularities. Simply because he might have abandoned Solomon does not mean he cannot be approached by the others interfering with the timeline. If Ritska was being honest, that was not even something he had considered in the first place. I guess we just need to wait and see, huh? Unfortunately, that is the case. She removed her hand from her chin. In the meantime, I shall leave you to the final conversations or farewells and then wait for your signal to return to Chaldea. Ritska nodded. Yeah, and thanks, Director. MMMMH. The communicator shut off. Ritska lowered his arm and turned his head towards the direction of Shaki, where she was still staring off into the direction Avenger had fled towards. His approach to her was rather obvious, and she turned her head towards him the second he was close enough to her. So that was a thing. Shaki silently raised a brow. Yes. She responded flatly. A thing. Ritska shrugged and turned his head in the same direction she had been looking. We'll be finishing up here. Turns out with Avenger gone, this place is going to go back to being a regular apartment with the ghosts disappearing. We won. Shaki hummed. I suppose we did. He wanted to ask about the version of her in the kimono with the katana who had appeared, but that felt like it was a whole can of worms. And given her confusion as to when the other version vanished, maybe she didn't know. Well, he could ask when they were more comfortable with one another. Why did you stop me? Ritska raised a brow. From jumping off a building. Shaki nodded. I am a servant. I would have been fine. I survived it when I was a human as well. Guess I just spoke without thinking, really. You seem to do that a lot. Ritska snorted. Yeah. Like you would not believe. Well, it is what it is. Just saw you running towards the building and I didn't even put two and two together that you were a servant until after I said it. Then you came up with the distance excuse. She accused. Not much of an excuse. Ritska pointed out. He really was pretty fast and would outrun everyone, though I wasn't expecting you to throw a knife at him. How else would I stab him at a distance? He laughed. Yeah. Silly me. Do you want me to come back to Chaldea with you? Yikes, was he really that obvious? He nodded his head up and down. Do you want to come to Chaldea? Shaki was silent, her brows pinched just a little as she slipped her hands into her coat pockets. It sounds as though it would be a lot of hassle. It really is. Aren't you supposed to try and convince me to come with you or something? I can't lie all that well. Ritska pocketed his own hands and shrugged. This is a fairly standard occurrence, truth be told. It's had its ups and downs. The downs are. He trailed off, feeling his brows drop and his shoulders slump. The bad moments were bad. That was probably the cleanest way of putting it. You helped me, Shaki said after a few moments, then turned her head and looked at him. Seems only fair that I help you, doesn't it? His lips pulled into a faint smile for only a second before it dropped. Well, I don't want you to feel like you're being forced into it, but... It's fine. Shiki brushed off his words. I was planning on following you anyway. It does seem like a hassle, but I don't think that is a bad thing. Ritsuka looked at her for a moment before he smiled. Thanks, Shiki. Sure. She nodded. It is what a servant is supposed to do though, right? He wasn't sure how best to answer that, so instead he just looked over his shoulder in the direction of both Priscilla and Lancer. Maybe. But I think that whether you're a servant or not, you can do whatever you want to do. He stopped, only when he remembered what Shiki talked about, what was natural to her. Then he winced and looked back to see she was sending him a raised brow, which indicated that she also remembered telling him what she often wanted to do. Sometimes. I mean, well, you can do what feels right for you and I'll accept whatever choice you come up with, and I've already said I'm coming with you. Yeah, he sighed. I'm just waffling now. My bad. With a shrug, the girl looked away from him with a slight twitch of the lip. I think that sort of thing is normal for you though. And she had already gotten a grip on what he was like now. You're going to ask them to come with you, aren't you? Ritsuka shook his head. I'll ask Priscilla, but I'm not sure about Lancer, but I'll still thank him all the same. I won't keep you then. He waved to her in passing as he moved off and towards Lancer. Briefly he caught the eyes of Mash and nodded his head to her. She moved away from where she had been tending to the still somewhat wounded Verndari and Sir Mordred and walked off to join him. The pair of them being stood before the crimson-haired man as he looked between the two of them. Seemeth as though our campaign hast cometh to a closeth with a victory. Congratulations. Ritsuka hummed. You as well. Really. Thanks for your help, Lancer. Extending a hand towards them, he held it out with a smile. I appreciate it, truly. Lancer looked down and eyed the hand. The serpents that cloaked around him watched the extended hand for a brief moment, then Lancer slowly started to raise his own hand and reached out to clasp it. He shook it slowly, the eyes of the snake remained solely on Ritsuka. Privately, he was starting to wonder whether it was the snake or the golden eye in his head that was being used to see. So he switched between looking at the both of them as they shook hands. It ended, but Lancer did not release his hold just yet. Mine owneth efforts were paltry. Thee hadst comrades enow to secureth a comfortable advantage, against our shared foe. Maybe. I'm not going to argue about how useful people were or were not. Ritsuka was sure there was a lot that could be said about him in the past in regards to how useful he was and all of that. And that was one conversation he wasn't going to be let open with people arguing about who was doing more than the other. I'm just grateful for the help that we received along the way and am glad you stayed with us until then. It really was a pleasure to work with you, Lancer. Lancer looked rather oddly at him. It was a bit weird in the manner the servant gazed back and then down to their still gripped hands before he looked across towards Mash. If he was expecting a different opinion, then he would be disappointed. Mash seemed more than happy to disappoint, if that were the case. Senpei is right, Lancer-san. Your support really made things smoother for us. Maybe we would have won if you weren't here, but I am very glad you were here to aid us. She inclined her head in a short bow. So thank you very much for the assistance. Ritsuka smiled at the expression Lancer made, one that very much showed a great deal of surprise at the words. The grip loosening around his hand was further proof that the man might not have actually been expecting them to thank him. Which did make him feel a little sad, if he was being honest. I'm not sure if we will ever work with one another again in the future. Ritsuka's words brought the attention of Lancer back to him. But if we ever do, then I'd be grateful if we got the chance to work together again. Lancer spoke in a quiet, almost bemused, tone of voice. Thee wouldst not asketh me to accompany thee. Ritsuka shook his head. You said we were only working together until we were finished against Avenger. We've won and the problem has been solved, so I'm not going to try and change your mind if you don't want to come, but I will thank you for what you did. Standing up straighter, the grip on Ritsuka's hand became a touch tighter, but not uncomfortable. Thee speaketh with true respect and earnestly grant thanks. Lancer spoke clearly, his jaw clenched and his eyes looked down rather intensely. Such a thing is a rarity. Taketh heart not to loatheth that nature of yours in thy coming battles. He stopped for a moment, then leaned forwards and lowered his tone until it was near a whisper. Something else glinted in those eyes. It seemed almost pitying. Even if it be true thee shouldst findeth yourself against former allies. The reminder of Boudica made him wince. He looked down and sighed. I'm not sure that is something to get used to, if I'm honest. Slowly nodding his head, Lancer leaned back. Nor shouldst thee. I seeth that thee holdeth thy allies dearly. That is, something that couldst beest considered a weakness. Ritzka shrugged. Maybe, but that doesn't mean I will. Lancer's lip twitched for barest a moment. Whether it was to be a frown or a smile was left to the imagination. But at that moment, Ritzka felt something else. There was a brief twinge between them. He glanced down at the handshake as it started to pulse before he felt something settled around him. The command seals on the back of his hand flashed for a single second before they dimmed. His eyes darted up in surprise. But you said. Lancer inclined his head and released his hand. Wouldst beest disrespectful to answer such granted thanks with abandonment. He explained, as though that was reason enough for it. Ritzka was still trying to understand what happened. As thee aided me in mine own quest, wouldst putteth me at ease to aid thee with yours. If be true that is acceptable. Sure. Ritzka stumbled over his words in his enthusiasm. I mean, I was fine with no, never mind. Thank you again, Lancer, and I look forwards to be working with you again. Though I will say it might be a while. Lancer only huffed. Such things are known to me. If we are to be allies, would do to know my name. I am Mesmer. Mesmer. Cool. Great, even. Thank you for joining us, Mesmer-san. Mash's rather loud call had him flinch. Thank you for accompanying us. Mesmer only hummed and looked past and towards Priscilla. I believe thee hath one final conversation. It seemed as though it was really obvious. Ritzka nodded in silence and walked on, stepping the two of them in towards Priscilla. If he was asked how he was feeling, he would say he was nervous. Because he knew that when he healed Priscilla's eyes, it would mean something might change within her. She had said as much and had seemed totally convinced with it. Hence the rejection when offered before. He tried to hide his grimace but could not quite manage it. Shoulders slumping as he approached, he glanced at the burn mark across her back and reached out his hand. The mystic code activated one final time. The white fur sprouted forth, and covered the rather ugly blackened patch of flesh, vanishing until it looked as though it had never been there at all. Lowering his hand, he approached her and stopped right next to her. Even when sitting down, she was still nearly his height. The pair of them stood in silence before he broke it. Sorry for not warning you, it just looked a little painful. Priscilla responded with an affirmative hum. So, Ritzka sighed. ... You have your eyes back. I do. ... How are you feeling? I believe I spoke of this. Ritzka sat himself down next to her with a small grunt. Priscilla, how are you feeling? The silence this time was more deafening. Her head started to lower itself until she was looking down at her hands, staring at her palms before sighing once more. Her words were quiet, barely loud enough to be heard. But he heard them all the same. The urges return as though they never left. It was a near-silent confession, and there was no disguising the shame in her voice. The ease at which they hath slipped into mine heart once more. It is a smooth thing. A pure thing. As though they were not wrong in the beginning. Ritzka thinned his lips and lowered his head. Sorry. Priscilla turned and looked at him. Thou owe me no apologies. I made the choice. And I listened. Ritzka replied back, drumming his finger on his thigh. I knew how much you really did not like those eyes and I went along with it. I healed them back up and then you went out there and... 'Twere vain hope that I would remain blinded to these urgings forever. This would have become a certainty sooner or later. Ritzka knew that, he really did. But she was so clearly uncomfortable with it. He looked down and pursed his lips. ... You should have been free of it a little longer. Thou were never comfortable with my mutilation. ... No. But thou accepted it because I felt peace. ... I don't want to believe that was the only solution for you. Thou truly are a considerate soul. He looked across at the large palm that placed itself down upon his knee. It was a hold that was so alarmingly gentle and almost consoling. The fact it was being used on him made him feel all the more guilty. To confuse thou with mine father, I cannot offer enough apologies. Ritska clenched his jaw. I spent time with him. You're not to blame. I guess he left an impression. He hurt you. No. Ritska shook his head. It wouldn't have been as bad, if he had hurt me. The hand removed itself from his leg, then moved up and placed itself atop his head. I am thankful for thy aid, Ritska. Ritska chuckled. I didn't do that much, let's be honest. Priscilla shook her head. No, thou did more than thou could imagine. Ritska, I was a small girl again. I had a question I held for so long answered. It is something that I cannot thank thee enough for. Her words just made him frown all the harder, especially because he knew, on some level, why he was doing all of it. Nothing really changed what happened. But, for a time, it made him feel a little better. You can come with us. He murmured in a low voice. Back to Chaldea, I mean. And mine brother's thoughts on this. Priscilla jabbed back. He wears his dislike of me openly. What of his thoughts pertaining to my joining you? Ritska thinned his lips. There are a lot of people in Chaldea that Ash does not like. I would not to inflict further pain upon him by merely forcing him to endure mine presence. It would a cruel act for an older sister. Very slowly, he turned and looked at her. I see. Priscilla looked at his face, a brief cringe overtook her before she turned away and pulled from him. Dropping her hand back upon her lap. I am sorry. Most true. Go. The pair whipped around and looked up. Ritska was rather surprised as to not even have heard their arrival. Ash looked between the two of them with a face caught somewhere between constipated and exasperated. If the sole thing keeping you from Chaldea is my presence, then put me from your mind and accept his offer. It is clear Ritska would rather have you with us from this point onwards and has grown accustomed to your presence. Priscilla frowned. And what of thou? Or hast thy thoughts changed regarding mine presence? Ash shook his head, then turned and walked off. No, he answered. But Ritska wishes for your presence and it is clear you would still wish to be there. Save us all the pain of your farewell and just accept the contract with him. The blonde had walked off before anyone could really say anything to that. Ritska, meanwhile, just blinked a couple of times and then looked back at Priscilla. I think that's permission for you to come. Priscilla looked more troubled than relieved. I do not believe I would wish for permission to be delivered in such a painful manner. He concerns himself for thy own thoughts, as opposed to his feelings. He could not deny that. The entire argument had been as though it was purely for his sake, even though it clearly bothered Ash. Ritska sighed and palmed at his face, dropping his head into his hands. He felt Priscilla gently pat him on the back in a comforting manner. He removed his hands and dropped them back onto his lap. Do you want to come to Chaldea? Priscilla tensed. I do not wish to be thy enemy once more. Ritska was sure she did not even remember being their enemy in the first place. If she did, he doubted she would have ever been as comfortable around him as this. I would like it if you could come with us. I would wish to join thou. If, Ritska wet his lips. Da Vinci, she's a person in Chaldea, she's smart and I'm sure she could do something about your eyes, she's really clever. Really, really clever. Priscilla huffed and almost laughed but sighed. Is this to ease thy guilt or? No. He quickly answered, then looked down. Not entirely it, I want to get to know you. Not just the you who was, our enemy or our ally. The you who is you. If that makes sense. Priscilla hummed and nodded her head slowly. I believe thou. Ritska nodded slowly. Then, with a short pause, she looked down at him and smiled. I would wish to join thee. A weight that had long been pressed on his shoulders was abruptly pulled free of him. Ritska all but shot to his feet, then dropped forwards and placed his hands on his knees, closing his eyes as a shuddering breath escaped him. Welcome to the team, Ritska whispered. It was fine. Everything was fine. It was all going to be fine. He didn't know how long he needed to say it until it became true. But he would say it every time he needed to. His head came up and he looked across, briefly meeting Ash's eyes. The blonde only grunted and turned his head. Ritska winced. He really hoped that this wasn't just making Ash more and more miserable, collecting family members he had problems with. Well, this singularity had played on everyone's nerves. All right, Ritska called out, drawing all eyes to him. Time to go home. And, yes, I'm sure you know what this all means now. If you did not already guess who Lancer was before now, well, here he is. And here are his stats. Mesmer, the Impaler. Servant, Lancer. Height, weight, 231 centimeters, 170 kilograms. Strength, A. Endurance, C. Agility, A. Mana, B. Luck, E. Noble Phantasm, A. Spear of the Impaler, Monuments of Death, B. Anti-unit max target, 10, max range, 0 to 5. Spear of the Impaler, the weapon forged from old techniques in the Land of Shadows. It can channel his cursed flames and focus them fully upon his foe, inflicting terrible wounds with these fires which might bypass even the greatest magic resistance because of it. Upon invoking the true name, it might be thrust to the ground with devastating effect, spawning a rapidly growing wall of spears from the earth underfoot. Amidst flame and metal they pierce Mesmer's foe with the intent of locking them in place or outright killing them. The Abyssal Serpent, Shorn of Light, A. Anti-army max target, 200, max range, 1 to 30. Mesmer's cursed existence made flesh, his body is transformed upon the invoking of this noble phantasm, stripping him of his divinity and marking him as a cursed demon. The serpentine form is wreathed with the cursed flame and can be used to inflict terrible damage upon all of his foes, allowing for him to call upon it even when in his humanoid form. Class skills. Magic resistance, A. Cancel spells of A rank or below, no matter what greater magecraft it is. In practice, the servant is untouchable to modern magi. Divinity, B. Demigod child of Marika, oldest of all her children from before the time of Godfrey. Demigod through lineage, rather than through a truly godly parent at his birth. For Marika was no god at the time. Personal skills. Charisma of the Crusader, A. Served as leader of the crusade in the Land of Shadow. Despite his curse, he amassed a following of staunchly loyal allies, showcasing his expertise in leading troops into battle. Icon of fear and horror, B. His brutality in the crusade was known far and wide, earning him the moniker of Impaler for his brutality. He might inflict dread in those who face him through sheer presence alone, even if his true name remains unknown. Should he be named, this skill is raised significantly. Flame-cursed serpent, A. Born cursed with the abyssal serpent beneath his skin. His flames are a terrible thing that he despises, yet makes use of. The flames are almost alive, seeking out his foes and marking them with terrible wrath. Summoning. Upon thy summoning, I hast answered the calleth. As is desired of me, those who trespass beyond thy mercy shalt all meet death, in the embrace of Mesmer's flame. Dialogue 1. Thee spendeth much time in peace. Ill-fitting of this troubled time. Art thee so devoid of worries? Dialogue 2. The role of master and servant. It has been longeth since I wielded mine own partisan for another. Yet I am aware of the role. I shalt that as is commanded of me. Dialogue 3. If you have Boudica, thou are marked with the blood of thy own crusade, waged in the name of revenge. I bid, would thy children hast served as thy tools would they had yet drawn breath for thou. Dialogue 4. If you have divine servants, Chaldea is rife with those blessed by the grace of light. Seemeth an ill place for one as cursed as I to wander. Never did they give regard to whether mine stride crosses their line of sight. 'Tis for one such as I to bask in the flow of envy and revulsion. Dialogue 5. If you have Medusa, Gorgon or Medusa, saber, thou are cursed by the serpent as well, it seems. For that thou hast mine pity. Dialogue 6. If you have Vlad, I see, so thou as well, no matter. Seemeth we both were the instruments of fury upon the lands. Say to me, were thy foes as deserving of slaughter as mine? Dialogue 7. If you have Nightingale or Asclepius. If mine curse had a cure, I would hast found it long ago, yet I shall not dissuade thou. Nay, I encourage thou. Prithee, free me of this twisted form. Dialogue 8. If you have Gwyndolin. I seeth, then thee were also. To seemeth as though we hast both seen our cursed firms hath used as tools. Dialogue 9. If you have Ash. Wielders of cursed flames and weapons of our mothers. Thou also hast a lunar knight in thy service. I seeth. Dialogue 10. If you have Relana. Thee needeth not give further service to me. There is nay gain to beest hadst in following me anon, if, be true there ever wast, hem. There is no causeth for restraint on mine own parteth. Bid me, what doth these words define? Dialogue 11. If you have Sullivan. I holdeth nay kindness for that one. Merely that he sullies a memory I holdeth dear. Nay more and nay less. Likes. I hast given nay thoughts to enjoyment. Yet if, be true thee wouldst searcheth for me beyond combat, thee wouldst findeth me in the library. Hates. I hast longeth since released mine own hatred. Now it is suited only for mine own reflection. Wish for the Holy Grail. To beest free of mine own beshrew. Is all I ever did wish for, perhaps then mother wouldst. Bond level 1. Our battles art hath met with success. Thee seemeth to hast some talent. Bond level 2. Thy thanks art unneeded, I am merely doing as is instructed for me. Bond level 3. Seemeth as though mine own words shalt not dissuade thee. Though I shalt speaketh plainly. Offering gratitude to me as a wasteth. Bond level 4. Again and again I bid thee to desist and yet mine own every word is ignored. Perhaps thee seemeth to think this is one battle that can beest wonneth by thee. Bond level 5. I shalt confesseth yon thee hast the stubborn resolveth of Gaius. In that case, I shalt admiteth mine own defeat plainly. Thou art. I doth not seeth for what purpose thee offer praise and kindness to one such as I, but I shall not wasteth further time in combating thee for it. Dith as thee wisheth. Birthday. A birthday is for celebration, is it not? I confesseth I hast celebrated none before. During an event. There is a great gathering nearby. Oh, thee wisheth to partake, and draggeth me with thee, it seemeth. First ascension. This strength as did need. The battles ahead shalt beest most wondrous. Second ascension. Mine own eye glitters just a toucheth brighter, thee climbeth. It is, nothing to beest concerned with. Third ascension. There is nothing amiss with me. Nothing more than the great strength thee hast granted me. Think nay more of it. Fourth ascension. The abyssal serpent hungers. It gnaws at the seal without endeth. Yet I did contain it once before. I shalt containeth it again. Familial preference. Ariamis had always been cold. She had few memories, if any, of what it was like to exist beyond the painting. Perhaps a few flickers of warmth had spurned up memories of staring above to some ceiling, as a woman with golden eyes stared down at her. That was a memory that lingered. Even as the years went past, it had been the memory which never once faded from her mind, one which always remained. That woman with the smile. Beyond that, all she knew was cold. Always cold. In that way, this new place she found herself within held some small nostalgia for her. There was a comfort to be had as she was within the freezing lands. In the blizzard which was forever surrounding the silver structure which housed what was to be her abode for however long she was there. But it lacked, no. It did not lack. Rather, there was just too much warmth. She had lived with the cold on her skin and the frost upon her fur all her life, how could she cope with being separated from that? It was why she found herself out here, sitting in the mound of snow as the blizzard howled around her, just beyond the walls of Chaldea and gazing out into the murky sights beyond. Such that could not be seen through the chilled blanket of ice. Priscilla felt a faint smile form on her lips as she gazed ever onwards and just surrendered herself to the embrace. This was always as it was supposed to be for her. Though even this chill was. Ariandel was colder. She blinked rather slowly at the voice which called to her from over her shoulder, one that lacked any warmth or even kindness. Rather, the mere mention of the name was spoken as though it had been spat with poison. Yet there was some other emotion that swelled under the word, hidden beneath the toxic face. Yet that was not something she could think to comment on. Instead she slowly turned her head over her shoulder and looked to the one who had spoken. Barely a silhouette amidst the storm, but she could see beyond that to the strange wings he wore, or perhaps they were branches that formed upon his back. They seemed to exude a faint smoke which was blown into the distance. The figure strode forwards until they cleared the layer of ice. There was a flash of purple in their right hand, thrusting down into the ground. Ice cleared away, a dome of clarity formed. She found herself looking towards the man of wood and flesh. Sullivan. His hand rested upon the pommel of the sword, the featureless wooden face gazed back at her, but she could feel the measuring in his stare. "You know of me, then?" Slowly, his head tilted. "And how did that come to pass? Through rumor or through—" The words he wanted to speak trailed away into nothing. But her brows furrowed as he seemed unwilling to speak them aloud, unsure of what he could harbor against the question. She hummed and slowly turned back around to look into the newfound shield that protected them. Reaching out very slowly and passing her fingertips through the invisible wall. All too soon, she felt the brief chill on her fingers. The snow that found a home upon her palm. "I know of every soul who found home in. It was never my home." His interruption came quickly and with the same hardness as he spoke before, the words were delivered as almost a hiss. Her hand twitched, quickly withdrawing from the blizzard as she looked back around and into his face once more. Sullivan leaned forwards, hands clenched into fists before he shifted back as though catching himself. Taking a step away from her and flattening down his white robes, a rumble sounded out from him. "It was not my home." He repeated again. "It was our prison." That was a curious way in which it could be phrased, and it was certainly one that she did not find herself agreeing with. A frown pulled upon her lips as she faced him, making clear her own dissatisfaction. "A curious prison it is then, that one can leave whenever they desire." He shifted and huffed. "The word you search for is escape, not leave. Unless you mean to claim that if you so happened to find the urge to walk beyond those frozen lands, you would have been met without even a raised brow." Priscilla hummed. "If I so desired to leave." "Your answer is vague," Sullivan responded in an amused manner. "And unconvincing. A prison that one finds solace within remains a prison. Just because you did not experience or hear of the world beyond does not mean Oriental became a welcome home for anyone." He spoke of it all with the same disgust as her brother. "I see thou shares mine brother's dislike of peace." Sullivan's posture shifted instantly. He went straight and even without eyes there was a glare leveled her way that would have melted the snow around her if it could have found form in the real world. She met it without even a blink. He was no more fearsome than grandmother at her worst. Perhaps he realized how futile his rage was, as he soon lost that glare and restrained his anger, folding his arms behind his back. "Cattle are kept at peace as well," he said after a moment. "That does not make their lives enviable." Priscilla thinned her lips. "Didst thou join to me purely to spit venom upon our shared home?" "No." A quick answer. "But it is remarkably simple to do so. I am well aware of your love for Oriental and why you would so quickly see it as a wondrous solution." His body creaked as he moved his hand across, his palm idly rolled above the pommel of the glowing sword. "I came here only to tell you that I am not to be so easily dismissive of one who can accept what Oriental is, and can still view it with anything that could be construed as affection. Truly because thou disliked our home doth not compose it worthy of hatred." The look she received from him was nothing more than a tilt of the head and twitching brows, but the unspoken statement rang loud between the two of them. Priscilla felt her own nerves flare at the arrogance before she settled them back down once more. Feeling more protective to those who had found peace under her watch. She would not argue her own reason for being there. It was deserved. But those who came to her home, whom she shared her peace with, were not deserving of scorn purely because one soul found the land to be unlikable. "Such things are not true by merit of thy word alone," he hummed as though he was indulging her. "Oriental was a curse," Sullivan announced. "A curse and a prison for every single soul who lived there. I am telling you, here and now, that I shall never again allow such a place to exist." As many times as needed, I do not care for which fool I insult in the process, I shall smash your peace until it becomes clear to you that it is not welcome. He pulled the sword from the ground. I do not welcome it. Any with sense would not welcome it. If I am the only one to see such things, then such is the normal state. Priscilla could only sigh and shake her head, turning back around. It is no wonder thou could not find peace in that land. From behind, she heard a huff which sounded like a mocking chuckle. A greater compliment I do not know of. I hope to die 1,000 more times before I find myself welcoming the cold as you do now. She twitched and replied before she could help herself. And yet thou remember Ariamis is colder. A loud trudging of snow receded away from her, the dome fell and she was embraced by the blizzard once more. Left alone to her own thoughts before she gradually looked down towards her lap and felt whatever peace she had purchased fade away, replaced only with shame. She would forever remember the peace of Ariamis. But it seemed to be something few would accept until they truly had nothing, and until these humans had lost everything, until there was nothing that was left for them in a life that knew only pain. Perhaps it was fortunate one such as Sullivan existed here. At least there was something to prevent her from slipping and regressing to an enemy of Chaldea. It was something she did not wish to inflict, even if it was the greatest kindness that she knew of. Priscilla was aware of a great many things. Chief of all was that despite being her mother's first child, she was not her only child. And, being an older sibling was not something she was entirely certain how to handle. There was much that she imagined went into the role, most taken from her being raised by grandmother, but all else was rather complicated. She did not envisage a sibling relation as being wholly similar to a mothering one. Yet it was either that or how she had treated those in Ariamis. Between the two of them, she was left decidedly confused as to which would be. Hey, Priscilla. Her head rose up and she looked across the room, feeling a twitch upon her lips as the door opened and Ritska poked his head inside, only to blink and lean back in surprise. She understood quickly why that was and felt a faint wince of guilt shoot through her, tugging at the cold in her room and drawing the ice away from the door. It had been no more than a mere flex of her powers to bring the cold of home to her room, for Sullivan had raised a valid point earlier. The cold of the outside world was still an uncomfortable warmth to the cold she remembered all her life. One that she could not quite find herself without anymore. Ritska breathed out, a mist flowed from his lips as he cupped his hands together and started to rub them, stepping into the room and huffing a little louder as he glanced around, only to pause and look at her. As though he remembered something. Now he was the one who sported an expression of guilt. Sorry, he breathed, rubbing his hands all the faster. I should have knocked and asked before coming in. Priscilla blinked. Why? Ritska stopped and looked rather puzzled now, perhaps as much as she currently felt. Because it's rude to invite yourself into someone's room. It is. That was certainly news to her, and now she was recalling the many times she had all but burst into the chambers of her denizens to watch over them, or the times she had flung herself into the home of grandmother to speak with her. She did not realize she had been rude so often. She looked once more at his expression, then gave a soft smile. Thou need not worry about such things with me. Thou may enter and depart as oft as thou wish. He shook his head. It is your room, he answered, as though that was somehow a reason to refuse her. Though all she could really pay attention to was how his hands moved from one another and started to furiously rub up and down his sleeves. She kept her expression as even as she could manage, but her eyes flickered between his movements and his face, reading his emotions and seeing the rising level of discomfort from him. Yet he did not speak even once. She frowned. We may speak in warmth, if thou are pained here. Ritska looked back to her with raised brows, then folded his arms a little tighter. It's just a bit of a chill. I just was not expecting it. Her brows started to fall and her stare turned half-lidded. He stopped speaking and wisely abandoned the notion of attempting to lie to her, or if that was not the case, he wisely kept his mouth silent as she rose from her seated position and strode towards him before he could even utter a single word, reaching down and taking him by the wrist before dragging him along with her to the outside corridors. Once there, she twisted him around and then reached down, coiling her arms around his body and then hoisting him upwards into a tight embrace, feeling his head resting upon her shoulder as she let her furs warm him. She could not understand why he went rather still, or why his head was suddenly feeling rather hot, though it served to prove that the technique was working, so she just held him there for a little bit longer. What? Ritska's voice cracked, there was a noticeable pause before he gulped and then resumed speaking. Why are you hugging me? Priscilla found herself blinking. Was it not obvious what she was doing? Thou were cold, she said, an embrace would allow mine first to warm thou. Perhaps it had been the sudden action of it all that had taken him by surprise, yet now that she had explained her reasoning, she was sure that he would start to relax and lose the surprise. She knew that would likely be the case and held him close to her for just a little bit longer. That's fine. His voice was still strained. You can set me down now. I wasn't in your room that low. Did he, perhaps, think that she could not feel the cold still clinging to him? The chills of her room were far removed from the ordinary cold that existed in this world. She had been outside and felt the coldest this place had to offer, and she knew that it would have been nothing more than a gentle chill for those of Ariamis. She would take no chances that he would succumb to the cold. Instead of replying, she just held him a little tighter so that he would understand the implication and how unwilling she was to just outright let him go right at this. She felt something rather strange at that moment, as though someone was trying to set her on fire without the use of flames. Turning her whole body, Ritska swinging in her grip, she faced the corridor and then tilted her head as he found herself looking down at a girl with teal-green hair and an almost matching colored cloth outfit. Though what truly drew her eye were the pair of horns that came out from either side of her head, small white things that they were but still taller than her own. Priscilla was momentarily stunned at the sight of another crossbreed such as herself. Further beyond, she heard a faint whistling sound before light coiled inwards and vanished. The pillar of brightness revealed a figure in silk garments, mantle draped over their shoulders and past their arms. But she was caught between glancing at their rather beautiful face and the serpentine legs which reminded her of the Lancer, Mesmer, and his curious addition to his body. She knew this person, did she not? Inclining her head in a polite bow, she gave a faint smile. Uncle Gwendolyn. It was her hope that she had gotten across as polite but not overly familiar. He just stiffened and looked rather pale, even for his lighter tone of skin, before closing his eyes and taking in a deep breath. But it was not him who broke the silence of their encounter after she had spoke, no. That went to her fellow crossbreed. She approached with gentle steps, holding a smile that for some curious reason did not reach her closed eyes. Posture coiled tight in her grip on the small fan in her hands being tight enough that she could see the strain in her muscles. Priscilla furrowed her brows ever so slightly at the curious actions but thought little of it. Keeping her smile and inclining her head. Greetings, she said. My name is Priscilla, recent guest of this. Her words were cut short when the smaller girl raised a single finger, lips pursed and the smile slowly vanishing off her face as she nodded her head up and down. Then she was pointing towards Ritska. What are you doing? Priscilla blinked. Then she felt Ritska wince. Hang on, Kiyohime. It's not what? Master Sama. Kiyohime interrupted with the gentlest of chuckles. Though I am always open to hearing your voice, there are just some things that require another to explain first. Which is why I am asking this snake. Priscilla jolted at the sudden venomous hiss before the girl leaned back and cleared her throat, smiling once again as though she had said nothing unusual. This, guessed, why she is acting so overly familiar with you. Overly familiar. Had she made some sort of mistake? Though she could not see how this was overly familiar in her eyes, instead shifted and glancing towards Ritska and then back to the smaller girl, raising a brow and tilting her head. Forgive me, yet I am unsure as to what thou mean. Kiyohime's smile did not dim, but instead sharpened. Her eyes opened and the bright yellow, they were yellow, not golden, orbs bore into her with an intensity that would have rivaled even the coldest winds. Despite the clear difference in stature, the girl seemed to grow until she was looking her at eye level. Why are you holding him so closely? Priscilla tilted her head. Because he was cold and me thought to warm him. Ah, well. The smile shifted, turning lopsided as the girl leaned backwards and made an exaggerated roll of the head. As long as you were just making sure he was warm, of course. I doubt there were any other thoughts going through your mind that would have you trying to take hold of Master Sama like that. Purely innocent, MMMH. She felt as though she was missing some context here. You can put me down now, Priscilla. Ritsuka whispered, as though trying to be unheard by the duo in front of them. Thoroughly confused, she did as he requested, and only because she was confident he was now warned, and slowly lowered him back to the ground, all while keeping her eyes fixed on the smaller girl and finding her confusion difficult to hide. Ritsuka, now freed, patted himself down and turned around. There wasn't anything. Kiyohime opened a fan in front of his face without looking. What are your intentions towards Master Sama? Priscilla was stumped by the question. The confusion only grew deeper as she watched her uncle sigh and pinch his nose, shaking his head in a clear display of exasperation. Yet he made little attempt to. She stiffened. And what, pray tell? Another presence flooded the corridor. This one from behind. Melodious words that dragged with them a warmth that was all-encompassing. Do her intentions matter to one such as you, girl? Priscilla did not need to turn in order to know who had now come upon them, and she was starting to feel as though there was something she was missing here. What had begun as an innocent visit had quickly spiraled, and she had never been the center of so much attention with such colorful personalities. It was making her feel more than a little nervous. Especially from the presence which was now right behind her, doubtless looming over her shoulder. Her uncle stiffened and his face shifted into a tight glare, a true anger burning in his eyes aimed for the one behind her. What business brings thou hither, Guinevere? Priscilla frowned at the tone of voice, one that disguised very little animosity and brought only a sense of feigned politeness. If it could even be called something as generous as that. She wet her lips and glanced down to Ritsuka, who was now cringing and looking either side of the two before he sighed and rubbed his temples. Look, I think that this is starting to spiral out a bit. There is nothing the matter. I was just going to Priscilla's room to talk with her. What about? Two voices asked as one. Even Ritsuka looked puzzled as he stared between her fellow crossbreed and the warmth. Both questions held a strange undertone to them which gave the implication they were asking for something more. Just talking, Ritsuka repeated. And her room was really cold, so she got worried and was just trying to warm me up. That was it. Kiyohime fixed him with a look of scrutiny, then hummed and nodded her head. I know you believe in the best of others, Master Sama, but there are some who might take advantage of such innocent intentions for their own means. Speak with care. The warmth rose, now turning to an uncomfortable heat. Before you make accusations that could be misinterpreted as insults. Ritsuka jumped in to answer. All right, enough. We're not going through an argument over who was doing what. Everything is fine and no one is taking advantage of anything, now then. He turned and walked to Kiyohime. She could not see the expression he made, but there was a visible shift in the posture of the smaller crossbreed. Her face brightened almost immediately. What was it you wanted to speak with me about, Kiyohime? Uncle huffed. She insisted that there was something wrong and then took flight in the direction of this room. I would have left her to her own devices, had she not let slip that she sensed there was a great danger surrounding you. With a roll of his eyes, then folded his arms. Though if I had known what the danger was, I would have intercepted her before I was greeted with this mummer's farce. Kiyohime whirled around and pointed the fan. Make light of this if you wish, but some of us are interested in whether Master Sama is being seduced by those with impure intentions. Uncle squinted at her very hard. Priscilla felt she missed something in some unspoken conversation. Kiyohime sniffed and drew her arm back. I shall not dignify that accusation with an answer. HMPH. Right, well. Ritsuka cleared his throat and gestured to the smaller girl. I suppose you haven't been introduced yet. Kiyohime, this is Priscilla, and Priscilla, this is Kiyohime. You've, well, already managed to deduce who Gwendolyn is. Priscilla nodded her head. Grandmother spoke of him. Uncle snorted. She blinked at the dubious face he wore before he shook his head and stalked off, a silent mutter escaping his lips that she could not quite hear. But Ritska just winced at the reaction and then sighed. That's probably not best to mention her. Ritska muttered quietly, though it did not explain anything and left her feeling very confused. There was a lot that was happening that she did not understand, and it was all happening very quickly. Are matters oft so? She struggled for the right word that would not have been offensive. Chaotic as this. Even that, polite as it was, felt as though it would have been an insult to them. Kiyohime puffed out her chest. The fight to protect Master Sama from base harlots is a long and grueling struggle that I am more than willing to. Priscilla slumped her shoulders. Dith thou refer to me? Ritska folded his arms and remained silent. The smaller girl seemed to stiffen at the sudden presence, both from Ritska and from the dwarf. Then she slowly shook her head from side to side, but her answer was still rather lacking. That remains to be seen, she said, squinting at her and stepping backwards. Rest assured, I shall have my eyes on you. Your innocence seems honest enough, but one can never tell. With that said, she turned on her heel and marched away, sparing one final glance over her shoulder before vanishing. The hall fell into silence once more, at least until Ritska sighed and palmed at his temples. Sorry about that, he seemed to struggle for words, then pulled his hand away. She's a berserker, so a lot of stuff just, well, she's focused on me and apparently it could be worse, but she still has her moments. She doesn't mean anything horrible by them and I'm sure she'll be fine with you given time. Priscilla was well aware there were many who did not like her. But she was rather puzzled as to the context surrounding this one, turning her eyes to him and furrowing her brows. For what reason was she hostile to me? No reason that you should waste sleep over. The presence drew closer, but did not step around to the front. It is as the boy said. She is riddled with madness as a fact of existence. Her reasons and motives are not meant to be understood. She will hate you for a time and then she will forget why she did so. That is all you need to worry yourself with. Priscilla was not so sure about that. Nor was she certain she approved of simply dismissing the words of the younger girl as though they were without worry. She was rather invested now. Or perhaps it was simpler to be said there was a problem before her and she would at least like to understand. Without responding to the warmth, she looked down to Ritska and inclined her head. Might we resume? Thou journeyed to mine room for a purpose, yes. A single blink, then a jolt. Ah, yeah, I did. Sorry. Just forgot for a moment in all the excitement. I was just wanting to ask if there was anything you felt like you needed in Chaldea. She shook her head. Thou hast been gracious enough that I dare not bid for more. Well, all right. He looked unconvinced by her words, but did not seem to argue them further. But if you think about something, let me know. She would do that and silently confirmed as much with a nod of the head. Though her mind was truly elsewhere at this time. Her eyes strayed the hallway where the smaller girl had since retreated, and already she felt some embers of a goal in mind. Priscilla, at this point, long since regretted not paying attention to the tour that she had been provided with. At the time, she had been more focused on how uncomfortably warm everything was and how clean the walls and floor were. It had been a passing nod of the head when she had been asked a question and no more than a hum in terms of a verbal response. Whether Ritska ever knew she was not paying attention did not occur to her. Clearly he had not, as otherwise she felt he would have been more patient. She felt somewhat guilty and ashamed for that, and her being lost at the moment was clearly some manner of earned punishment for that. Vaguely she recalled that this was the hallway that would lead somewhere, to something, but she did not know the precise details, and it was only the sensation of servants ahead of her that really spurred her forwards. There were at least half a dozen, perhaps more, and that gave her the impression it was some manner of gathering point. With that in mind, she calmed her features and braved onwards. Her hand pressed to the door and pushed. A terrible screeching sound met her ears and she locked up on instinct as the metal folded inwards, sparks dropped down from the frame, and an awful silence followed. She yanked her hand back and just stared at the mangled remains of the metal with wide and horrified eyes. All she had done was push the door. Was she not meant to? Her mind caught up with her and she flinched and cringed rather deeply, dropping her head and staring down to her feet as a flush of shame welled up within her. It had been an action of pure ingrained instinct to open the door as such, but the doors of Chaldea were different. Their manner of working was far removed from what she had been used to. All the more embarrassing in that she had seen Ritska open her own room in such a manner, but she had utterly failed to connect it. She truly hoped that she had not done some irreparable harm too. The screeching of metal returned, her eyes snapped up and she blinked at the sight of what appeared to be metal fingers curled around the slight gap in the newly opened entrance. They pulled and pressed the metal around their grip before giving a firm yank and tearing the door clean away from the space and catching it. Priscilla stared as the remains of the door were pulled back, looking with furrowed brows to either side for a moment. One hand of flesh and blood and another hand of metal. That was odd. But it lasted very little time as she stared beyond into the interior and felt the heat rise up her cheeks and overcome her face. A sea of eyes stared back at her in utter silence. There was a grunt from within the room. Her gaze snapped to the speaker, a man with long hair of a rather curious color. It looked to be purple, gazed back towards her with his hands hidden behind long sleeves. With a single brow raised, he glanced at the remains of the door and then towards her before he hummed and turned back around. I can see the family resemblance. Priscilla did not understand how that sported a laugh from behind the mangled door, but she winced all the same. The hunk of metal was set back down to the ground and revealed the one who had caught it, wearing a rather simple set of chainmail and dark trousers with long blonde hair of his own, yet what truly caught her eye were his mismatched arms. She had thought one was merely more armored than the other, yet it was not the case. One was made of metal. I had heard such gossip but did not think I would live to see it myself. The blonde man, nay, the god, chuckled and shook his head, brushing down his hands and casting a rather amused look at the remains of the door. Though I admit I have come close to making such a folly on more than one occasion. The man of purple hair hummed. It seems the way of Chaldea to do things in an unorthodox fashion. Perhaps. Musing, the man turned on her and shook his head. Do not trouble yourself with the guilt, girl. You were far from the first to make such a mistake and you stopped after the initial push. I've heard the other repeated this several times over before he was finally stopped. The silver hand gestured to his chest. I am the one to truly blame for the remainder of the damage. The purple man hummed. Yes, I suppose that would be the case. I am curious how you shall explain this when prompted. With a shrug, the god turned on him. The door was already damaged to a point beyond repair. An engineer are we. Despite the words, there was an amused smile on the face of the man as he leaned forwards. The god smiled all the wider but said nothing else, then turned back to her and made a rather offended noise. This has been rather awkward to simply leave you there, come. He stepped to the side and waved a hand to usher her inside. She hesitated for a moment, sparing one final glance for the mangled door, then stepped forwards and finally found the courage to speak. If there are amends to be made, I. A silver hand was waved in her face. I shall take on the brunt of the blame, girl, given that I was the one who wrenched the door clean from its hinges and dumped it on the floor. He paused, then turned across the room and called on that matter, Francis. Priscilla blinked, then turned her gaze to the individual she had missed, situated behind a waist-high wall of wood. The human gazed back with folded arms and a face that was less than amused before he sighed and shook his head. I'll call Da Vinci. He seemed resigned more than angered, but that made her feel a little worse for troubling them so much. It had been her inattentiveness which had caused this, after all. Only when she watched the man wander off did she truly start to look at her surroundings and furrowed her brows ever so slightly. The initial shock wearing away and treating her to greater clarity. This was a place that she did vaguely recognize from the tour, but she had forgotten the name, or had not paid attention enough to learn it in the first place. Dimmer lighting than the outside, tables and chairs scattered about with some situated in alcoves in the far corners. Now then, her eyes snapped back to the god as he cleared his throat and folded his arms. The stern visage faded away, replaced with a gentle smile that reminded her of grandmother. A pleasure to meet you, I am Nud. He nodded his head. The fellow over there with a grudge against garden birds is Sasaki Kojiro. Everyone is free to make jokes, but swallows are fearsome things. Nud rolled his eyes at the response. Mayhaps to bugs. And farmers. Of that I cannot argue. With a shrug, the attention returned to her. Ah, she was supposed to introduce herself next, wasn't she? Right. Clearing her throat, she stood up a little straighter. I am Priscilla, she said, then thought for a moment before adding, and I apologize for mine base introduction. Nud raised a brow and smiled reassuringly. There have been far worse first impressions than a single broken door and a regretful girl. Yes, but she felt as though she had one of those as well in the past, at least it was alluded to when she was Chaldea's enemy. Such a thing still made her feel a pang of shame because she could not even recall the time. Though she imagined it had been with reason, a reason she would likely understand, and it felt wrong for her to be with those she had tried to do battle with in the past. Now then, what is it you would like? I sense you came here for a purpose. She jolted back to the present on account of the words, then widened her eyes and nodded her head up and down, catching herself as she wet her lips. I was in search of someone. Nud hummed. Anyone that we might have seen. Her name is Kiyohime. She was sure it was pronounced as such. Ah, the young girl. Nud brightened a little. I know of her but have not had many a chance to actually speak with her. She seems to be the nice sort, if a little offended by those with deceitful tongues, but given her past, one can understand why she would hold something of a grudge to liars. Priscilla tilted her head in confusion. That might well have been, and she held no greater love for those who wove lies, but she could not understand the animosity she had been shown by the girl, and she did not think she could ask about such a thing without coming across as rude or accusing. Oblivious to her thoughts, Nud cupped his chin and hummed. I cannot presume to think of where she might be as of this moment, but finding her should be no great feat. I would wager her to have either returned to the cafeteria or to be walking in the shadow of Ritsuka. Priscilla could not say for the former, but the latter was unlikely as she had just come away from where Ritsuka was. Come then. She blinked and looked across. Sasaki was striding past her towards the door with a smile upon his lips. His eyes briefly met her own and he inclined his head to the doorway. I shall endeavor to serve as a guide. Priscilla blinked before shaking her head. Thou need not. I also fear for the safety of the many doors in Chaldea that stand between here and the cafeteria. Her mouth clamped shut and she felt the heat climb up her cheeks once more. Try to avoid bullying the girl, Sasaki. Nud chastised with a roll of the eyes and a shake of the head. And you are doing this so that you might also avoid being swept up in the wrath of Da Vinci when she arrives. Sasaki chuckled but did not answer. Priscilla felt as though the shadow of this, Da Vinci, was long and terrifying indeed if the mere mention of her name was enough to send fighters running in the opposite direction. And they were not even responsible for her. She glanced the way of Nud and opened her mouth to insist that she remain to explain herself. He pointed to her. You have someone to meet. If you wish, you might stop by the room of Da Vinci later and apologize to her, but she will offer no grudges for this. Hardly a matter worth being angered over, I can assure you. Priscilla leaned back and thinned her lips. Even with such assurances, she did not feel wholly convinced. Her eyes turned the way of Sasaki. He patiently awaited her with that same thin smile upon his lips, and she found that it was difficult to make a measure of the man. There was just something about him that almost made him blend into the background. She would have said him invisible like her, were it not for the fact he was still very opaque. At the repeated insistence of the god, she was eventually bullied from the room and journeyed with Sasaki through the door. Every few moments, she would glance over her shoulder. There was a strong urge for her to remain. You still feel guilty over it, do you not? Priscilla was not surprised that such had been noticed. She did not doubt that she was showing off her feelings. I was the one whom committed the sin, she explained. Thus I should be the one to compose amends for it. Whether Nud damaged it further, it began with me. Sasaki hummed and nodded his head in understanding. Yes, that much is quite true. He did not soften his words as Nud did, and for that she was quite grateful. Though there is little to say that you must make amends immediately, is there? And it was truly an honest mistake. Sasaki continued onwards. Nor is it any unforgivable crime. Priscilla shook her head. It is the sin itself, rather than the magnitude of it. Then why not remain? He asked. It was a strange thing indeed. It should have sounded like an accusation or a chastisement, but it was presented as no more than a mere innocuous question. She fell silent and looked down. I did not wish to be insulting. Ah, I see. Sasaki hummed, then chuckled after a moment. Truly, it seems as though you have been caught in quite the conundrum, have you not? With a glance his way, she noted the smile, but now she felt as though it was nothing more than a usual aspect of his face. Yes, she answered with some hesitation. Though I shall make every effort to clear away this debt. Then you have little else to concern yourself with so long as you hold yourself true to that. Such words were easy. Now on the matter of Kiyohime. Sasaki began and his eyes shifted to her, a sidelong gaze which settled and flickered with some mirth. Though you did not mention it, I assume you are seeking her out to make amends for a slight of sorts. Priscilla turned her head. Thou are a sharp one, she grumbled. It had not meant to come out in such a manner, but she had gone through the effort of not saying it in the first place. Might I guess? Sasaki continued, though did not actually wait for her to answer before he was already speaking. I shall assume you were caught engaging in friendly conversation with our young master and she took issue with such blatant displays of pleasant interactions between a man and woman. Priscilla blinked for a moment, then turned a surprised look at him. Mayhaps thou, wetting her lips, read minds like the pages of a book. With a rather startled blink, he turned his head up and stared at her before throwing his head back and letting out a louder laugh than before, though it was no less amused than those previous. The heat was climbing up her cheeks again at the implication she was being teased once more. She was deciding that speaking with this man was perhaps rather dangerous indeed, and now she wondered if he had come with her purely so he could poke fun at her. As though to put the matter to rest, he purposely stepped in front of her when they came upon another door and very slowly reached out to open it, swiping his hand above a glass panel and then drawing it back. She kept her face passive as the pair of them stepped into the enclosed space and the doors shut behind them. I only tease, of course. He chuckled at that. How have you found your time at Chaldea thus far? It is not what I am accustomed to. Yes, I felt much the same way. Sasaki replied. Oftentimes there are still moments in which I shall reduce myself to a distant observer for the sake of comfort. Hardly as though I had many partners for conversation in life. By choice. She felt the need to ask. He nodded his head slowly and she alleviated some of the pity she felt, but not all of it. Whether by choice or by force, it was still a lonely life to lead, and it was one that she would not truly wish upon any. And when thou stray beyond being mere eyes. The man hummed and shrugged his shoulders. There are times when I am pleased to take a step forth and speak. Though whether the feeling can be considered mutual often depends on those I am speaking with. He glanced her way and offered a lopsided smile. For instance, that would depend on how you currently feel. Priscilla flattened her features and stared straight ahead. I hast known thou only a short time, she said. I could not comment upon such a fleeting conversation. With a pleased hum, the man nodded his head. Then I shall continue my streak of remarks against you then, confident in the knowledge that. She twitched at that and glanced down at him from the corner of her eyes. I would be most grateful if thou would spare me them. He gave a dramatic sigh and hung his head. I suppose I might have to force myself into silence, if you would wish. Though there are so few who can appreciate my words. Between yourself and the witch, you are by far the more pleasing partner for conversation. If thou speak to this woman in such ways, it is little wonder. The reaction she got was a wider smile. It would seem I am not the only one with a sharp tongue. I learned much under the tutelage of grandmother. It was true, and though she had not verbally sparred with her in some time, she did not forget the ability to do so. She just wasn't quite as good as her. Though since he already knew. Thou speaks as though thou know Kiyohime. A small tilt of the head. It is not as though she is unknown. You will find that she has a rather front and center personality. She noticed that he did not comment upon whether that was a good or bad thing, so she accepted that and nodded her head up and down. She already had experienced that front and center personality for herself. It seemed more defensive the more she thought of the encounter. And she was starting to form a picture of the girl she was understood and perhaps even empathized with. Art thou friends with her? I cannot say I have spoken with her in any meaningful way to answer that question, though I doubt I would be much the sort of person she would speak with, yet I would not turn down conversation if it was offered. Offered. She caught upon. But not presented. He shook his head. No. We have little in common beyond the master we serve. I cannot myself think of much that would interest her and am sure she has little to speak of with me. Priscilla glanced away. Many of all walks of life found themselves within the land of Ariamis. Sasaki hummed. Yes, though I have heard they had quite a bit in common by the time they arrived, did they not? They did indeed, and she felt her argument fumble underneath her. They had pain and suffering in common and all seeking peace and abandonment of the agony which had remained with them all their lives until that moment. Perhaps it truly was a shared sense of misery which had bonded them all together, but they remained peaceful and kind for as long as she could recall. The door before them opened up, and there was something that twinged her senses. That familiar warmth, but without any sign of where it might be. As though it was just over her shoulder, but not quite there. Come along then. Sasaki strode forwards, unknowing of the sensation. I am curious if you shall make yourself her friend. Priscilla nodded. I would be much pleased if she would speak to me with a smile, rather than a scowl. Most would prefer as much, regardless. Sasaki pointed her out in the cafeteria, but she did not truly notice for a few moments. Instead her eyes drifted to the kitchens and took in the sight that she had been promised of. That of her youngest brother, hovered over a counter and palming at dough. She did not know if he sensed her or not, but even if he had, she did not expect much of a reception and would not ask for one. They were strangers to one another at best and she could not force a change. No, she was here for someone else first and foremost. Turning to the raised hand of Sasaki, she spied the younger girl with her back turned. I believe I should wish you some luck. Sasaki remarked as she walked off. But I am sure you will not need it. His silent confidence spurred her on and she found him to be a confusing man. She had not met many of his like. Perhaps that was because those she had met did not have much left to offer. She dealt with those of despair, not full of life and wit. Her eyes flickered left and right, seeing if there would be any who took notice of her or had issues. Yet she found herself somewhat. It was strange. None turned their heads to her. It was as though she did not exist, as though she had cast herself under the blanket of nothing and it was only that she did not feel it clinging to her furs that told her she could still be seen. Yet here, it was as though she was nothing special. They just paid her no mind. Far removed from the treatment in Ariamis and detached from what grandmother said awaited her in the outside world. Just nothing. A thought for another time, she would not let herself be distracted now. With that renewed confidence, she strode forwards until she was eventually beside the table of the younger girl and looking down. It was her shadow that Kiyohime seemed to register first, then her eyes flickered upwards to her and the bright yellow orbs narrowed upon her. There was no outward hostility as of yet, but there was some suspicion. Might we speak with one another? Kiyohime watched her for some moments. Then silently inclined her head to the space opposite, her hand sliding the tray of rice away from herself and folding her hands onto her lap. Priscilla took the invitation and placed herself down, unsure of where she should begin. I would like to extend an apology if I caused offense earlier to thou. Kiyohime watched her silently, then hummed and leaned back. What do you imagine you did wrong? She blinked. I'm not sure. The girl sighed and shook her head. Of that I was quite afraid. Apologizing for something you do not understand is rather pointless, but I do appreciate the honesty that you wish to try and do it. She leaned forwards, then gave a nigh imperceptible smile. But that you came here speaks of your character and though confused, I can tell your words were genuine. Thus I can approve of your continued presence before Master Sama. What? Priscilla's brows pinched, unsure of what had just transpired. I am most confused. Kiyohime exhaled. When you met with Master Sama, what struck you as a defining feature of his? It seemed an odd question, but Priscilla did not need much time to answer. He is kind, even to those who likely did not deserve such things. He was kind, but also very hurt. Kiyohime narrowed her eyes ever so slightly. True. That is a wonderful thing about him, but you know there is more. Don't you? She silently nodded her head. Kiyohime did not press further, but perhaps she did not need to. Master Sama is kind and trusting. The girl continued onwards, and it is because of that he has been manipulated in the past. He has had his kindness used against him by liars. The girl spat the word with such venom and heat. Priscilla was certain she saw wisps of smoke sputter from between her teeth. The girl quickly brought up her hand before her lips and coughed once. The heat vanished and she composed herself as though the slip had not happened. In the past, she finished, the frown deepened but her eyes grew softer. He hides it away to keep others at ease, but I can see through such things. Though it wounds me to see him lie with every smile, it is an attempt. The words were strained, but Priscilla understood. She looked down at the girl with some new understanding. Thou art protecting what thou loves. Kiyohime nodded. I am. I was not there for Master Sama. If I had been, perhaps he would not have suffered as such. Though I am here now and I swear that I shall not allow another to shatter his heart with such brutal words. Once is too many times. On that, Priscilla could agree with her. I understand thy fears, she replied. I did much to protect those I decided to take under mine shadow. I shall accept thy suspicion. The suspicion has been gone from the moment you sat down. Priscilla blinked very slowly. Pardon. Kiyohime raised a brow at her. I am rather skilled at detecting liars. More so than others would expect, but I told you. There was a genuine desire to apologize. It might have been misunderstood, but the intention remained to make amends. That and, Master Sama places much in your well-being. The reminder had her glance down. I have done little to earn such things. That is not for either of us to decide, it seems. Kiyohime responded. But if Master Sama wishes you well, then I be the dutiful wife and support such wishes. Then her eyes narrowed into slits, she leaned forwards and across the table, looking right into her eyes. But know that I shall be watching. Priscilla was oddly thankful for that. No, there was nothing odd about it. In response to the threat, she gave a grateful smile to the younger girl. I understand. Kiyohime hummed and leaned back. You do, don't you? It was no more than a whisper of a sentence, but it was there all the same. Priscilla hummed, then stopped, then blinked. Wife. Kiyohime nodded her head. Ah. Priscilla was rather surprised at that, but the defensive nature made sense. She thought, maybe. Did it? She did not know anything about this sort of thing. What does that mean? Kiyohime looked at her rather oddly after that. Then she tilted her head and hummed. Well, Priscilla was treated to a rather odd conversation about matrimony and such things. And a conversation about personal boundaries and what was considered acceptable. Suddenly the offense to the hug made sense in Priscilla's mind and she could grasp why the girl had been slightly offended by seeing such a thing. Priscilla fought hard to keep her grimace off her face during the explanation. From the understanding smile on the face of the girl opposite her, it seemed as though she had failed. Well, as we expected. Here they are. Priscilla. Height, weight, 211 centimeters, 206 kilograms. Servant. Assassin. Strength. B. A. Endurance. D. Agility. B. Mana. B. Luck. C. Noble Phantasm. X. Mystic Eyes of Life Hunt. EX. Anti-Unit, Anti-Divine, Max Target. 1. Max Range. 1 to 2. Visualizes her ability to end the life of a living being. Her scythe strikes true. Perhaps this is known by something in a different world. These eyes can perceive that which is living, and foresee the best path to its end. With this noble phantasm, she focuses all her magical energy and strains her eyes to their limits before delivering a single strike aimed at annihilating the enemy before her. Ariamis, chilled land's cold comfort. EX anti-world max target, max range. Reality marble of the world that Priscilla called her own, carries within her the frozen lands of comfort. Ebbing away at the strength and vitality of those dragged into it, they will slowly but surely lose the will to do anything and everything. Succumbing to the cold winds of the reality marble and accepting their place in its embrace. All who have ever lived in the painted world are here, even those who come from Oriental. The two worlds are the same. Class skills. Presence concealment. Divine core of the crossbreed, D. She is a crossbreed between Seath and Guinevere, the former holding a shard soul of Lord Gwyn and therefore being a god by proxy. The end result is her being a minor goddess herself, although it is still on the low end. Magic resistance, B. Personal skills. Mystic eyes of life hunt, A. It is not the scythe itself, but merely the skill channeled through the weapon. Priscilla can perceive how to kill something provided it can die. Visualizing them as lines across the body. Crossbreed, X. Immunity to poison and unaffected by the cold. However, her dragon nature makes her weak to those with anti-dragon perks. Monstrous strength, A. She who resides in the cold world, B. In conditions that are freezing, she gains a boost to her stats, as she spent her whole life in the painted world. Can also generate small blizzards with her breath to hide herself away. Blessing of the sinful goddess, B. Velka watched over the girl during her time in the cold world of Ariamis. Priscilla has a bonus granted to her stats when she faces anyone of evil alignment. Invisibility, A. Priscilla can render herself invisible to the naked eye and conceal her sounds. However, her physical presence remains. Summoning, I see, then I hast been. Very well. I am Priscilla, guardian of Ariamis. If thou shouldest hast want of mine cursed eyes, then I shall doth all I to protect thou. Dialogue 1. Here is, much unlike mine home for years past. There is much too vibrancy, methinks. Dialogue 2. To speak of master and servant. An apprentice and tutor, haply. If thou shouldest want our relationship is such, then I school thou of Ariamis O. Hast I made a mistake? Mine apologies. Dialogue 3. Thou are eating well, yes. That is good, I realize that humans are in want of regular sustenance. Dialogue 4. If you have Guinevere. Long since, I recall a warmth that I ne'er place. A sensation of belonging I hast not felt again till, then she approaches us now. Greetings. Mother, I am Priscilla and oh. An embrace was not expected yet, this is. Dialogue 5. If you have Caffrey. Long didst methinks of myself as guardian of Ariamis, yet I never wot the sensation of siblinghood. There is much excitement in a soul so bright yet, I am ashamed, for her lines. Eye so clear. Haply it meetest we keep apart, yet her brow is so wounded would I say to her such. Dialogue 6. If you have Jean. To offer salvation to another is a strength not many owe and some are beyond e'en that light. Those whom canst not be saved can at least be cared for, myself should regard. Dialogue 7. If you have Calamate. There is one whom walks about. His eyes track mine movements and his gaze is sharp, yet there is something wounded about it. Myself should see it clearly yet it ne'er lingers. Myself should like to meet the one whom wishes to reach out yet they are so distant. Dialogue 8. If you have Nameless King. To the one whom bids themselves mine uncle, they are a something vibrant force. I am oft at a loss with our conversations as they pull me along. Such a warm hand is extended yet my liver moves mo the fool whom canst not understand it. Dialogue 9. If you have Gwendolen. I am sometimes struck with a dream of a young girl and her elder brother. A distant tower, I the cold, and a loving hand upon mine brow. The dream is so vague and distant, haply it is not and yet, when I see you dear uncle, would I might hast a hand upon mine brow. It is a dream, I so lovely. Dialogue 10. If you have Philionor. Mine aunt and mine, I suppose thou are. I see. Then we are both. Oh, thou would speak no mo of it. That I would understand. We shall traffic words as kin, I that case. I believe it would please aunt. Dialogue 11. If you have Nar Alma. Such a cold soul thou are, little brother. Belike it is with the care of an elder sister thou want a memento of life and 'tis value. For as much as thou would preach of the value of survival, thou never see what I might. Dialogue 12. If you have hovel. There is one of rock and hatred whom stalks the halls. Or so I am told. Forsooth, I dare not wander shouldest I hark the thud of their steps. Dialogue 13. If you have ashen one, avenger. Our goals are divers. Our dreams differ. They are one that I canst not accept, and he canst not accept me. Yet we are also kin and our love is true. That much I believe. Dialogue 14. If you have scathich scatty completed lost belt too. I shall speak, I earnest. Thy goal was not mistaken, merely difficult. I canst not consider a path there was to take which would hast brought peace to all. Yet methinks thou didst all thou could. For that, I shall offer mine own words. None can bid mo of thou, scatty. Dialogue 15. If you have amakusa shuru. Thy hope is, 'tis a most beautiful wish. If it might I become true, I wish very much so. Dialogue 16. If you have velka. Grandmother. Thou are keeping in good health. A relief to hark. Myself. I am well enough, I thank thou for thy import. Thou would to spend time together. Of course, whenever thou would wish it so. Likes. Thou bid me of mine likes. They are, I hast merely enjoyed the role of caretaker. That is all I find lovely. Hates. I find rising temperatures disagreeable. Do not laugh, it is not a joke. I am most sad. This heat is unacceptable. How may you stand it? Wish for the Holy Grail. This Holy Grail. Then I would for a land of peace and kindness, if such a thing possible. Bond level 1. Thou are a most kind soul, to take, one such as I. A kindness I shall see repaid. Bond level 2. I rarely use mine eyes, just so thou know thou never keep me for that reason alone. That is, most surprising to hark. Bond level 3. There is much beyond the land of Ariamis that I never dreamt possible. To see such a sight that people would flee from is indeed a strange thing. I feel as though I understand mine charges more now. Bond level 4. Thou would to know why I answered a summons. Was merely that 'tis said a soul, I anguish and sought to lend mine shoulder to him. For as long as thou want this comfort, I shall be hither for thou. Bond level 5. When thy journey shall come to an end, at whatever stage, know that I shall see to it thou are welcomed, in a land most gentle and kind, with souls such as yours for company, skeletons of wheels. There are those yet whence hath thou hark such tales. Birthday. The benizons of the travelling lamp upon thou, a most joyous day. During an event. There is much excitement afoot. Thou would to attend. I am, not accustomed yet if that is thy hope. First Ascension. HMPH. This strength is most unusual. A beating in mine chest burns a bit hotter. Second Ascension. I feel this surge of something in mine bosom once more. Is this something normal? I see, then I shall accept this boon as praise from thou, even if it is not needed. Third Ascension. Mine eyes doth itch as of late. The lines become clearer still. Is that what is wished of me? To regard that this beshrew had been thought of as a boon and yet no. I shall not lose myself to it. Fourth Ascension. No matter what may comes, or how firm the urge might grow, it shall remain only a distant thought to be banished. HMPH. What doth I speak of? Never thou mind, little one. Merely know I shall put this symbol of trust thou hast placed upon me to good use. Pursuing understanding. She was watching him closely. She had been doing that quite a bit for a little while. It wasn't as though anything was hard to miss when she watched him through it all. The flash of light that illuminated the room, the strain on his face nor the way his dimmed eyes lit up just that tiny bit when the person appeared on the pad. Boudica. Senpei sounded rather joyful. Please stop looking like that. Mash put on her own smile, enthusiasm bleeding through as she looked to the writer and saw the hesitance and the shame clear upon her face. It made her feel the strong urge to assure her that nothing that happened was really her fault and that they understood. Yet she could see that look in her eyes. The same sort of look that Senpei had. Boudica looked back at them and smiled. Please don't smile like that. Hello. Boudica's voice was lacking in its usual cheer, but but there was at least a smile on her lips. Yet Mash could not find herself to be relieved by that, instead she just noticed how it was just as strained as Senpai's were. The same sort of dimness in her eyes and the same slump in her shoulders. I suppose it's good to be back. Her smile remained. Mash kept herself to the background and just watched. Her own cheer faltered, but she did not lose her warm feelings. Whatever else there was to be said, she was fine, she was happy, with Boudica being back in Chaldea, and she just wanted her to know that none of it was her fault. It's fine, Boudica-san. She could not contain herself, blurting out the words and drawing the eyes of the room towards her. Having taken a small step forwards as she did so and then quickly stepping backwards from the flash of something which washed through Boudica's face. Guilt, perhaps, or shame. Neither made Mash feel all that comfortable. It's fine. She repeated the words again, looking deep into the sapphire gaze of the writer. It wasn't your fault and we understand that. It was what she wanted to say. It was what needed to be said. Boudica just looked back at her and kept that sad smile on her face. Please stop looking like that. Please. She did not say anything. And she did not even need to, because that look on her face told Mash everything that she really needed to know. And she couldn't understand. Like Mash said. Senpai cut in, certainty bleeding through his words and folding his arms over his chest. The way he looked at Boudica made it clear that he was fully believing in everything he was saying. It was never your fault, Boudica. That was exactly what Mash had said, and she was more than pleased for the support she was getting from Senpai. Making it clear that she was perfectly right in saying such things. But if that was the case, then why did Senpai look like that? Why was there something horrible lurking under his words that made her heart jerk in uncomfortable directions? Why did she not like that certainty? Mash did not know what she was supposed to do here. And she did not like that. The hot chocolate had gone cold. She just let it go cold because she couldn't bring herself to drink it. The whole point of it was that she was supposed to feel better, more at ease, and yet the more she had spent sitting there, the more she found it was just impossible to get those expressions out of her head. Even as she glanced across to the kitchen itself, watching as Boudica was rather swiftly drawn into a large hug from Sigward that lifted her off the ground, she watched the shock over the face of the older woman as she was lowered back down and Sigward started speaking with her. It brought a smile to her lips. That was the sort of thing that she liked seeing. That was how it was supposed to be, and yet. She sipped the cold drink and turned back to look down at her table, staring at a particular spot which had not been cleaned properly. A tiny stain that was really far from anything worth worrying about at the end of the day. So she just started rubbing away at the spot in an effort to remove it from the table. Eventually using her nail to pick away at the stain when just rubbing it with her sleeve yielded no results. Dear me. Mash jerked, her finger scraped against the table and back to herself. Eyes snapping upwards to the person opposite. The person who sat down without her knowing. An apology for not noticing them died on her lips. She went ramrod straight. The room felt quieter than it had been before, smaller too. With raised hands in a show of surrender, the man opposite leaned back with a disarming smile. There was quite literally nothing she could have done to tell he was anything other than remorseful at sneaking up on her. Nothing that was, except a name to put to a face. I apologize for startling you, that was not my intention. He lowered the hands onto the table, though kept his marginal distance away from her. Making a clear show that though they might have been only a few feet from one another, he was not going to be moving any closer than he already was. Mash could spy movement over the top of his shoulder. A not-so-subtle shift from those who had been watching, and the way the smiles on the faces of several servants had long been lost. If the man before her knew any of this, sensed any of this, then he gave very little indication that he was bothered in the least. She was personally unsure which of the two of those options would have been worse. Though she kept her silence and just found herself staring at him and waiting for something to happen. Turning his head, he glanced to the direction she had been staring and huffed a smile, lips curling upwards. But it was far too wide. Like it was being stretched over too great a surface and looked almost disturbing, not much like a natural smile. She suppressed a shudder as his eyes twisted around, just the eyes, and looked back towards her with some glimmer of mirth. Yet it felt far from mocking, a knowing tinge within his gaze as he glanced between her and the distant sight of Boudica reintegrating into the kitchen. A pleasant sight, is it not? Watching friends join hands with one another after a particular unpleasant parting. He rumbled, then turned away. Wouldn't you say? Mash just mutely nodded her head, unsure of what else there was to say. Or could be said. And yet, he paused for a moment, then tilted his head. One can look over at you and see such a sour look on your face. I do not doubt that you are as joyful as others at the return of your friend. He raised a hand and stopped her from opening her mouth. But you cannot deny that, at the moment, you're looking rather upset. Uncertain of whether she even wanted to have a conversation with him in the first place, but unable to deny he was right, Mash fidgeted in her seat and gripped her mug all the tighter in her hands. Rolling her lips inwards and thinking for a moment how the best way to proceed was. Is it? She whispered. That obvious? Raising a brow, the man nodded his head. Quite so, I am afraid. You wear your emotions quite vividly on your sleeve. Not that it can be considered a terrible thing, or unusual. It is expected for children to be so open with how they feel. It makes it all the simpler to understand what their true thoughts are at the time, and when it is clear something is worrying them. He was smiling, but it felt like he was laughing at something else. Like there was some hidden joke in his words that she wanted nothing more than to ignore, yet all too soon did the words of Ash come flooding into her mind as to what this man was famous for. It was hard not to make the connection when he started talking about children. She felt a little sick. With a faint chuckle, the man shook his head. Nothing horrid, I assure you. It is the truth. A truth that you wear rather openly, so I shall not say that you are to regale me with your worries, as I doubt I have earned such trust, but I shall make some comments which may or may not have some foundation in your mind. He did not give her much of a choice in the matter, and she was growing increasingly aware of the number of servants who were eyeing this direction. What almost made her double take was the sight of Blackbeard running his thumb along a bread knife and looking in their direction. She shuddered when he shot her a reassuring smile before it vanished and was replaced with the cold glare once more. None of the others on his table did much to stop him, and some were involved. Havel was just looking and doing little else. Her eyes darted back to the man before she could draw attention to it any further. The last thing she wanted was for a brawl to start out. Are you troubled by the guilt the woman bears over something that was no fault of her own? It should be obvious that she understands there was never any blame laid at her feet, and instead the real cause was the one who set her in that position in the first place, yes. Mash was rather shocked as to how he had managed to guess it so perfectly. With a raised brow, the man locked his fingers together. Such things are not uncommon. Often humans will avoid choosing the right path, the easiest path, and instead travel down the one which makes sense in their own mind. Jerking his head to the direction of Boudica. She holds herself to a standard, long since believing she had control over her anger, and now such anger was used. Not against the one who it is aimed at, but rather the ones she considers her friends. Her rage was weaponized and she blames herself for that lack of control. But it wasn't her fault. Mash blurted out, unable to contain herself from defending Boudica from the accusation. Or was it even an accusation in the first place? The lack of a reaction told her a different story. Of course. The man agreed with her, making her blink. Anger is a comforting shackle around one's neck, and it is so easy to indulge within it. Never mind the inclusion of emotional tampering to force a reaction, but the results remain the same. Your friend was presented with the singular truth, the fact that she was not as free of her anger as she once thought. He leaned back. That smile far too wide was back. And is it concern for just her? Or are there others who blame themselves for things which were beyond their control? Mash stilled. She did not like that glint in his eyes. She opened her mouth to respond, but then stopped as she watched his calm expression twitch ever so slightly. The smile that had been on his face dimmed a little, and he was no longer looking at her. Instead he was tracking something else which was behind her, eyes rising as an indication it was getting closer. Mash did not even get a chance to speak before something fell on her shoulders. With a jolt, she looked left and right to see that a pair of hands had fallen upon her shoulders. All too soon she felt someone start to give her a faint tug and pull her upwards. She glanced for the face. Doctor. Romani looked her way but did not smile. Instead he offered a faint nod of the head before he turned her away from the table and started to push her away. She barely got the chance to say anything else as they were pushing, but not before the doctor stopped and then looked down at her with a tiny smile. "I'll be with you in a moment." He turned around without waiting for her response and marched right back to where the man still sat at the table. She watched something happen. Words were traded between them. Then the other man started to rise up, slowly. Mash was sure her heart jumped into her throat. There was a fizzle of light. Another figure came into being. Mash stared. Chrysor was stood just behind Romani and looked across to the man, silently watching him and tilting her head. Aldrich smiled that same disarming smile and raised his hands in a show of surrender as before, then stepped away from the table and folded them behind his back, turning on his heel and walking onwards and away. Mash hurried towards the pair, just in time to catch the tail end of their conversation. "Stupid move," Chrysor chastised. "He could have killed you if I wasn't here." Then she swatted the back of his head. "Stick to what you are good at." And with that, she cast a single look towards Mash and narrowed her eyes behind the sunglasses before vanishing as swiftly as she had arrived, leaving her feeling rather perplexed as to what had even happened there. With his shoulders slumped, Romani twisted about to face her and rubbed the back of his neck, that earlier expression gone as though it had never been there. Now he just looked like normal Romani again. "Is your head all right?" Mash asked, in lieu of anything else to say. Romani blinked at her twice before pulling his hand away. "Oh yeah." She held back quite a bit. "A lot, I mean, it still hurt but you know, could have just slapped my whole head off my shoulders if she really wanted to." The doctor winced. "That wasn't as comforting as I thought it was going to be." She shook her head very slowly. With a sigh, he walked on and towards her, then tapped her on the shoulder and indicated to follow. "Come on." The director chucked me out of the command room and I felt like having a little bit of company that wouldn't make fun of me. "Da Vinci-san likes teasing you though." Mash replied, then thought of what the caster had once said. "She said you make it very easy." "That's because Leona is a professional bully." Romani shot back without even a second of hesitation. "And please do not tell her I said that." She wouldn't. But there was something else she was puzzled by. "Why did the director kick you out?" Romani hesitated for a moment and then pointedly did not answer her question. It was enough for Mash to narrow her eyes at the back of his head, ensuring that he could feel the intensity of her scrutiny. He glanced over his shoulder at her, then looked down. That coffee. I don't drink coffee." Oh, yeah, right." He cleared his throat. "I knew that. Were you drinking coffee to not sleep again?" Mash stepped right up beside him and then leaned into his personal space, staring at the underside of his eyes before she noticed something rather apparent. That being a rather faint smudge on his cheek. She stepped around him and then stopped right in his path. He flinched when he met her eyes. She wordlessly raised her hand and brought her thumb upwards, then dragged it across the underside of his eye and pulled it back. Romani. Yes. Is this concealer? Mash closed her eyes and slumped, feeling more disappointed than she otherwise would have felt. If only because this was far removed from what Romani was usually like. He was supposed to be a bit of a lazy person who never did much. Well-meaning but otherwise bumbling. Not working until he got bags under his eyes. She stared at the makeup on her thumb and felt her shoulders slump. Was everyone just hiding their problems? Then again, it was not like she was an exception to that. Mash slumped her shoulders and turned back around, walking at a slower pace so that the doctor could move ahead of her. Except he did not quite do that. Instead he walked right by her side while casting small glances her way as they moved. He was far from subtle about it. She probably wasn't all that subtle either. Taking another sip of the now very cold chocolate. It was more of a milkshake at this point anyway. Chess. Mash stared at him. Romani stared back. Then his shoulders slumped a little. Sorry, I was just thinking of a way for us to pass the time. You should sleep. He waved her off with that smile that told her not to worry about it, except she could see the lines on his face and was watching it sag ever so slightly. Now pointedly aware of the state he was in now that he had washed his face clean of the makeup. She was more alarmed by the fact he had applied it so well. It was something she did not know he could do. I can have a nap later. He rumbled in reply, and then stopped and widened his eyes, clamping his jaw shut and visibly fighting the urge to yawn. Mash remained unimpressed by his display. She made as much clear when she dropped her brows and gave him a half-lidded stare, only shifting when he looked away from her and shook his head, grumbling something under his breath before he twisted around in his chair and faced her. Are you all right? Mash felt as though that was the sort of thing she should have been asking him, but she held herself back and looked down at her lap. Because I saw you looked a little shaken when that guy came up to you. She looked up and saw Romani's face shift ever so slightly. You can tell me if he's bothering you. I'll sort it out. Mash, though bemused and a little touched at the protective nature of the doctor, shook her head from side to side. He wasn't, I was a bit uncomfortable, but he wasn't saying anything mean. Romani gave an unsatisfied grunt. They don't need to say mean things to make you feel bad. I think, the words caught in her throat. She really just wanted to ask him but was almost trying to catch herself before they could. She wasn't sure what Romani would even say to her in the first place. Looking her up and down, he leaned back into his chair and smiled. Not like the smile Aldrich had. This one actually had some warmth in it. I don't know what to do. Romani hummed but said nothing, prompting her to continue. I try my best to protect Senpei but I just feel. She waved a hand and clenched her jaw shut. It was what she felt but she could see the refusal just waiting in the eyes of the man opposite. If she said it, he would deny it. But that wasn't what she needed or wanted right now. I can't help Senpei when I want to. She muttered, dropping her arms down. I can tell that he's bothered by something but I don't know what I can say to make him feel better, and then I see him smiling but I just know there is something wrong and I don't want him to pretend to be alright. Her shoulders hunched together. And then Boudica-san came back and none of it was her fault but I think she blames herself but she shouldn't. She looked up, right at the doctor. The question which had been on the tip of her tongue just rolled right off it. Why isn't it easy? Why can't I help them? Romani was silent. That was perhaps the thing that struck her as unusual about it. The expected denial assurances that she was trying her best never came. Instead he was just sitting across from her with his hands on his knees and a rather distant look in his eyes as he gazed back at her. After what felt like years, he released a noise from the back of his throat that was almost like a sigh but felt different. That's the sort of question that everyone asks Mash. That wasn't much of a comfort for her. Everyone feels like that. Romani looked around. Watching something you don't like happen, watching as someone you care about is in pain and you just can't seem to do anything to help them. It's normal and it's ugly because you feel powerless to stop it or do anything. He looked at her. Mash. Romani began, speaking very slowly. It's not something that falls to you alone to make Fujimaru-kun and everyone else feel better. She knew that. She knew there were other people there that could help, but even if that was the case she wanted to do something. Just to see that her words were having an effect. That she was repaying his kindness. What you're talking about? Romani leaned forwards and clasped his hands together. It's not something that can be fixed easily. I wish it could be, I wish it was the case, but it can't. If someone gets it into their head that it's their fault for something, or that they are to blame, it can be very hard to get rid of that thought. Especially if there is ample evidence to support that. Mash looked down. But I'm not saying they don't believe you. He quickly jumped in. And that they don't appreciate it, but it's going to be there until it isn't. It's going to be there until they decide for themselves that it isn't their fault. That there is nothing they could have done. Hindsight is really quite the curse at times. Raising her hands, she ran them over her face and through her hair. This was something that was normal. She didn't like it. She really just didn't like it and didn't like the fact they were being made to feel like this. I think, Mash didn't want to say it because she wasn't sure, but the longer it remained the longer she just saw it. I think, Senpai is still hurt from London. Romani grimaced, a rather deep one at that, and then did a shallow but grave nod of the head in support. Mash rubbed her hands over eyes. She just wanted it to be simple, but apparently it wasn't. When will he? I don't know. Romani softly replied. But Mash, I want you to know that he's probably going to be holding onto it for a long. But it wasn't his fault. When did she get on her feet? Quickly she folded in on herself and sat back down, feeling more than a little guilty for snapping at the doctor like that, but all of these feelings had just been building up inside her and were just flowing out. She did not know what else she could say. It wasn't his fault. Falling back onto the chair, she leaned forwards. It wasn't his fault. No, it wasn't, Romani whispered. But he will still blame himself because he thinks it is his fault. He's not responsible for someone else's choices, but it was Fujimaru-kun who acted in such a way that it could happen in the first place. Mash snapped her eyes up and opened her mouth. But Romani wasn't saying it to be accusing. And he wasn't wrong. Senpai did what Senpai always did. And it got used against him in the worst possible way. I just want everyone to feel better. Romani reached across, placing a hand on top of her head. I know you do, Mash, and it's wonderful you're trying, so the best thing, perhaps the only thing, to do is to just keep on drilling it in until they get the message. Mash fidgeted. But you said. Romani shrugged. I said it needs to be them who accepts it, but you're allowed to hand out some helpful reminders to them as many times as you can. She thinned her lips and nodded her head very slowly. It was just going to be what she was doing, but at least it was, at least she knew it was a thing. But that didn't mean she liked it all that much either. Now she just had to figure out how to make Senpai and Boudica feel better. Romani. Go to sleep. The doctor drew his hand back and blinked at her, then opened his mouth to reply, or perhaps even argue, but she cut him short by standing up once again and looming over him, folding her arms and frowning as best as she could muster, but she had already yelled at him once before, so it wasn't all that much of a frown. Instead it was just a very stern expression. You told me to give reminders until the other person accepted it. She narrowed her eyes. So go to bed. Romani slumped, but kept a faint smile. Yes, Mash. I'll see you later then. Wordlessly, he picked himself up from his chair and moved across to the corner of his office. Mash watched him until she was satisfied he wasn't going to sneak off and try to work again, backing away once she was and then turning and leaving. It had not been much later when he found her. Mash perked up rather quickly at the knock on her door and the polite entrance. At least with the smile he sent her way it seemed a little less strained and a bit more genuine. It made her feel better that he could at least keep smiling like that. Though she did wish it was more often. Hello, Senpai. Hey, Mash. As he stepped into the room, he looked around for a moment and surveyed it. She wasn't quite sure what he was looking for inside her room, or maybe he thought she would have had someone else in here with her. She decided the latter was the more likely as he gave a subtle nod of the head and looked back to her. I'm gonna be heading down to the simulator for some training. She quickly rose to her feet and quickly nodded her head. I will be right there, Senpai. Even if it was nothing more than a simulation and there was no true danger, it did not hurt for her to get better at this. With fists clenched and face set in determination, she marched right towards him. He blinked and leaned back, looking a little surprised by it, but quickly lost the shock and put on the smile once again, this time showing a bit more mirth. I didn't realize you were so excited. Mash would not call it excitement, unless maybe it was. She did not quite know and she felt herself flush a little, raising her fist to her lips and coughing into it to clear her throat. I mean, training is important, Senpai. And the singularities have been getting more difficult, so I should be ready to protect you at any point. Rising straighter, She jutted forth her chin and kept her face schooled. Senpai blinked twice, then shrugged. That's fair enough. Though I'll tell you it was mainly someone else coming to me first which brought this about. That earned a blink of confusion from her, the admittance that this was the idea of someone else, but Mash was not entirely sure who it was that would. A ripple of space right behind his shoulder, long streaks of purple hair that belonged to only two individuals, and much to Mash's worry, it did not belong to the more stable of the two. Within a moment she found herself on guard as the translucent shape found solid form and the darkened shades turned on her, a tilt of the head accompanied squinted eyes. Chrysor. Senpai jerked a little from the movement and then let out a breath, turning ever so slightly to the saber servant and placing his hands on his hips. Did you have to appear right behind me? Chrysor just turned their head very slowly towards him and leveled a half-lidded gaze. I do what I want, parasite. Mash blinked, then frowned deeper and stepped forwards. There is no need to be rude. Rude. Chrysor turned on her next and raised a brow, unapologetic. It is just what he is though. It is insulting. How is the truth? It's not the worst thing I've been called. Senpai jumped into the middle of the conversation with a wave of the hand, and she was rather upset with how easily he had just confessed to that. Then she realized he was also probably right as well. It made her feel a little bit worse that he had to put up with that sort of attention. She did not think he deserved any of it. And if that's how they think of me, it is what you are. Chrysor interrupted with a turn of the head, leaning forward slightly and hardening their tone, almost as if they were begging for him to try and challenge the accusation. Mash certainly would have made it clear with her own slight shift in position, moving just around Senpai and a little closer to the saber, a movement they clearly noticed and as she wanted them to. Eyes turning behind the shades and meeting her own, there was a silence that passed between them. Then Chrysor leaned back and spoke again. He is a parasite because he attaches to things stronger than them and relies on them to live. It was an exceedingly simple way of describing it. And not the only way either. It could also be called symbiosis. She explained rather slowly, with just a little bit of challenge in her own voice as well. We rely on Senpai just as Senpai relies on us. Chrysor looked unimpressed and their expression just screamed boredom, or incredulity. Either one of them. Then they were moving and stalked right past her. Come on. We're fighting. Mash looked at Senpai and wanted to measure what his reaction to all of this was, and all she got with a shrug of the shoulders before he stepped forwards and looked past her, just towards the retreating saber, and then looked back. I get what they mean most of the time, it's just their own way of speaking. I doubt they really mean anything insulting about the way they talk. They might not mean it. She agreed, because there was every chance that Senpai was correct. Chrysor approached everything in that animalistic manner, but it is still rude. Even if you were understanding, Senpai, someone else might not be, and then it would cause problems in the future. Huh. Scratching his chin, he leaned back and raised his brows. Hadn't considered that. Good catch. Then again, I think they would probably be waiting for that sort of thing. Probably the same reason that Alma was always looking like he was going to cut up the next person who walked around the corner. Perhaps the scary thing was that it wasn't an exaggeration. His shoulders dropped. Listen, I know Chrysor might be a little different to some of the other servants, but I still want to get some team dynamics set up here. I've got some good feelings about how well you two might be able to work together here. She believed him. And if it did help keep him safe. Quickly, she nodded her head. All right, Senpai. Thanks. He beamed and looked past her once more. Now let's go before Chrysor decides we're being too slow and just carries us. That was also something that could happen, Mash knew. With that in mind, she followed after Senpai and Chrysor. She twisted and loosened, her fingers slipped from the shield and it left her hold. It hummed as it flew, spinning on an invisible axis and barely even a few inches from the ground at best, but the movement was as good as it was going to be. She took off the second the shield left her hold and chased it down. Striking the shins of the summoned enemies, they were tumbled over and forwards, losing their balance, and the shield kept on spinning. As was expected with the force she had thrown it, but she did not expect to catch any of the summoned enemies. Instead of Blur fell to the ground before her and charged forwards, darting in amongst them and sending splashes of crimson into the sky as they moved through them, an attack that lasted no more than a few seconds. A deep thud from ahead, Mash stomped down and braced herself, hand held out before her. The shield crashed right back into her waiting palm and everything just resumed in a normal span of time. The bodies crashed down to the earth and vanished away, most having been cut completely in two. They faded away as though they had never been there. She lowered her shield back down and turned her gaze to Chrysor. They lowered their foot from having kicked her shield back towards her. A part of her wanted to ask whether they were hurt with that. A larger part of her was still uneasy about having them around. It was not the first time she had fought a servant who became an ally, nor was it the first time she sparred with one of them. But she struggled to forget how she had been so quickly taken out by that servant, and just being there and training with them reminded her of that fact. It gnawed at her that despite how much she just wanted to protect Senpei, there were some servants who would just overpower her. Yet she could not be surprised at that. She was, after all, a demi-servant. It seemed as though everything lately was just coming down to problems that could not be solved with simple solutions, or that her wishes were being left unanswered. That worked out really well. Senpei called out as he jogged over from behind her, coming to a halt somewhere between herself and Chrysor, the saber already approaching. Then he cupped his chin, that pleased expression fading into a more thoughtful one. But I'm thinking about how to deal with wyverns as well. They keep up to the skies and just rain fire down. I know we could just get an archer, but might as well practice for that. These are too easy. It was an interruption that came from the saber. They looked towards Senpei and frowned. Killing them is no challenge. Senpei tilted his head. You want to move on to something a little harder. His eyes flickered towards her with the unasked question, and she could find herself disagreeing with the words of Chrysor either. While the technique had definitely worked out very well, exactly as Senpei had said, it would not do them much good against a stronger foe or even an enemy servant they encountered. And if they were tough enough. Get the dragon. Senpei went stiff. Excuse me. The dragon. Chrysor repeated. Get them. They are strong enough. Mash blinked very slowly and tilted her head. She squinted for a few moments before understanding jumped into her. She looked around and over her shoulder in the belief that there might have been someone eavesdropping, but it was a pointless concern for her to have. There was no one here but them. She turned back and frowned. You want us to get Berserker-san? Yes. The confirmation came as expected. Mash looked at Senpei. He had his arms folded. I can't just summon him here, he's not actually my servant to begin with. He works with the director and even beyond that. They will come. Chrysor sounded so certain about it. Senpei exhaled and rubbed his brow, then turned and walked off. I can make a request, but there are other options available to us. A couple other servants would probably be willing to lend a hand, but, alright then. I'll ask. Mash watched him for a moment, then looked to Chrysor and frowned, stepping towards the saber and opening her mouth to speak. They just turned and looked at her. The dragon is a strong opponent. If you want to get better, you have to fight those. Either you care for your parasite or you don't. Stop calling him that. Mash clenched her jaw, keeping her voice level. It's impolite. But it isn't the truth. She blurted out, conscious of the distance between herself and Senpei and lowering her voice to avoid causing a scene. Instead she just closed the gap between herself and Saber and looked them right in the eyes. Stop saying it is the truth because it isn't. Senpei pulls his weight. He does a lot more than you give him credit for. Stop being rude to him. Chrysor kept silent for a couple seconds. Then tilted their head ever so slightly and looked down at her, brows furrowed as something sharp glinted behind the shades before it vanished. A single disappointed huff left their lips and they looked away from her, providing no further comments and allowing Mash no time to even get out a further retort. Not when Senpei called behind them. Okay, so he apparently agreed pretty quickly and is on his way down. Not sure if you knew that was gonna happen, but... The doors burst open. Mash barely registered the jolt of surprise from Chrysor as she also whirled around to the direction of the entrance. Calamate coming charging in full pelt before slamming his feet down and sliding across the simulated ground into a dead stop, thrusting a fist into the earth and punch a hole right up to his wrist. Hunched over with one knee pressed down, he ripped his arm free of the ground and stood back up to his full height. Bumblebee hair flowing on account of some unseen force, he rolled his shoulders until they cracked with a sound much like a falling tree. It was a rather eerie noise. His mismatched eyes fell downwards and locked onto all of them. "I heard you wanted to fight." Folding his arms, a smile spread over his lips. "I can fight if it helps, and I am a little curious as to what Sister Olga's little brother and sister are like." Senpei made a choking noise which sounded a little like a cut-off laugh. She was no better, feeling her brows shoot right the way up her forehead until they were almost touching her hairline. In truth, it was exactly the sort of comment that could have been expected from Calamate, but that did very little to actually prepare her for having it thrown into her face. Regardless, tensing herself, she quickly shook her mind free of the distraction and assumed a position. With a raised hand, Calamate's palm burst into mustard and black flames. They coiled around one another before thinning out, forming a pillar in his grasp which glowed a brilliant white before dimming, revealing the obsidian shape of the sword in his grasp, fingers curling around the hilt. She knew what this meant. Raising her own shield, she prepared herself for the attack. As he reversed the sword in his left hand, he brought up his right in the shape of a fist. He dropped the blade and punched it right on the pommel. The impact sent a shockwave around the air right on her shield, striking just off center and jerking her ever so slightly. It was the sheer power of the attack which left her shocked for only a moment, then another came just as quickly as the first, this one missing her and hitting the ground. Dirt showered over her head. A flash of yellow and black, the debris split apart as the shape of the berserker tore through the dust cloud right above her, hands clenched together in a fist as he swung them both down. She rolled backwards, feeling the tremors of the impact and righting herself just as Calamate pulled his hands out of the dirt, upheaving a chunk of rubble right into her line of sight. A deep grunt and a sudden thud later and it was accelerating towards her. "Block," Senpei ordered. "He'll charge right in, Chris, meet him there." Mash tensed and slammed her shield down, squaring her shoulders. The boulder broke apart over her, then she let out a gasp as a weight settled on her for briefest of moments before it jumped off and over her. She glanced upwards just in time to see Chrysor using her as some sort of step stool and throw herself through the breaking debris. It was no more than a mere second before she saw the saber collide with another shape and push them both through. It took her less than that to know it was Calamate from the sudden flash of yellow. The prompting of Senpei through the link was all she needed, charging forwards and swinging her arm back before throwing it forwards and down. She didn't even get a chance to see the target, but something told her where to throw. And Senpei had said to aim down and forwards, so she did just that. The shield slipped from her fingers and launched downwards, the dust parted from her eyes and she saw Calamate throw Chrysor away from himself, quite literally thrown, and he still had her eyes on the saber. Mash tracked her shield right until it slammed into his left knee. Calamate buckled and turned. She kicked off the ground and threw herself forwards, driving her knee into his chin. Furthering the movement, she pressed down, held the flat of her foot against his chest, pivoting on her heel and delivering a spinning roundhouse to the side of his head, carrying herself over and snatching her shield out of the air and holding it in front of herself. Not even a moment too soon, the blow of Calamate fell without pause and she felt herself skate along the ground. Ducking the shield and raising her head, he saw him a few meters away with fist outstretched. He really was strong. Calamate ducked down, Chrysor span above his head and missed the slash, hitting the earth and dancing across it in a series of quick steps before finding themselves beside her. The two of them glanced at one another, then back to the dragon as he cracked his neck. Flames pooled in his hands, those same black swords formed. He tossed them upwards into the air, formed fists, and then punched them as they came back down, not nearly as controlled as the other times, and they did not remain intact. Instead they shattered and became burning hot slugshots that flew at the pair of them. Mash stepped in front of Chrysor and raised her shield. The ground around them was littered with the sound of explosions. Small thunderclaps bounced off her shield. Mash, throw your shield high and Chrysor, use it to get over Calamate. It was only a single moment before she was charging forwards, then span and used her full weight to twist her body completely around in a full circle before hurling her shield upwards and into the air, not looking to see if Chrysor was going to chase it down and instead continued her sprint towards the berserker. He was grinning and charged to meet her, fist drawn back. Mash tensed and clenched her jaw. Senpai told her to be ready. Calamate swung his full body into the punch, and then she was suddenly embraced with a swirl of magical energy. In the next second she was a few feet to the right and glimpsed from the corner of her eye as his punch missed completely, passing through the space where she had been. He was quick to locate her. Just as she was quick to jump into his guard and slam her knuckles into his ribs, then follow through with a gut punch. She caught a backhand across her temples, then saw the next blow race towards her. Then Calamate's head snapped forwards, she saw her shield bounce off the top of his head and traced it back quickly. Chrysor having kicked it right down, Mash caught the shield out of the air, spinning around and thrusting it towards him. Her attack was stopped dead in its tracks. The fingers of the berserker closed around the edge of the shield, his head rose upwards and she saw his eyes twinkle. But his smile was never brighter. If only for a moment. Then something changed as he watched her, a slight narrowing of his eyes before he pushed her away and then resumed the attack. It was a tie. That was what Senpai had decided because it was not a fight, it was only a spar. Calamate looked like he might have wanted to go again, but they were all a little exhausted. She rubbed her temples as Senpai promised to go and get some water for all of them. Chrysor had vanished not long after he left, with only a stray glance sent her way and then no words of parting. Mash was not sure what she was supposed to feel about the saber. They were someone who Senpai wanted to get along with, but she found it was not quite like Quelaag. At least she had wanted to try and make some understanding. This seemed like Chrysor not really bothering at all. But Senpai was, he was good at making things like this work. He was. A shadow fell over her and then a shape fell to the ground beside her. She looked over as Calamate sat cross-legged. I don't think you had as much fun as I did. Wait, fun. Sorry. She excused, not realizing that he had been trying to enjoy himself. Well, it might have been obvious. I was trying to train and. Yeah. Calamate looked rather guilty now. I think I should have matched that feeling. That was my fault. I got a little ahead of myself. No. She quickly raised her hands and waved them from side to side. It's fine. It's just something I was thinking about was getting me down. Please don't start feeling guilty over it. He was quiet for a moment, then slowly nodded his head. Mash held back a sigh of relief at that. You're really tough. She blinked and looked at him, that comment having come very nowhere. Thank you. Mash replied, but tilted her head. Though I only really did what Senpai was telling me to do. And it just did not feel like enough. Always relying on him when she wanted to be the one that he could rely on. It seemed as though it would be some far-off thing for her, that she could confidently say that he could leave the troubles to her and that he could take it easy. Perhaps it could, no. It would serve as her goal. She would eventually be the sort of servant who could shoulder his troubles instead. Maybe it wasn't some new realization, one that she had harbored for quite a while, but it had never felt quite so important as right now. Can we spar again in the future? Calamate nodded his head slowly. Of course. If that's how I can help you, it's what I'm best at, so what are you fighting for? It's just, Calamate rubbed the back of his neck, furrowing his brows. I was fighting at my best when I thought I could do something. I think everyone knows what I was fighting for, but I mean that I didn't have that same drive when I was alive. The fights never felt as important as they did when I was trying to do something. I just wanted to ask what you were trying to do. He lowered his hand, eyes flickering her way. It seems really important to you, so I was just asking if there was anything I could do to help. Thank you, Calamate-san. She smiled. I appreciate it. I want to be able to be strong enough that Senpai, Won't have to worry about something bad happening to him. Or so that I can protect him. Don't you do that already? She flinched and looked down. I want to be better at it though. I should be better at it. That way I can call myself a proper servant. Oh, okay. Humming, the dragon looked about. I think I can understand that. You're fighting for your family, right? But I guess sometimes they might want to fight for you as well. I guess that was the feeling I got from our brother. He seemed to be the upfront sort as well. Mash looked up. What do you mean? The way he stayed in the open. Calamate shrugged. He was a bit like our sister, actually. Olga did that a lot as well, but he was looking at me the whole time too. It felt like I was fighting him too, so maybe he's trying to do the same thing you are. That didn't make sense to her. It might have been something she was doing to him, relying on him so many times, but it felt like it was ultimately one-sided. Surely it could not have been deliberate from him, that would be. I think he would be upset if you got hurt trying to protect him. Calamate continued on. And then he would hurt here. He tapped a finger over his heart. It's what I felt when my brothers and sisters were dying for what I wanted. It still hurt, though I'm not sure what I'm talking about though. I think Vinci would make it sound better than me. Mash looked down at her hands and stared at them. If she got hurt protecting Senpai. She never thought of it, but could she allow that thought to hold her back from doing what a servant should do? Master and servant, she supposed. It was always a pair in Senpai, he wanted to get to know all of them. I think you explained it really well, Calamate-san. You think? There was a genuine sense of surprise and pride in his voice. I was worried it would sound confusing. She nodded her head and then looked at him. I actually know Da Vinci as well. She taught me a lot of things. He leaned forwards. Did she teach you about the Renaissance? Mash twitched her lip. Renaissance. She correctly quietly. And she did. I think she spent most of her time talking about that. Well, I didn't know who she was at first, not really, but I suppose I should have guessed. Calamate nodded his head. She did that with me. Trying to make me guess what she painted. She did say she was a painter, but I never actually thought about it until she was saying her name, and it just sounded a bit like a coincidence to me. I knew Peperoncino-san and I thought they and Da Vinci were similar. Who? Ah, he was. Mash paused. He was on the same team as me before Senpai. He's hurt right now, but I'm sure he'll get better. Oh, that's sad. Calamate frowned. He's like Vinci. I think so. She nodded. He's very extroverted like she is and likes to talk about things being pretty. He sounds nice. He was, I think. She winced at the puzzled face. I didn't talk with Team A very much. With thin lips, Calamate tilted his head. Maybe you should when they get healed up. I think you're right, she muttered. And, about Senpai, do you think it's bad that even if me getting hurt makes him sad, I should still protect him? Calamate shrugged. If that is what you want. I think wanting to keep your family safe is pretty normal. Seeing them get hurt is a bad thing and wanting to avoid that makes sense to me. What if they get hurt but pretend they aren't? Calamate made a face. I think it gets found out sooner or later and then you just need to help them when they ask. And if they don't ask? Then help them anyway. He said it so bluntly. They are family. If you care, you don't want them to be hurt and you want to hurt the ones who hurt them. I don't think there is anything wrong with that feeling. So if someone is hurt that you think of as family, then you should be ready for when they need you. It sounded like the same sort of advice as Dr. Romani. It probably was, but it sounded less confused with Calamate. No, not less confused. It sounded so much simpler with him. Mash nodded her head. All right. Then she stood up. I'm going to do something with Boudica-san. She declared. That was where she would start. Oh, little sister Boudica. And suddenly Calamate was stood up as well. Is she hurt? They said she was back, or is this one of those types of injuries? He was tapping over his heart, and Mash grimly nodded her head. I'm worried that is the case. Calamate wore a frown openly now, clearly no more approving of this than she was. It shouldn't be like that for someone like her. She didn't do bad things because she was stupid. So I want to help make her feel better. How? Mash faltered for a moment, then found her strength again. We're going to cook with her. Yeah. The pair of them pumped fists into the air. Calamate then frowned and lowered his. That's just burning stuff, right? Not quite. Then she stopped. Ah, have you also heard about Ash-san trying to cook things then? He tried to cook bread with fire. Let's go to Boudica-san, and we'll need to tell Senpei where we're going. Right. Mash heard him follow after her. But can Ash make other things? He's trying. Nice. Shorn of more than light. It was a land of much color and brightness. The air was thick with a honeyed sense of companionship, most areas dripping with it more than others. Yet when the lights were dimmed and night fell upon them all, did he emerge from his assigned room and begin his walk through this place. A habit he had come upon when first entering. Far from wishing himself to become part of whatever joyful band he would happen to cross paths with first and foremost. And he was ill-suited for such lantern-filled halls. Though despite his efforts, far from his best, it was not to be the case as he was stalled not even several steps from his own door. The shadow dimming the hallways was illuminated with mere embers at the base of their feet, a young dragon with eyes of dim yellow. One might well have called it a sign of grace. At least it looked the part, even if not being so. He would have walked past her in any other instance, but her presence here denoted a clear purpose that would have been difficult to ignore. Beyond that, he could tell as clearly as one could see the sky that this was someone who would not be dissuaded from her task by his mere ignorance of her presence. So he stayed his movements and held his ground, casting a long shadow over her as his serpents moved from his body and viewed her at differing angles. A single glance over his shoulders and around her betrayed that she was alone, for the moment, and unless there was one who walked the halls without the scent to be found, there was none here in sight beyond the physical. Mesmer found it difficult to decide whether what was being done here was brave or foolish, given her determined gaze. Her eyes flicked to the serpent closest, something sharp in those yellow eyes, and he swiftly retracted it from her personal space, drawing them back to his own person and watching her for some seconds longer. Awaiting what he assumed would be the words to break the silence that stretched between them. And he was not waiting long in waiting. You led them to believe you would not follow them back to Chaldea. Mesmer nodded once. I shalt not deny mine own words. It had been his intention. The young girl, pale-skinned and in the attire of a noble, flicked her gaze pointedly from his head to his toe and then back to his eyes. That served as the sole response to his statement with the question unspoken. Yet what answer could he give that would be deemed satisfying? What more would he care whether she found such a thing satisfying or not? His reasons were purely his own. Art thee so troubled by mine own aid? He asked. She thinned her lips. I am readily accepting of any help for Master Sama, was her defense, but he knew there was something more to her words. Her latter sentence confirmed as such. If they are truly here to help, that is. Thee hast causeth to suspecteth otherwise. To his knowledge, none of his actions in his brief time in this, Chaldea, had done much to give reason to doubt his word. Though he had done very little beyond remain in his room and it had been a mere handful of days at best. Perhaps fewer still, he did not pay much attention to the passing of the hours. Yet here was this girl, whose appearance could well mistake her years, with words that seemed to accuse him of something. I am merely at odds with how you present yourself, she replied. In your first instance, you declared to aid Master Sama in that spot of trouble and nothing further, and yet, by its end, you agreed to a contract with him. Head tilted, she flashed up a thin fan before her mouth with narrowed eyes. Master Sama is truly a charismatic one, or at least capable of drawing many with a true discerning eye to his side, but I am dubious as to how you would change your mind so swiftly between remaining determined to do nothing to help his cause and then suddenly rushing back, hand in hand. Slowly raising a brow, he watched her for some moments in silence. Yes, her words held quite a bit of sense, and mayhaps he was relieved to see one with some suspicion about them. though he could find some flaws with her approach rather swiftly. "Thee wouldst suspecteth me of harboring ill intentions." He turned his head in a pointed fashion, sweeping it left and right before waving his hand slowly to the darkened halls. "And thee wouldst seeketh to confronteth me in the waning hours of the day." Alone. Her lack of a reaction told him much. She had considered his words then and evidently thought better of herself, or perhaps thought of something more. Either way, he could praise the determination all the same. Rising up fully, lost the hunch in his shoulders. "I hast nae reasoneth to harmeth the boy, if 't be true that is where thy concerns did lie." "Perhaps not now, no," she replied. "And I can see you tell the truth with that, but for someone whose mind changes as easily as the seasons." Mesmer frowned. She was not to know who he was or what he had done. Of how far his word and oath would take him. But it did nothing for his own feelings on the matter, even with such justifications. "Ponder upon mine own decision as thee shall." He advanced on her, serpent eyes tracking her as she moved with slow and purposeful steps. She stood firm against him, but the shortening distance gave rise to some level of unease. Such could be seen clearly to him, the slight shifting of her weight. "But dith not doubt mine own conviction." Stopping in front of her, taking in her reaction, he allowed his words to settle before moving around her and continuing on his path. Though she did not let him leave without one final comment. "I suppose we shall see." Yes, he supposed they would. Indeed, for his own reasons in coming here were not wholly clear upon him as of yet. With some surprise, he found he was not alone in patrolling the halls during the waning hours. Even as the darkness swarmed in and flooded, there was still an abundance of life which strode about as surely as there would have been during the day. And this was the sort he would have well without meeting, for they would do well to avoid his presence. Or perhaps they would not. It was an odd thing indeed, to encounter gods who had not received the blessing of the two fingers, or the greater will, and yet here they stood before him in abundance. Far more than any had been in Mother's own family or beyond. Not lacking for power and influence. Oh, does Medusalis have some competition, dear me? I believe she does indeed, me. Voices of young things met his ears, yet even as he made efforts to spare them no mind, there was something in their voices which was demanding of attention. He would have known it well enough to find such a thing unpleasantly nostalgic. From the manner in which those honeyed words flowed so sweetly into his ear, with just the barest hint of a pull. But they were not quite so tempting as were the words of Michela. He shared with them a lone conversation. And it was more than enough. With a mere twitch, his serpentine eyes moved across the length of his shoulder and peered to the sounds and voices. Finding them in the company of some omen creature. Or perhaps some other relative of the old crucible, not that it gave him much thought to consider. They were powerful creatures in war, and if that was to serve as their guardian, such was their desire. Not so far removed from Michela, it would appear. Yet that they lingered so close, these twin goddesses, it seemed as though they had some business with him. Coming out at night, I suppose it is to be expected. The first spoke with a tone of dismissal, her eyes lazily roamed his back and then landed upon the serpent which held his vision. There was some slight tilt of the head, she blinked lazily and then made a sound of mirth. Not that I could ever blame one for this, though perhaps Medusalis and Gwyndolin might have some time to form a group, would they not? Oh, the second twin found this notion amusing, if the curve of her lips and the bubbling laughter was any indication. Perhaps you would be right, though at least Gwyndolin has had the time to tell us what he thinks of Medusa. Whatever could we do in allowing a stranger the chance to speak with her for the mere presence of snakes alone? Rather neglectful, wouldn't you say? Perhaps. The first tapped her chin, a dramatic sigh followed. Medusalis can be ever so charitable in who gets close to her. Truly, letting her stray from our eyes and finding whomever she likes is bound for disaster. That trouble with her last lover showed as much. Mesmer made efforts to blot out their conversation as he walked forth. Yet they followed him, the heavy footsteps of the lumbering creature announcing it. Do you suppose he is hard of hearing? Perhaps, what with that gaudy helm of his. Unless he is the rude sort who treats those who offer simple greetings with nothing but disinterest. Well, we can't have something like that now, can we? Of course not. Poor Medusalis would be so starved for attention. Terribly so. What say you, Asterios? Another voice joined in, louder yet all the more soft. Maybe. Like. Being. Alone. Not. Used. To. Others. His serpent shifted focus to the white-maned omen, regarding it for a moment and seeing something like intrigue on its face. The creature looked away under his gaze and to the ground. It was enough for him to at least mark it as more perceptive than its charges. Whatever that did for his opinion. Yet, would they persist in following him until he made matters clear? Most likely, it seemed. Stopping, he turned his head over his shoulder enough that it would face the trio. They persist with a conversation that is without reception. Was, it seems. The first of the twins replied smoothly, some smile that glimmered of victory on her lips and hands placed upon her hips. Strutting forth with certain confidence, she parted first from her companions and closed the gap between them in short order. Though it was not so short as to appear as if she was in a rush. His serpents followed her movements as she stepped around, a critical gaze hidden in her eyes. Discerning his appearance it seemed, or judging what she found before her. It was not something he was unused to and was unsurprised to find such a thing again. Hence he knew to remain silent until she was done and would depart in peace. A single circuit later, she stood before him and folded her arms. Demi-god indeed. There was something peculiar in her tone. Though that is some strange manner of title, not far removed from those who have gained it through interaction than through bloodline. Assumed as such, were you? Did the answer interest thou, truly? Hardly. She replied with a wave of the hand, as though to brush his words aside. Yet it has at least confirmed you can hold a conversation. I thought you might have been the shy sort, given your unwillingness to step out during the day and frolic, as those before you have done. They are not I, he said slowly. Speak thy peace swiftly. Frowning, she cupped her chin. Do you hear his demands, dear sister? Setting the pace for a conversation as though he would wish to be rid of us so swiftly. I can scarcely imagine, unless he truly is shy and cannot think to be in our company long, Another of his serpents saw the approach from behind. The second twin moved to be in the company of her other half. Wearing a smile that was matching, some manner of hidden mirth which eluded him. They came for a purpose, they were simply taking the time to getting around to speaking it. I fear you might be right, dear sister. The second twin spoke as circled him, a forlorn sigh coming from her. Dear me, though should we truly be so surprised? Perhaps not. A smile. He has the posture of one without the comfort of a good conversation. Yet that is not what thou offer, is it? He interrupted the pair, serpent eyes flicking between the both of them as his words drew short the smiles and the mirth. They frowned back at him without any manner of response, clearly awaiting him. Very well, he would cut to the heart of the matter, if they were so unwilling. Thee act as though thee hast did seek me out. He said, maketh cleareth whatever thy thoughts art. I am not one for idle banter. The first of the pair frowned. So it seems. Another boring one has come to this place, Euryale. How tragic, Steno. The second offered a shrug. Though I am sure this would be preferable to the alternative. Might you imagine one with the boundless enthusiasm of that pink-haired fellow? The one who speaks but never seems to listen. I would dar easy Medusalis would be in terrible danger from such a glutton for company. Steno and Euryale, he had names for them. Had they introduced themselves, he would have done in turn. Steno, or so he assumed, gave a shudder at some imagined horror and cast a dismayed look at her sister for but a moment. Short-lived as it was, before the look vanished and was replaced with some ponderous grin. True, but could you quite imagine the face Medusa would make? It would certainly be a sight to see, that she was the one thrown onto the back foot. And yet, the thought of another teasing her, Euryale cupped her chin. I cannot find it all that pleasing, despite the image it could portray. Especially without the consent of either of us. Oh, yes. Steno remarked as an almost afterthought. How forgetful of me, but if they were amusing enough, perhaps I would be willing to offer them permission. Perhaps. Euryale flicked her hair in disinterest, eyes sliding towards him. A pity. He had thought himself forgotten as their conversation moved from him. I suppose you asked for a point, did you not? Think of it as the whim of a goddess and nothing more. Merely to take stock of the latest. She trailed off, raising her hand and gesturing to him. It seemed many were coming to offer him warnings this day. Have thou some words of warning? Warning? Steno parroted, her face scrunched with bemusement. I should think not, unless you had some thoughts of Medusalis, but I do not believe you have met with her yet. Besides, offering warnings is for those who have interest in such things, are they not? Mesmer stared at her for a long time, then shifted his gaze to the other. Finally, his attention was directed to the final member. He believed their name to be Asterios. Hello. The large one spoke, raising a meaty finger and pointing to themselves. Me. Asterios. Berserker. Out of all of them. The omen introduced himself first. He inclined his head in a short but polite nod. Then we are met. I am Mesmer. Swiftly as that, he turned and glanced at the duo before him and walked forth. Then if it be true thee hast nothing further to speak of with me. Their lack of words told him of that as he marched down the hallways. Curious lot that they were, he could go very little time without being accosted by strangers with unclear demands. Whims of the gods, they had called it. He agreed. A whim they had likely since lost, now that they had conversed with him. Mesmer doubted that he made for much good company. So he walked onwards. An idle walk, he supposed, something that would at least stimulate his mind into action through the darkened hallways. Carrie rubbed her brow, fighting back a yawn and reaching across for a cup of coffee. Ooh, damn, she moaned under her breath, glancing down at the mug and deciding that this stuff really was too good to exist. On the one hand, the whole of humanity got erased, but on the other hand there was this coffee which they never would have encountered otherwise. She really would have thought it was addicting. Something wrong. Nothing, Jingle. Calling back, she set the mug down. Just thanking the coffee, is all. Hey, yeah. A chuckle came next. She could barely see Jingle in the corner of her eye as he leaned back in his own chair. We really should study the effects of that stuff on the human body though. Especially because of all the differences between timelines and that. Do you think it has some long-term side effects? At that, she snorted. You mean like smoke and drink? Fair enough. Such was the way of the night shift. Mostly just herself and Jingle staring at the computer screens while nothing happened with the occasional visit from some wondering servant. Like this one. What about you? She asked, turning her head and resting her chin upon a raised fist. You ever have anything like that? A drink made of boiled plant seeds. When you say it like that, you make it sound disgusting. The Viking-looking guy just shrugged his shoulders, shuffling in the chair he had stolen for his own uses and folded rather beefy-looking arms over his chest. Scratching at his graying beard with one hand. Then he paused and raised a finger. We brewed a mixture from berries. ... Like wine. Jingle turned his head at that. Carrie raised a brow then frowned, turning to the guy. No, he came from like these big woods, remember? Jingle made a face of understanding. So what like, raspberry juice then? Torin glanced at her, then rolled his jaw and tilted his head in a slight show of acknowledgement. I have tasted such drink before, though the berries we ground for refreshment were larger still. Great things they were, they fermented later in the season and did form a potent drink. He stopped, then raised a finger. Though if harvested at the moment of turning ripe, one could grind them into a sweet drink without the ailment of the mind. Such things were welcome for those who could not afford to suffer but still wished to drink. Those on long hunts, or those of younger ages. Fruit juice then. Druid fruit juice. She caught Torin looking down at her mug. She pressed her fingers against it and slid it across the counter towards him very slowly, waving her hand at the steaming drink and leaning back. He rolled his jaw, then looked at her some more. Did he want some spoken permission or something? It's bitter, was what she said. But Sigurd mixed some of his special magic water in it so it's all good. Estes, yes. Torin rumbled in a considering tone. I have heard of it. I had not met one who did not pick that fruit of knowledge from the tree of life. This guy really loved his nature metaphors. Well, it was a little endearing. At least in the same way she was sort of reminded of how her granddad would speak in this really old fashion. The larger man shuffled along and then reached out to tentatively take the mug, showing far more care than one would have assumed. Taking it with both hands, he bowed his head in a shallow way towards her. I thank you for sharing this. Probably a cultural thing. He brought it to his lips and took a sip. Carrie snorted a laugh as he instantly turned his head and spat it out onto the ground, coughing and scrunching up his face. The laughter slipped out of her as he managed to at least put the mug back down without spilling it. Well done there, and then leaned back and coughed rather loudly, as though he could cough hard enough to remove the taste from his mouth. All the while she wheezed at him and turned to see what Jingle was doing. He was just shaking his head from side to side. That is, Torin coughed once more, wiping his beard and giving a jerk of the head, still holding a discomforted expression. That is, an acquired taste, one should think. Yeah, she raised her hand and tapped the side of her brow twice. Keeps you awake though. Stimulates your brain and all of that medical jazz. Keep drinking enough of it and you'll eventually get used to the taste, unless you're raised all your life drinking fruit juice. Torin rumbled something about disrespectful youths, and turned his head from her and looked down at the screen. She doubted he understood any of it, and he clearly looked away from the fact he held the sort of confused old man face that could be seen on anyone when you showed them some technology. Then again, this guy lived in the woods all his life and prayed to tree spirits. And there were plenty of other Chaldean servants who had the same sort of face. She probably had the same sort of face when she came here. You hear about Vincent? Jingle sighed loudly, turning his chair towards her. Seriously. Again, Carrie could only shrug. Phantasmals, though apparently he decided to corner the dragon lady who works up with Elrin now. Oh, her. Jingle exhaled. Thank goodness for that, would have figured it could have been another bad case with Havel or something. Actually, come to think of it, he's been pretty quiet recently, hasn't he? Haven't seen him all that much. She thought for a moment, then found herself nodding. You're not wrong there. Guess the guys decided it's more trouble in throwing insults our way than not. Then again, I know a couple guys got Valentine's Day cards from him. Jingle snorted rather loudly at that, and she knew that he knew something. Acting in a highly respectable manner, she leaned forwards and fixed him with a narrowed-eyed gaze. Spill. You wouldn't have heard it from me, but apparently those cards were more backhanded insults. He glanced left and right, then resumed. I overheard King David complaining about it recently, about how he had to try and tone down all of what the guy was writing. Apparently most of those involved death threats. Somehow, Carrie was unsurprised. She rolled her eyes and slumped back into her chair. Big shocker that, but as long as he's not making the threats to my face, I'm content about it. Fujimaru talked to him a while ago. Jingle defended. So I'm sure that he wouldn't go around doing it unprompted anymore. Yeah, but that just means I could look at him wrong rather than do the mere crime of existing. The guy looks at everyone like they're one of those clock tower crazies. Gesturing to herself, she huffed. I'm not exactly running around with barrel guts reputation here. Someone making a noise reminded them that they were not alone. She winced and turned her head towards Torin, who was glancing between the two of them with some stray sense of intrigue but nothing beyond that. He rolled his head to the side and then grunted aloud. So long as Havel can stay his anger, you should be safe enough. He remarked. It is the pack that tears itself apart that is swallowed by the winter snows. Carrie waved a hand. The guy is a berserker. I'm not giving him much hope for critical thinking skills, that is pretty much what the whole class is about in the first place. Nothing against what he's done, good on him, but, you know. Fidgeting, she sighed. The guy hates mages and has some weird magic spell which literally snuffs out any other spell around them. The guy just turns of people's magecraft at the drop of a hat, so it's hard not to be a little intimidated. Like he could probably go to some of the most powerful mages in the clock tower, the type who I would bet money could fight and kill some of the servants around here, and he'd kill them like nothing because of that. Torin was looking at her now. She felt a little put on the spot with how she had just blurted out that. You have spent much time thinking upon such dire images, have you not? That was the worst part, she huffed to herself, it was that she had barely spent all that much time thinking about it. Really, it was just a thought that never really left her no matter how much time had passed. It had gotten to the point where she would have taken flight in the opposite direction if she saw the guy coming up the corridor. Most others would have probably done that as well. Vincent definitely would have. Carrie drummed her hands on the desk. The guy hates mages so much he became a berserker. I'm a mage. Hard not to be worried about it. Torin turned his head. Yes, I suppose your worry is well earned. Though until it is justified with certain fact, it might be wise to remain vigilant but not paranoid. It is those who cry wolf the loudest and the most often who are ignored when a true beast is upon them. At that, she huffed. At least that stays the same. Don't worry about it. Jingle answered in her place. Just a story for kids about lying is all. Pretty much the same thing. Oh. Torin perked up, sounding approving. A warning against falsehoods for the young ones. Wise indeed. It seems as though you are quite right. You spoke of this Vincent encountering that dragon. Oh, yeah. She turned on Jingle and squinted, happy to be away from the conversation regarding Havel. What happened with that? Jingle frowned and shrugged. See, that's the thing. No one really knows what went on. All we know is that Vincent is really happy about something after meeting her, so I guess they must have come to some sort of deal. Or maybe she just felt like it. Palming her face, she sighed. That guy is gonna be unbearable, isn't he? He's not too bad. He's gonna be giving me all these smug questions which he knows I can't answer. He's gonna do the same to you as well, she pointed. Remember when he got that feather from the griffin that Astolfo has? Jingle opened his mouth, then stopped and closed it again. He's passionate. He's a smartass. Thee speaketh candidly of all thy allies. Carrie opened her mouth to reply, then stopped. That was not Jingle's voice, nor was it deep enough to be Torin's. It was instead a smoother-sounding voice, but rather monotone. She would have called it lethargic. And it came from somewhere behind her. Quick as possible, she whipped around and stopped at the sight of the person ducking through the doorway. She understood why as they rose back up to their full height, their head resting just above the door frame and looking down at her. Or maybe looking in her general direction. Though his head faced her, she felt the eyes of the snakes growing out of his body more acutely than his actual golden eye. She blinked twice, then realized what he had said. So she shrugged her shoulders, mentally setting aside the fact he had managed to sneak up on them all in silence. Though she really thought Torin would have given them all the heads up that someone was approaching them. All right, pausing for a moment, she waved a hand. It's just how it is. I don't hate the guy, but he likes to flex his knowledge a bit more than he probably should. It's weird. Oh yeah. Jingle supported her quickly, drawing the attention of the rather lanky tall man. Mages are real secretive about their stuff, and while I guess Vincent is pretty secretive about it as well, isn't it? In a runabout way, yeah. She admitted, then frowned and looked over her shoulder. But asking me, do you know? Questions while understanding that I am obviously not going to know the answer is something else entirely. Turning back, she rolled her lips and put on a smile. Anyway, you're new here. Raising her hand, she gestured to herself. My name is Carrie Simerson. I am, a good 70% of the personality around here. That guy over there is Jingle. Jingle sighed. If you're going to introduce me, at least go through and use my full name. It's Jingle Abel Munier. She swiveled her chair and waved a hand to the caster servant. He's a new arrival here and is in the process of finding out how cool the night shift really is. The man, she believed he was a new lancer, tilted his head and regarded her with a rather bland expression. I doth not doubteth that he understands already the chill of the night. That brought her up short, brows furrowed and lips pinched. Wait, was that a sort of nature joke? Torin snorted, which sounded like a car starting, and she glanced his way to see some glimpse of mirth in his eyes before it settled away. Instead he looked to the newly arrived servant and spoke. I believe their language to be some metaphor for charming. This guy was definitely the new lancer. Then it is a language I knoweth little of. Torin nodded slowly. Much the same can be said for myself. 'Tis a language that can stumble with ease as one treks through the wilds of its many layers. With another small look, the heads of the snakes turned on her. Mesmer, he said, and it took her a second to realize he was introducing himself, though she was sure she might have heard it before but never really had it click with her. Well, at least they were acquainted now. Leaning back into her chair, she spread her arms wide. Welcome to the night shift. We offer the gift of boiled plant seed juice. He moved further into the room. Carrie prided herself on keeping up her smile. But the complete lack of a response, either verbal or facial, was starting to play on even her nerves just a little. Combined with the way his snake growths were eyeing her up like she was a sort of mouse, it was getting to a point where she was debating whether she should slide closer to Torin or not. Just in case she accidentally insulted the dude. Which she really, truly, hoped she had not done so. Fujimaru made this look easy. He was really starting to creep her out now. She glanced to the side, lips pursed. I mean, she swallowed. You don't have to, you know. In case you have some more important things to do, which is, you probably do, yeah. Mesmer started walking off, then moved to the other side of the room and lowered himself down, sitting upon one of the chairs and shuffling into place. It was a little narrow for him, and the way he sat looked almost amusing with how he had squeezed his body into place for it. Except his face still looked like it had been carved from stone, and she was far too nervous to laugh at the sight. So instead she just sat there, consumed by the now awkward silence. Mesmer knew not what to expect of Chaldea, not truly. Boudica had let slip some implications during their brief time in proximity to one another, but such things sounded wistful. She betrayed her feelings on the matter most clearly, and there was bitterness in her words. A bitterness which was the result of an affliction cursed upon the mind, it seemed. Her account could no longer be trusted. He could only speak of what he saw with his own two eyes. Their field commander was a young man, conscripted into action. Yet he was making progress, it seemed, and that was worth praise alone. Most who were conscripted made for poorer soldiers than those who believed in their cause, but he knew those forced onto the field of battle held a greater desire to leave it. In a situation such as this, perhaps it was that drive that was needed. Though a field commander was only as capable as their troops. Mesmer had seen his fellow servants in action on the field of battle and could admit they were formidable in their own rights. Yet there were more, and not relegated to combat. A curiosity at first which had blossomed once he heard them speak and banter with one another. Not something he could ever see himself sharing with. There were a great many painful memories he would much prefer be put to rest, but that was not the purpose of his brief visitation. No, he wished to see how those who supported the front lines acted, how they carried themselves. The woman before him, she was young. 20 winters at best had been and gone for her, perhaps a handful more, and it truly showed. Humor to disguise the unease, so quickly lost when the pressure was before her and no longer from a distance. It was the way her actions crumbled, and she would now do anything to avoid making line of sight with him. Mesmer was not fool enough to believe that to be the single reason for her sudden burst of tension. He was a rather foul-looking thing. If rumor was to be believed, he was not alone in having such a cursed appearance either, but he had not yet met his counterpart, and he was not wholly willing to make a comparison between them either. Seeking them out for the purpose of gawking at their shared disfigurement as though they were a curious beast was insulting to the both of them. And Mesmer was unique enough alone for his nature. He adjusted himself more in the chair, his gaze swept from the woman to the bespectacled man. Older, if only just, and with a slight more straightness to his spine. There was a caution in his eyes as he watched him, a silent expectation for his purpose to be revealed in short order. Wouldst thee settle some matters which hast troubled me? The question hung in the air. His manner of speaking seemed to confuse them both deeply for some seconds past. It was after those seconds that the dark-haired girl looked to him with some newfound sense of confidence, losing some of the anxiousness which had gripped her. Though he could still see it in her eyes, from the twitch and the way the barest nudging of his serpents would send her gaze shooting from his face and towards them. Oh, some questions. Sure. She answered, her smile smaller now. It's pretty confusing stuff for me as well. Art thee at each moment so casual, he began, especially at which hour hath called upon for service. She looked at him oddly, then blinked. Are you asking if we're always this laid back? Laid back, she called it. He answered her question with a single nod, shifting his weight and leaning forwards. She shrugged at him, looking to her companion for aid before down to her hands, twiddling her thumbs. I mean, not all the time. I mean, a night like this is pretty quiet and we're here until someone comes to take over. Gotta do something to stave off the boredom, you know. No, he said. I did not. Her companion raised his voice. If you're worried about us missing something, a lot of the alerts are automated. We're just here to pass along the message and provide reports for when people show up to answer the alerts. So, we're sort of needed but not really. Mesmer frowned slightly at his words, they were spoken in a manner not far removed from an excuse. If it be true that were forsooth the case, wouldst either of thee truly beest sitting here anon? The eyes of his snakes flicked between the both of them, one head rose up to examine the woman while the other remained firmly planted on the man. Watching each expression for some reaction to his words. The man looked more awkward while the woman looked strained, one could even say ill at ease. That's a bad way of phrasing it, she quickly remarked, perhaps in an effort to salvage the answer. It's not that we're pointless being here, because we sometimes see little singularities as well. The sort that can be used for supply runs. Getting food and other stuff from them before they vanish. Scouts. Mesmer surmised with a tilt of the head. Lookouts and scouts. Those aren't thy roles, I. The woman, Carrie, rolled her lips and presented him with another unsure shrug. Her lack of confidence was ill-inspiring. I guess. Her words reflected her unsure nature. Guess. Mesmer tasted the word and found it unpleasant upon the tongue. Thee doth not sound certain. I mean yes, she corrected, placing more strength into her words. That's basically what we do. Even if she proclaimed as such, he doubted she truly understood the weight of her words. It was becoming clear to him that this was not truly a well-formed army waging a campaign and more akin to a gathering of different individuals joined under the same banner. A rather startling difference, they betrayed themselves with their actions. Bid me, for how long hast thee known this war wouldst beest waged? What? He knew she would have understood his words, her confusion was centered upon something else. Mesmer felt his brow pinch tighter all the more as her confusion was reflected in the face of Jingle. It seemed as though neither of them truly understood what he was alluding to, or if they did then they could provide him with no answer. Raising his right hand, he gestured to her. How long hast thee known of this campaign? Carrie scratched her cheek, eyes flicking around for a few moments and signaling her rising thoughts, then she pulled the hand away and shrugged rather pointedly. I mean, technically since I started. Well, we got the basic gist of some singularities but it wasn't ever really supposed to be anything like this. Ah, he understood now. Trained for skirmishes, not for prolonged battles. And most of our work was gonna be on research anyway. Thou art all scholars. He kept his surprise contained, raising only a light brow but her words struck a note of shock within him, but it was shock that was quickly buried as he gazed through the many facts he had come to grasp, the nature of the young commander and he could see the picture most clearly now. It seemed as though they were all conscripts from different walks of life. Perhaps not in the same manner as the young commander, but it was clear they had not been fully prepared for what could potentially lie in their future. Clearly something that was an oversight when it came to this. Even those on the night watch should have maintained a vigilance, but if they had never been trained to follow such strict commands then he could understand it. Understand it and find himself disappointed by it. Letting out a breath, he rested his arms upon the chair and pushed up and out of it. Rising to his full height and turning his head to the entrance, moving away from them all without a word and exiting the room. Such a troubled group with much work to be done, but he would see what was being done for them, first and foremost. He would not believe he was alone in seeing this. Whispers had come to him during the night, his stalking through the halls had yielded further talk. And he had been approached in a more direct manner. One whose personality was so boisterous and loud, he found himself eerily reminded of an old friend. Not that I would accuse one of avoiding training. The man, Leonidas, proclaimed as he led them both through the halls. But I came to realize that you have not met me yet and might not have heard of it. I felt it needed to reach out for that reason alone, for the sake of training. A sentence punctuated by slapping a fist into his chest with a crack. Mesmer eyed the shorter man and only hummed, nodding his head up and down. Thee hast others in this regime. Ha 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 ha. Of course. Another echoing shout. There is always time for training and to strengthen the body and will. Even when one is out of duty, they can attend training and hone their very spirit under the forge of training. Indeed, Mesmer could at least say the man was passionate about his craft. Though it has not been servants alone to embrace my training, Leonidas said, the humans of the place have been welcoming it as well. Those who I have managed to catch, at least. I know of some who have avoided me, but it is only a matter of time before I find them. Chuckling, the man folded his arms. I am eager to see how far they can accomplish if their drive was focused on enhancing their own bodies. If they can muster the determination to avoid training, one can only imagine what they could achieve if they placed that willpower into achieving the opposite. Mesmer was only half paying attention to his words, still enough that he could answer when prompted, but he did not put much further thought into them. The man was a drillmaster and made no effort to hide his station. Rather, he embraced it openly and would likely take such words as compliments. He could find no fault with the attitude, it was something that the conscripts needed. Here we are, Leonidas announced, entering first and raising his voice into a booming shout. I am pleased to see you continue to run in my absence. Take a minute to rest before we begin the second wave of exercise. Mesmer followed him through the door, ducking low and stepping through, raising his head up and stopping the second he caught sight of the extent of individuals who were actually in the room. A wide gathering that ranged from knights, warriors and what appeared to be sorcerers as well. All of whom were in the business of doing what seemed to be a long-distance sprint in a large circle. His eyes caught those who dwindled at the back and those who were at the front. He angled his head ever so slightly as he gazed at the face of one he barely recognized. The man whom the commander had spoken with during his excursion. The man with hair the color of palest pink staggered away from the forefront of the runners and hunched over on his knees, breathing deeply and sucking in breath after breath. Though with how the man was dressed, wearing a long white coat, Mesmer was curious as to whether the man was trying to make his run more challenging. If he was, then Mesmer could only nod his head and do little else. Moving in pace behind Leonidas, his eyes slid over the others as more than a few saw him. They waved to Leonidas as he approached. Look who finally showed up. A gruff voice announced. He turned and looked down as the blonde knight approached him, the one with a horned helmet. She came to a stop with her hands on her hips, a look that was as scrutinous as it was almost appraising. The younger girl rolled her jaw from side to side before jerking her head towards him. You finally get tired of stalking around after dark, huh? He regarded her with a silent gaze, then turned his head away and across the faces of the human staff who were gathering between the servants. Some engaged in discussions he could not overhear. I was intrigued by how the business of training was handled. He answered offhandedly. The knight, Mordred, made a noise and shrugged her shoulders. Not much training for us, well, except you, Spring Bean. Spring Bean. Oh, was she making a comment on his build? MMMMH. He had been called worse. Thee attendeth oft. Mordred scoffed. Not really. Just came because I thought it might have been funny to watch some of these guys get off their asses and do some work, then that guy. She pointed towards the still hunched over man with pink hair, now joined at the side by a fellow with pale green locks. Started actually putting in something that looked promising until he started panting like a dog. I got nothing on that. Well, Master is about here running as well. Been doing it longer than I've been here and he's apparently done an alright job, so figured I might as well see if he's actually putting the work in. Her words spoke of disinterest, but her actions were anything but. Mesmer nodded slowly and sought out the young commander, laying his eyes upon the young man as he spoke to the shieldbearer at a distance. There was a brief moment before the girl saw him and gestured his way. The commander turned in the next second and spotted him, raising his hand and smiling. He did not know what they were smiling about, or why they were rapidly approaching him. Mordred took that as her chance to abandon the conversation, which took with her the belief that they might have instead been coming to speak with her instead. The next words from the young man turned that into a certainty. "Hey, Mesmer." The young commander held that smile as he approached, waving his hand and coming to a stop. "Wasn't expecting to see you around here, but happy to see you branching out." "Yes." The shieldbearer jumped in with a smile. "Has Chaldea been treating you all right? I was worried because you haven't been seen a lot since you first came back and I thought you might have been uncomfortable." There was a rather startling contrast between the rather shy maiden before him and the one who had been delivering gut punches and axe kicks when they first met. He felt dirty just standing here in front of her. "I was taking stock of this lodging." Mesmer answered them. "Understanding my new allies." The young commander nodded his head. "Yeah, Carrie let me know that you stopped by and spoke with her and Munier last night. If you have any other questions then I'll be happy to answer them, if I can. I don't know all that much about Chaldea but I could point you towards the director." Ah, she was the one he had heard of but not yet met. "She's over there." Mesmer followed the raised finger, finding the pale-haired woman standing in the company of yet another pale-haired woman. And a tall blonde who reminded him of a dragon. "I shalt speaketh with her shouldst the needeth ariseth." Answering, he looked back down at the young man and watched him closely. There was a clear degree of exhaustion about him, but he was not so certain that all could be attributed to the exercise. There was the presence of dark lines under his eyes. The marker of poor sleep. "Did you come to join, Mesmer-san?" The shieldbearer asked with a tilt of the head. "We're only about halfway done at the moment." "Only?" The young commander whined with a shake of the head, shoulders slumping and looking to his companion with a tired expression. "Feel like I've been running for hours already." "It has been 30 minutes, senpai." She responded with a tone most dutiful. It brought nothing but further misery to the face of the young man, turning his eyes upwards and rubbing his hand over his brow. "Yeah, but we had the 10 minutes of stretching before that." Another whine. "Well, I guess it's easier now than it used to be. Still, it's better than the time Scathach got involved and wanted to try and push everyone to their limits." Mesmer inclined his head ever so slightly. Scathach, a name spoken as though she were a phantom and was accompanied by an appropriate shudder. One that brought a dim light to even the shield maiden's expression for a few seconds. Yet it was long enough for him to take notice of it and debate the value of offering a comment. But he could consider nothing worth saying at the time on that, so instead he looked down at the young man. "Thee speaketh ill of the trials." The young commander looked up at him. "But they shalt saveth thy life." The boy shrugged. "I guess." More guessing. Mesmer stared all the longer, bringing the serpents around to gaze down with every one of their eyes meeting his. It was a silent stare which lasted for some moments before the boy slumped and nodded his head with more confidence than before. Though that had not been his intention in the least. He was judging the young man on his convictions. Either he was going to put in his effort for this or he was going to crumble and fade away. He had the conscript mentality, the resigned acceptance of a task purely because there were none else to do it. Hark well. The boy went stiff and then upright. Mesmer took in a deep breath before continuing. "There are times where thy life is in thy owneth hands. It wouldsteth thee well to ensure they art capable for such a moment." As far as he was concerned, he was speaking not but common sense. Yet time and time again, he found that it was needed for such words to be spoken aloud. Often they were overlooked by those who wished to bring complications where none existed. The world could be as simple as it needed to be when the time was right. He watched and waited for a response. The boy nodded very slowly, though it was clear he was not entirely comfortable with the thought of being alone. Or so Mesmer assumed. With that, he turned and strode away. He had spoken too much for one day and exhausted himself as he did so. Without words of parting, he left. He returned to his room and brought darkness with him, striding to the far corner and lowering himself upon the chair provided. It was still too small for him, but he would not bother to ask for a larger one. Comforts were wasted on those with no appreciation for them. And resources could be better spared. Taking in a deep breath, he allowed his many eyes to close as he leaned back and surrendered himself to the darkness once more. Utterly foolish indeed, the more the boy had spoken, the more he could see the differences and the similarities. He took in a shuddering breath and started to lean forwards, hands resting on his knees. The lone comfort was the sound of his breathing, in and out. It was a pattern that turned almost chaotic the longer it went on. He forced it steady and raised a hand to press against his temples. Holding it there and pushing further and further in, his hand slid down before it came to a stop when it touched something warm and smooth. His fingers danced across the surface of the eye, a faint screeching sound as his nails pulled across its surface. Then he pulled them away just as quickly. That conversation from earlier, the one with the smaller dragon, he recalled it well and was finding the answer to be increasingly apparent and all too confusing. There was something within the boy that he found unpleasant to gaze upon. Mayhaps it was their young nature. Maybe it was something else to do with them. The personality of a boy who spoke with him without understanding a single thing about his past, about a past that should not be spoken of. The way they just smiled at him as if he was anything but a fiend. Mesmer inhaled and exhaled. He dared not ask what the boy thought of his leader, of the one who placed him on the front lines. Perhaps he feared the answer, or perhaps he feared what he would learn about himself. With a scoff, he turned away and fell back into his chair. Left alone with his thoughts, he sat alone in the darkness. It was where he belonged. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.